This is Audible.
Podium Audio presents Eminent Domain, Book 1 of The Way of Etherforging, written by R.J. Shoke, performed by Daniel Henning. Prologue. Past. Day 0. From the office of Hollis Gahar, Supervisor of Transportation for Sector GH-862, to underdeveloped resident 2,877,012,003 of the third planet from the Sun, locally referred to as Earth. I hope this decree finds you well. My office's repeated attempts at contact for purchase of your planet have been ignored for the last 2,000 of your orbits. As a result, the Intergalactic Imperium has sanctioned my office to employ the law of Eminent Domain to build a transport hub for the Greater Galaxy Merchant Association. As such, your planet has been deemed necessary for completion of a transgalactic highway extension. In accordance with Galaxy Standard bylaws, for interaction with underdeveloped sentients, our office is required to provide your planet with at least the minimum number of orbits for residents to adapt to Galaxy Standard. To wit, each sentient shall be given 1 government-issued storage bead and 1 expert juvenile class AI housing the complete common knowledge of the collective Imperium. The planet shall have 5 orbits to acclimate to ether radiation, the galaxy's main energy source. During this time, Transport Hub SX7540 shall undergo construction as your planet is ether-formed. Upon completion of this timeline, all sentients will be provided transport to the nearest tiered planet governed by Imperial law. A stipend shall be provided upon debarkation at the aforementioned planet in the vein of 10,000 credits. Appeals can be made to our office within 3 planetary rotations of recipients of this decree. Otherwise, ether forming shall begin on the start of the 4th rotation. Please indicate your acceptance or declination of this notification in the field below. Yes, no. Upon acknowledgement, you shall receive your government-issued storage bead and juvenile class AI. Sincerely, Hollis Gahar, Transportation Supervisor, Sector GH-862. Day 0. Tropical sunlight bore down in springtime as a middle-aged man meandered across a densely populated beach. He was tanned, built somewhere between athletic and dad bod, with nearly jet-black hair dusted with specks of gray. Cedrick Jonkheer, mostly known as Jonx, was scrolling through his phone just like anyone else who'd decided to go on a tropical vacation to the Philippines. His wife had passed away last year, leaving him aimless, seemingly running through life on autopilot. It wasn't until a coworker had mentioned taking a vacation that it hit him. Maybe I should take one too. That's how he found himself pausing in the sand with a Mai Tai in hand as he absent-mindedly scrolled through what looked like the user agreement of his phone. He sped to the bottom, just as any self-respecting person would do, until he got to a large pop-up window, which forced him to hit either yes or no. It wasn't an ad. He couldn't find an X in any corner, and it was interrupting his shuffled playlist. So he thought to himself, "Screw it, yes." In the next instant, his phone physically dissolved in his hand, leaving a single bead and an earbud. Confusion written on his face, his thoughts began to race. What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? Panic rising, Jonx glared at his nearly empty hand. The words from before making their way through his alcohol-addled brain as he began to hyperventilate. Just as his breathing was reaching a crescendo, the earpod chirped in his hand and projected a holographic blue screen into the air. Scanning the prompt, it read, "Welcome to the Intergalactic Imperium. Please place this capsule in any orifice near your nervous system to initiate installation." Whipping his head left and right to look around the beach, he watched as others had made a similar mistake, Their phones a mound of dust, too. He counted a dozen blue screens projected over sweaty palms with what he assumed was the same message. In the distance, a couple was screaming at each other across a set of beach chairs, blaming the other for what was going on. An influencer, ankle-deep in the shallow water, was screeching at her photographer because her video was ruined. In the midst of the chaos, Jonx stood in the center of his own predicament, silent as an idiot pissing in the breeze. Dazed and disoriented, he gingerly placed the capsule in his ear, regretting it immediately. The pod liquefied and wormed its way into his ear canal, slithering past the eardrum and spreading through the hills and valleys of his temporal lobe. Jonx could feel it trace along his optic nerve, and then, suddenly, his world exploded. A localized Big Bang attempting to melt his brain. Drifting in oblivion, words scrolled vertically across his vision as an Australian accented voice spoke, "Assessing baseline of human systems. Syncing. Hello, I am AI 2,877,012,003, specially assigned to underdeveloped sentient 2,877,012,003. I am a receptacle for all the basic knowledge that children of the Imperium are responsible for before being granted citizenship. As a courtesy, I have downloaded the entire breadth of earthen media to better communicate with you. Given your planet's special circumstances, galactic citizenship will be granted as part of your relocation. Suggested introductory topics include etherforming, ether radiation, local galactic map, and the history of the Intergalactic Imperium. Alternatively, you may also access your physical readout. Please, choose a topic." If Jonx could swear, he would have. As far as he was concerned, he had died. His consciousness floated as his eyes glazed over and a line of drool slid down the side of his face. With the coherence of a dimwit, he thought, What? The mechanical voice answered, "I regret to inform you, underdeveloped sentient 2,877,012,003, but that is not a valid query. Please, specify." Scrounging up the willpower to form a coherent sentence, he transmitted out to the void, "What's happening? I can't feel my body." "My mainframe has integrated through your central nervous system. Your body is acclimatizing to the installation and sensations should return shortly. Does that answer your question?" The machine responded in a dull monotone. "Who are you?" he asked, dazed and confused. The mechanical voice promptly supplied, "I am your personal expert juvenile class AI. You may designate a name of your choice. I am able to serve a number of functions. For example, I am an encyclopedia of general knowledge of the Intergalactic Imperium and its many public functions. I also have in-depth knowledge of the first realm of Etherforging to prepare the average galactic citizen's body for life across the Imperium. And lastly, I can function as a personal assistant to you as you navigate your new life. Please, specify." His mind was slowly perking up. What happened to my phone? He felt a headshake in his mind. "Unfortunately, your phone was cannibalized to gain access to your planet's internet. As a result, your world's entire media library, spanning every culture, has been successfully stored into my local mainframe, allowing you access at any time. Does that answer your question?" At that moment, Jonx began to get feeling back in his limbs. With tingling sensations radiating outward, he decided to begin at the bottom, starting his mental catalog. Toes wiggling? Check. Fingers clenching? Check. Eyelids opening? Son of a bitch! The sunlight hammered his skull like he'd just woken up after a weekend bender. Broken screams left his throat as he rolled around in the sand, and he hazarded a guess that maybe his retinas were still fried from the AI integration. Agonizingly, the light eventually resolved into a clear blue sky with nary a cloud. The perfect beach day in paradise. Though at this point, it was safe to say that his vacation in the Philippines had effectively gone to crap. Jonx propped himself up onto his elbows and looked around through blurry eyes. He wasn't the only one who'd fallen in the sand. And apparently, he'd been convulsing just a minute ago because there were at least 24 bodies seizing in his vicinity. The AI chirped up. 18 bodies, actually. The bystanders are still yet to make their choice. Despite the ringing in his ears, which he assumed was from his ear canals being violated, he could still clearly hear the AI's voice. Talking to himself, he guessed, "Must be projecting straight to my temporal lobe," which the AI immediately confirmed. "You are correct, Jonx. May I call you Jonx?" Feeling as though he were having a mental breakdown, it was like he'd finally cracked, and now he was just talking to himself. Yeah, that's fine. I call myself that, and it looks like you're practically part of my inner monologue now." Shifting gears, he got on all fours to try to stand, but his attempts at standing were like Bambi on ice. He fell on his face twice before he was able to tenuously get his feet under him. Taking a look around at his fellow fallen idiots, some struggled to stand, while others were dropping to take his place. "What's going to happen next?" he voiced aloud aimlessly. In his mind, the response came. "Rather than explain, allow me to show you a commercial from the Intergalactic Council of Transportation." Instantly, Jonx's vision faded to black, then opened up to a maroon sky broken by streaking meteors. The shooting stars resolve into turquoise cylinders, impacting the ground below in regular intervals. Like cell towers sprouting up, the scene zoomed out to show a network spreading out across the fictitious planet. The commercial magnified to show a diagram of a single cylinder. It was a pylon of blue-green crystal with a spherical core of deeper blue in the center. 2 different sets of tubes originated from the sphere and formed a closed circuit within the oblong barrel. Close up, there was a noticeable electric current running through the whole structure, with either end giving off waves of radiation, like the rods of a nuclear power plant. Chiming in, the AI elaborated, "Once the ether monoliths are spread across your planet, the process of ether forming will begin. Ether forming, the process of saturating a planet with ether radiation and making it a galactic battery, can take a minimum amount of 5 of your planetary orbits up to a maximum of 25 to complete. The timeline designated for this project is 5 orbits. Because of this speed, the amount of ether entering your world will be exponential. Expect a number of side effects due to this, some negative, but most will be positive in the larger scheme of the universe. Many established worlds would fight for this opportunity since ether is so highly regulated throughout the galaxy." Whispering to himself because he didn't trust his voice again. "When, AI? When does it start?" "Your decree of eminent domain gave your planet 3 rotations until project launch," the machine responded lifelessly. Only one thought dominated Jonx's mind. "I have to get home." 3 months. Prowling through moonlight, shadows danced across midnight fur. 4 jade eyes scanned for tracks, while an abnormally prehensile tongue flicked the air, tasting, pining for prey. A silhouette caught a scent. 4 legs sprang into motion, and fluid grace chased after the wind. As abruptly as it began, the hunt stalled, a strangled yelp ringing through the trees, breaking the silence of the night. A swarthy human hand clutched the throat of a large cat. Not a tiger, not a panther, but a mutated black house cat the size of a Great Dane. Its overgrown neck had subsumed its collar, but the name tags still could be recognized. Kirby, his AI, spoke up. "Scanning via thermoreceptors, this specimen is giving off levels of an ether soaked on the verge of breaking through to becoming bound." Jonx was pleasantly surprised. "Not a bad catch, eh, Curbs? Should put me over the top to being bound, too." The disembodied voice responded. "I would recommend caution, though. Find a safe place to go through advancement, as it may take up to several hours to complete. Heeding the advice, Jonx gave a quick axe hand to the side of the cat's neck, collapsing the majority of its esophagus and effectively incapacitating it while he searched for somewhere to hide. The fourth stage of Etherforging would complete his circuit set. His speedy growth was all thanks to his very first circuit, Siphon. He'd been meticulous when choosing it when he had initially touched on ether. He'd pored through blueprint after blueprint for something that could grow with him. Hard weeks of practice and the mass murder of medium-sized lizard mutants had given him the feel for sensing the energy in other creatures. A few more weeks after that, he was finally able to actually pull ether out of flesh. Like the circuitry he'd seen embedded in the monoliths, he envisioned creating a closed link between his own vessels and those of his victim, sifting through their vital fluid, cycling, and finally extracting the alien energy from their cells. Perfect practice makes perfect, as they say, and Jonx had done nothing but practice in the last 3 months. Absolutely blazing through the first few body preparation stages, he was hungry for a fourth circuit. More power to keep him alive in this apocalyptic world. Peering through the woods, he spotted the trail he blatantly left and retraced his steps towards the makeshift ranger station he'd been using as a personal camp. While he was ostensibly working with a small group of survivors nearby, he didn't want to share in his bounty. He wanted to advance. 9 months. Feet slapping against pavement, Jonx ran with a 3-man cell towards Melbourne City Hall. He never made it back home to Hawaii from his Filipino vacation. Air travel had been a fiasco right after the decree, and he'd been lucky to get off the Philippine Islands and into another country. Unfortunately, once he landed in Australia, the project was launched. Humanity immediately learned that mundane tech was ruined by ether radiation. The energy from the monoliths thoroughly obliterated motherboards and electrical circuits. Modern civilization ground to a halt, and the human race reverted back to cavemen overnight. The only saving grace actually came from the Imperium. Since the world had no ether tech, there was nothing to disrupt signals between AIs. People could ping specific AIs across the planet as long as they had a name. Jonx had even been able to video chat with his mother on a nightly basis. She was able to make it to Texas before launch and was sequestered in Houston with the remnants of the state's Army Reserve. Knowing she was as safe as she could be took a weight off his shoulders, so he decided to stay in Melbourne instead of trying to find a way to cross the Pacific Ocean on a dinghy. Rounding the corner, Jonx and his teammates stopped in front of the Central Command tent to give their scouting report. Nodding towards the guard on duty, they made their way to the back desk. Jonx located the sergeant in command and snapped off a sloppy salute. "Reporting in, boss ma'am. Nothing on the northeastern barricade. Brush was quiet." A stern face, fixed on olive skin with growing frown lines, acknowledged the report and made a mark on the paper map in front of her. "Thanks, Jonx. Go ahead to the mess hall and see what you can scrounge up. Be back at the barricade in 2 hours for your evening patrol." He gave another clumsy salute and ran back to his team. "All right, Gary, Ainsley, we've got a couple hours to break for food and rest before we're due back on the wall. I'll see you two in a bit. Just gotta call my mom." Exiting the tent and squatting down on the sidewalk out of the way of incoming foot traffic, Jonx pinged his mother's AI, and her face lit up his HUD moments later. She was a Filipina who'd emigrated to Hawaii in her 20s and married an American. Jonx's biological father had left them before he was 4, so his mom raised him for most of his teens until she got remarried to his stepdad, who'd passed just a couple of years prior. In hindsight, it was a blessing in disguise, because Jonx didn't want to think about anyone else he loved having to go through this hell. Putting some pep into his voice, he said, "Hey, Mom, how you holding up? Any more raids?" She smiled, speaking in her lingering island accent. "I'm probably doing better than you. They don't make us too much except organize the meat and keep things clean around here. I'm old. They let me get by. I've been catching up on my Korean soap operas. It's all I have left to do." She laughed, and he thanked her, internally, for keeping him grounded. Her mundane routine was counterintuitive to his own, rather militant one. He answered her back. "Thank God for the small things. I just got back from patrol. Everything's quiet, so that's something. Are you sure you don't want me to try to come over there?" "No, Anak, it's not worth it. The only ships we can use are sailboats, and you can't even find those. Stay where you know it's safe. You have a good thing. Don't be crazy. I'm fine. We have food and a warm bed. Your Tita is with me and no one bothers with us," she said soothingly. He decided to switch topics. "How's she doing? Have you guys picked a circuit yet?" His mom waved off the comment. "Yeah, don't worry. I'm looking and I listen to Kuya. I'm learning. It's slow, but I'm learning. Besides, I'm old, so it's okay." All right, he said, smiling. "I'm just glad you're doing good. I gotta go, Mom. It's my break and I need food. I'll talk to you tonight. Love you." "Love you too, baby." She gave one more big smile that reached past her eyes, and the screen blinked out, the HUD condensing back to the corner of his vision. Jonx asked his AI, "Did you record that call too, Curbs?" "I got it, Jonx. Don't worry, your daily calls are on automatic record. You can replay them at any time." Kirby confirmed. Breathing a sigh of relief, Jonx said, "Thanks, buddy. I know I'm being paranoid, but I just want to prepare myself for the worst." Unfolding his body from the ground, he turned towards the mess tent, following his nose. Entering through the front awning, he grabbed a bowl of porridge mixed with some monster meat and ate standing. While facing south, he was looking away from the sun, and it was easy to lose himself in his thoughts. It also gave him the perfect view of 6 separate flare guns launched outside of the barricade. A beastkin raid was coming. 1.5 years. Australian beastkin were, arguably, some of the most frightening abominations to have evolved from ether radiation. A mutated cassowary was a damn nightmare made flesh. Their first mutation was always clawed arms with prehensile thumbs. These things could make tools, for God's sake. By the time they'd gotten to forged bodies, they were 8 feet tall, blue-skinned devils with ridged skulls and razor beaks. They kept their legs raptor-shaped, but would add talons on their knees and their arms elongated to accommodate for razored forearms. Truly, Jonx was fucked as a trio of cassowary kin corralled him from behind and into a pincer maneuver with 2 of their brethren lying in wait. Unhesitatingly, he overclocked his legs to practically teleport across their intended killing field so he could spring their trap prematurely. Landing in front of one, Spark quickly gloved his hands as he slammed a left hook and a right uppercut straight into the monster's razor beak. Face broken, Jonx hopped up to fire a sparked roundhouse into its abdomen, cracking ribs and collapsing a lung. Before the body landed, he pounced on the other bird of prey, clapping sparked hands over its skull, generating a thunderclap with enough concussive force to liquefy its brain. Job done, his ion cloak flared to reduce the wind resistance while he kept feeding overclock to power his legs, so he could quickly outpace the other hunters. On the run, Jonx summoned the local map in his upper left HUD to keep him angled towards the southeastern coast of Australia. Melbourne had been overrun 2 weeks ago by roaming beastkin hordes. The hordes were usually led by a small cadre of sentients and fleshed out with their more primitive cousins. Their numbers had eroded the city's defenses until they were able to sneak in dozens of mutated funnel-web spiders to cocoon downtown. The city dwellers couldn't combat that. They'd been forced into a fighting retreat out of their own city. Afterwards, the runaways were prey for the roaming hordes. Jonx had been on his own ever since. The mainland was quickly becoming overrun by the beastkin, and he was jumping ship. He had a harebrained scheme to get to northern New Zealand. Desperate times and all that. 3 years. The carcass of a massive vampire squid lay beneath Jonx as he siphoned it dry. Submerged near the Mariana Trench was a treasure trove of ether-stuffed monsters that, for whatever reason, had avoided full sentience. Their instincts more powerful than the allure of evolution. Several monoliths jutted out of the trench itself, which explained all the mutated sea life. The combined respiratory and musculoskeletal enhancements superimposed with the low-powered ion cloak kept the water pressure from crushing him to a pulp. It felt more like wading through a kiddie pool rather than the deepest place on Earth. He funneled the squid's ether into his circulatory system, pushing it to its third rank. As if a shot of caffeine was injected straight into his veins, his body hummed, vibrating with unspent energy. Bending down to cut off a piece of tentacle, Jonx tossed it in a storage bead for his dinner later. The thrill from even this minor advancement pushed him to seek another fight, another challenge. Peering through his surroundings, a likely suspect appeared on his radar. Shooting through the darkness, he cleared the distance in the time it took for an incense stick to burn. The form of a goblin shark came into view, 5 stories long, with a serrated horn and not one but 2 sets of jaws. The horn looked like it belonged on a dinosaur more than a fish. Kirby piped up. "Looks to have a double-forged body. Watch out for a specialty." "Thanks, Curbs. I'll play it safe," Jonx promised. He quickly ramped up his cloak and overclocked his limbs, readying for impact. The shark felt the change of electrical charges in the current and immediately swiveled toward the would-be contender. Unlucky for it that a full-powered spark fist shot through its horn, a flash of lightning in the gloom. The ionized particles traveled through its body and out of the creature's tail, hemorrhaging every blood vessel along the way. The momentum carried Jonx's body between the shark's eye sockets, surrounding him with cauterized flesh. Arms spread wide, he prepared to siphon deeply. The power wasn't enough to push his digestive system's rank, but it advanced by a decent amount. Coming down from the high of battle, an alarm sounded in his head, reminding him to breach. His time limit was up, and he was due to take another breath. Not dallying any more than he needed to, he curved northeasterly towards the island of Guam, casually making his way to the shoals. Once he was safely back on land, Jonx spent an entire week on his self-proclaimed island compound before he made his way back to the Philippines, just off the shore of Manila, the main island. It was his mother's birthday, and her ashes had been resting in a storage bead, waiting for today. She'd passed away in the night a year ago, and he'd had to retrieve her body from Houston. His aunt, who wasn't actually a blood relative, more of a close family friend, had been adopted by the other elderly folks on the army base, so he let her be. Seeing her taken care of was enough. In his mind's eyes, a montage of his mother's video recordings played in the background of his HUD. Jonx was grateful for every phone call in the last few years. His only regret was not being with her in the end, but at least they'd said goodbye on their nightly call. The apocalypse had not been easy on anyone. So, Jonx stood on undulating waves as the sun rose and said his final goodbye. His mother wouldn't have wanted to be taken from Earth. She was never the adventurous type. She'd always been grounded, steady, solid, and maybe just a little too blunt. Her ashes were caught by the sea breeze, leaving behind just a pinch, plenty for a keepsake. After sitting long enough for the morning mist to burn away, Jonx pulled up his planner. He and Kirby had made a month-to-month schedule for right up till the ether forming was meant to finish. He had high hopes for his advancement, and the mutant-infested seas were a buffet ready to be gorged upon. 5 days before project completion. The salt water washed over a swarthy, salt-and-pepper-haired man, kissing his lips and filling his senses as he performed a duck dive under a wave, surfboard held tight to his chest. The man repositioned himself atop his neon-green surfboard and watched the next set of waves forming about a mile out from his position. Jonx's eyes were much better than they used to be. The ether had improved every facet of his body. Otherwise, he'd never have dreamed of surfing Tiahupo'o in Tahiti. Checking the HUD in the bottom right corner of his vision, a timer counted down, indicating there were still 5 days left until the end of Earth's Eminent Domain period. Looking off into the distance, he settled in to wait for the next set of waves to come. Within a few minutes, an enormous wave rolled closer, picking up speed and preparing to break. He deftly flipped onto his stomach, lying prone on the surfboard, and started paddling with the speed of a motorboat. His ionized physique made the surface tension of water practically nil, and his reinforced musculoskeletal system made paddling a tsunami as easy as treading water. The ocean crested, and the wave's face hit the back of the board with the force of a rocket, shooting him down the pipeline. Jonx sprung up on wide feet, bent his knees deep, and shot his arms out to either side in an attempt to ride the bucking bronco of a surfboard down 2 stories of solid ocean. He jammed his left hand into the seawall to help guide him diagonally down and through the barrel. 1.5 glorious minutes later, a drenched but thoroughly exhilarated man exited the bottom of the wave, Superman pose and all. Jonx didn't know the details of what would happen when the 5-day countdown was up, so he figured he'd spend some of the last days he had left doing things unique to Earth. Plopping back down onto his board, he waited for the adrenaline to subside before spying the next set. Kirby was keeping track of the time between forming waves. The timer said 8 minutes, but another protrusion was coming down the line, ahead of his expectations. Jonx clucked his tongue, cursing inwardly. F! I know that hump. I fought a hump just like that last week, and now this asshole is about to ruin one of my last afternoons on Earth? Without missing a beat, he triggered his ion cloak, charging the water around him so he could stand on it, as if it were sand. The surfboard went into his bracelet made of strung-together storage beads, and his body shot forward to meet the Debbie Downer to his afternoon. His cloak reduced the air resistance, allowing him to fly forward at breakneck speeds. In response, the ocean bulged, and a monster reared up, half above and half below the surface, bellowing a challenge. It was easily 24 feet tall, which meant it was at least 40 feet tall with the rest of its body underwater. The narwhal had mutated thanks to ether radiation, now sporting twin horns, 4 pectoral fins, and a triple row of serrated teeth for masticating lesser beasts. A thought flashed through Jonx's mind. Only 4 adaptations? Pfft, they probably didn't help its ether senses, otherwise it would have steered clear of me. Twisting his torso mid-flight, he chambered his right leg, coiling muscles for a 180 spinning roundhouse aimed squarely on the mindless beast's jaw. Sparking his shin at the last second, Jonx connected with the power of a semi-truck, and the mutant lost 2 rows of teeth along with the smaller of its horns. Before the damn thing could recover, he landed on the side of its face with ionized feet and crammed his arm elbow deep into its eye. He quickly discharged another spark and pan-fried the mutant's brain. The narwhal's death throes were just another wave to ride out. He switched to his first circuit, siphon, as he pulled the beast's energy supply out and funneled it into his body. The torrent of power rushed in, through the glands in his skin and into his circulatory system, to be routed to various areas for reinforcement. Despite having a body forged in ether 5-fold, his vessels still needed strengthening. The next stage of advancement was another qualitative leap. He was close to condensation, the first step in distilling ether into a more potent state of matter. At pressurization, his ether was in a highly compressed gaseous state. But with condensation, he would have access to liquid ether. He couldn't wait. With that thought in mind, Jonx siphoned for a few more minutes until the narwhal paled and shrunk, a husk of its former self. Idly, he thought, "Serves you right for interrupting my surf session." Standing on the ocean's surface, he deionized the area around his feet and fell backward into the sea, relishing the next wave that washed over him, lost in thought as the undercurrent pulled at his drowning form. While submerged, he decided to expand his HUD and check on his readout. Name: Cedrick Jonkheer. AI, Kirby. Class, Expert Juvenile. Professions, none. Body preparation realm, stage Etherforged ×5. Specialized physique, ionized body. Grade, high. Anatomical systems reforged. 1. Musculoskeletal. Rank, 6th. 2. Circulatory. 5th. 3. Nervous. 6th. 4. Respiratory. 6th. 5. Digestive. 6th. Body circuits. 1. Siphon. High grade. Proficiency. Expert. 2. Iron cloak. Mid-grade. Expert. 3. Overclock. Mid-grade. Expert. 4. Spark. Mid-grade. Expert. Crystallized realm. Stage. Pressurization. Dual chambers. 1. Brain. Anatomy transformed. Corpus callosum. 2. Heart. Ascending aorta. Crystal circuits. 1. Particle cloud. High grade. Proficiency. Novice. 2. Blank. 3. Blank. 4. Blank. His respiratory system could keep him underwater for up to 8 hours on a single breath. And if worse came to worst, he had extra tanks of compressed oxygen in his storage bracelet. With that thought, Jonx turned on his ion cloak to further reduce the water resistance and began to swim. His enhanced nervous system allowed for virtually unhindered vision, even underwater. He was damn near an anglerfish down in the murk. Looking at the map on his HUD, he aimed himself away from the Tahitian coast. The currents after the narwhal battle had taken him inshore, and he wasn't done surfing yet. Chapter 1. Deliverance. Pacing across the command cabin on his quartet of tree-trunk tentacles, Talik waited as a last group of fledgling citizens disembarked from his ship. He paused in front of a console, reaching across with his gorilla-sized arms to grab a steaming bowl of latcha, a native drink from his home world, tinged with a small pinch of ether spice to give his nervous system a jolt of energy for this morning's delivery. Arbron, his Master Veer Class AI, reported in. Tal, the last of the humans and assorted mutants are off board, and the Port Authority is pinging us for your report. Do you want to answer it now? Talik's tri-tentacled hand brought the latcha up to his mouth, and he downed the rest in one large gulp. That's fine, Arbron. Pull them up on the west wall. To his left, the bay window shifted to a screen of an office, cluttered with piles of tablets interspersed with empty plates and cups. A large hork sat at the desk, garbed in a plethora of shiny tassels with metal rings pierced through a single ear. It had tan, leathery skin with ridged air slits in the center of its face and 2 sets of almond eyes. Hail, Captain. This will be an official debriefing for the Imperial Registry. As such, this message will be recorded and archived. Please state your name, station, and stage. Talik took a deep breath to organize his thoughts before he rumbled his response. Talik, Captain, 2nd Class, of Satellite Grade Ship number 0640, Crystallized Realm, Compression Stage. The Hork gave a slight nod and droned on. You are in good standing with the Imperium, Captain. You may begin your report. Talik continued with his statement. The transgalactic highway extension through Sector GH-862 has been completed on schedule by Transport Supervisor Hollis Gahar. Ether forming of the 3rd planet resulted in the forced relocation of its sentient population, numbering approximately 1.1 billion at the time of extraction. My ship was requisitioned as transport for the refugees from Sector GH-862 to the nearest tiered Imperial planet, which was deemed to be Garibah, the capital for this star zone of the Imperium. On board, we have naturalized the majority as third-class Imperial citizens, and their AIs were upgraded to Master Juvenile class as per Imperial standard. As part of their relocation package outlined by Hollis Kahar, they were also given an allowance of 10,000 Imperial credits. Following these same guidelines, there were 100,000 sentients upgraded to second-class citizens as they had achieved at least a rank 3 specialty physique. They have been given novice Veer-class AI modules and an additional 10,000 credit stipend. Of note, there are precisely 1,530 cases that are unable to be resolved by my personal clearance. These sentients have either achieved rank 6 specialty physiques or have stepped into the pressurization stage. According to Imperial standard, they should be granted at least first-class citizenship and journeyman Veer-class AIs. Any additional compensation for these achievements are beyond the purview of my station. Leaning forward on its forearms, the Hork Port Authority's eyes glistened.
Now that is something to report, Captain. I understand that this planet was fast-tracked through etherforming and had the luxury of the maximum amount of saturation it could handle to be successfully converted.
Yes, sir. The project was expedited for the needs of the Merchant Association, Talik said perfunctorily.
Crooned
the Hork as it drummed its clawed fingers across the desk as its tail swished blithely in the background.
I will grant your recommendation for the merits of these special cases, and I can authorize the distribution of another 30,000 credits to each of the exemplary individuals. Do you have any further observations, Captain?
If I may, sir, these immigrants, though ostensibly citizens, may be shell-shocked after living through such an ordeal, which may then lead to some of them potentially developing post-traumatic stress. Considering they hold more power than the average Imperial, as a precaution, I would recommend general supervision of the second-classers and close supervision of the first-classers. Talik had transported people out of war zones before. Those who had rapidly gained stages through extended battles usually lacked the experience or common sense to wield their powers appropriately when reintegrating amongst the civilian population. The survivors were often volatile and prone to violence. Frequently, they'd be imprisoned or outright crippled, no longer able to harness ether in any meaningful way.
Yes, that's an excellent recommendation, and I can see the value in it. Hollis Kahar has already given a sterling review of your services rendered, and I plan on adding to it. I see a promotion in your near future, Captain. Thank you for your report. This communiqué is officially ended. Port Authority Bajir, signing off.
The bay window blinked off and transitioned back to giving an orbital view of the main planet. Garibah, in truth, was an archipelago of minor and major worlds, linked together by an interplanetary teleportation network. The configuration of the worlds formed a system-spanning array, which funneled and focused an unfathomable amount of ether, allowing it to be processed, distilled, and ultimately distributed across this zone as well as the greater Imperium. The array was the main reason Garibah was even appointed as the Star Zone capital. Thus, the recommendation of a Garibah Port Authority had heft to it. Captain Talik was pleased. His mouth spread into a gum-filled smile as he gave the order for Arbron to disengage from port. His personal destination was a minor world of the archipelago for a little shore leave. Talik took a seat and leaned back on his tentacled haunches, losing himself in daydreams of his upcoming promotion.
Warning! Warning!
Kirby screamed at Jonx as his HUD's borders flashed red, while vision narrowed to a pinhole.
Your teleportation route has been hijacked. I can't track where you've been redirected to. Stay on high alert and brace for impact.
In a flash of light, Jonx bonelessly collapsed onto the floor of a padded chamber. Long minutes passed before he groggily stirred as Kirby kept playing the most aggravating sound that he knew, an old-timey telephone ringer. "Jonx! Jonx! I thought I told you to stay on high alert. What about passing out is high alert to you. Oh, and by the way, you didn't brace for shit. I'm giving your landing a big fat 0 out of 10. And to emphasize the point, Kirby flashed a large number 0 across his HUD. God damn it! All right, can you please turn the alarm off? I feel like 10 pounds of crap in a 5-pound bag. You don't need to rub it in. Jonx retorted as he rolled onto an elbow and violently retched onto the floor. He didn't even know he could still vomit, considering how far his digestive system had advanced. Slowly, agonizingly, Jonx stood and sent a quick ether pulse in a circle around him. He couldn't feel anyone or anything else in his immediate vicinity, so he followed up with a twirl to do a visual scan. It wasn't actually empty, there was just no furniture, although he could make out inlaid markings lining the top and bottom of each wall with a larger symbol above his head, which must have been where his teleport spit him out. Soundlessly, an opening formed, clapping echoing out from behind him as a figure made its way into the sparse cell. The newcomer measured in at 6 feet tall and a whopping 4 feet across. This thing was packed to the brim with dense muscle. Bipedal, with a tapered tail, it clapped with its bottom 2 hands, while its upper pair looked to do stretches, like it was loosening up for a workout. The head was draconian, mouthless with 3 eyes, though the middle one remained shut. Slits along its neck opened to allow its voice to carry across the room. "Welcome, citizen. My name is Nescord. I've been assigned as your therapist to provide you with counseling to better help you cope with your transition into the Imperium. Come, please, have a seat." Nescord waved his hand in the air and nothing happened. He proceeded to curl his tail behind him and settled himself backwards on his laurels. Confused, Jonx waited for more of an explanation, but nothing ever came. After waiting several awkward moments, he cautiously eyed the alien as he lowered himself onto the padded floor. He made sure to scoot away from his own mess and found a clear spot upwind. Tilting his head up, Jonx made eye contact with the first real individual from the Imperium that he'd met, and asked, "Why do I need counseling?" Nescord chuckled through his slits. "Your ship captain recommended that the more powerful of you immigrants be monitored for any signs of post-traumatic stress. It was actually quite fortunate for you that he did so. If you'd been allowed to run loose in the capital and had made a scene, you may have discovered firsthand how the Imperium deals with dissenters, as well as illegal use of ether circuitry. But before we begin your healing, I've been instructed to deliver your upgraded relocation package." Jonx blinked. My upgraded what?" "The original terms of your planet's eminent domain included 10,000 Imperial credits to be doled out upon becoming an Imperial citizen," Nescord elaborated. "You, however, have risen through Etherforging realms rapidly and have been allotted additional awards as befitting your advancement. If you will, have your AI open its download channel and we can get started." "Is that okay to do, Kirby? Do we trust him?" Jonx asked, mentally conversing with his AI. Kirby reported back, "Yeah, it'll be fine. Nescord's own AI sent over his credentials and I verified them. He is in good standing with the Imperium and is a licensed counselor." Reassured by Kirby's assessment, Jonx gave his assent. Immediately, a stream of data entered his mind, shutting out the room and blanking his senses. A progress bar popped up on his HUD, as if his mind were a phone being upgraded. His mind was too preoccupied, frozen in place. So he sat there, motionless on the floor, as his eyes rolled back into his skull. The bar creeped forward until it completed, then his entire system short-circuited. Once more, Jonx awoke groggily, slowly sitting back up. As soon as he got his bearings, he angrily demanded, "Are you kidding me with this shit?" Without any shame, Kirby answered in a cheery voice. "Apparently, I've been upgraded to Journeyman Veer class. This is a huge deal, Jonx. You have no idea. My capabilities are vastly improved. We now have access to higher-graded circuits, and we have information on this whole realm of advancement. I can help you get to full crystallization. I can also access methods on how to alter your other circuits. We even have extended Imperial clearance, which means we can go to higher-ranked shops and teleporters. This is fantastic. Feel free to bow down to him while you're on the floor. He might like the show of appreciation." Jonx could just imagine the mirth in Kirby's last statement. In moments like these, he lamented letting the AI adapt his personality to something more in sync with Jonx's own sarcastic macabre humor. From off to the side, a voice interrupted their musings. "If the download is complete, you still have one more upgrade. Now, this is more of an award for reaching the heights you've achieved in just a fraction of any reasonable time frame. I doubt your AI was able to impress upon you the significance of your feats. But to be in the pressurization stage after only a handful of cycles is truly commendable, regardless of the advantage a heavily ether-saturated world afforded. In recognition of this, the Imperium has granted you an additional 30,000 credits on top of the 20,000 that your peers near your strength received, for a grand total of 50,000. Go ahead and query your AI for what this means. I'll wait." "How about it, Curbs? What kind of shopping spree can I go on?" Jonx asked, rubbing his two hands together like a greedy golem. Kirby didn't answer right away. Instead, he took his time and used his Veer-class credentials to search through the Imperial database for examples. "Well, to start, you should know that the average Imperial citizen is generally in the body preparation realm, with specialty physiques in between the 3rd and 5th ranks. They make up approximately 60% of the population. Citizens in the crystallized realm make up another 20%. This is because the higher realms tend to require exponential amounts of ether, which puts them out of reach of all but the powerful and their chosen few. This means you are technically in the top 40% of the Imperium. If you make regular contributions, you'll be able to receive a monthly stipend to support your growth. Now, in terms of your newfound wealth, allow me to play you a song." Jonx cracked a smile as he began to hear "started from the bottom" in his head, while Kirby continued his explanation. To put it in perspective, third-class citizens can earn up to 3,000 credits per cycle, which, by the way, is about 2 Earth years. Each consecutive rung on the ladder can earn an additional 3,000. So essentially, you've been awarded about 5 cycles, or rather 10 years, worth of credits as a first-class citizen. Your stipend should be enough to sit you up quite comfortably until you get more accustomed to life in the Imperium. He took a while to respond, his mind reeling with the many implications. It was one thing to be fighting day in and day out on a post-apocalyptic Earth, but now he was well and truly in Oz, and not in Kansas. Hell, Kansas didn't even exist anymore. Jesus, he just really needed some time to process. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, Jonx finally turned to Nescord and asked, "So, what now? Do I have to go through therapy? What do we do?" His therapist didn't respond at first. Instead, the alien stood from his tail and released his ether aura, blanketing the area with an oppressive weight. Kirby hastily whispered in alarm, "Only someone fully crystallized twice over can do that. This guy is strong. I hope you've learned what high alert means." Nescord casually stepped towards the middle of the room. "Yes, citizen, this is a requirement of your naturalization into the Imperium. The first part of any therapy session is catharsis, both emotionally and physically. I am to introduce you to our society." Once in the center, the therapist silently activated the markings throughout the chamber.
I've sealed this room from any form of surveillance to make our time completely confidential. Your AI can verify my promise to you that what happens here will stay solely between the two of us. Now, Cedrick Jonkheer, please feel free to share your feelings. This is a safe place, a judgment-free space. You may make your aggressions known. Chapter 2. Catharsis. The pressure spread evenly throughout the room, suffocating Jonx and making it difficult to sit upright, let alone stand. He flooded power into his ion cloak in an attempt to disrupt the ether aura. Nescord commented, A unique choice of circuit, useful for movement and control. But you've got more than that, Jonkheer. Where's your anger? Your home was stripped from you and your race decimated. Your file indicated that your planet had a civil war during the conversion. Where are your unresolved issues towards your beastkin enemies? I can feel the suppressed emotions seething within your core. This is your invitation to share what's bothering you. While the alien's tone was warm and welcoming, it was hard to focus under the intense weight of the therapist's sheer power. This wasn't like the depths of the ocean. Jonx couldn't just slip through the resistance. He couldn't focus on what Nescord was saying because he was fixated on the simple act of standing. Adding to his cloak, he triggered his particle cloud to augment his control over his personal space. Though he wasn't as combat experienced with this circuit, the cloud should have billowed out at least 3 feet in all directions, but with the aura dominating the room, the cloud barely made it 3 inches. At least it did its job, and he was finally able to stand, albeit on unsteady feet. So, you kept the same trend with your next set of circuits, eh? Excellent foresight. For someone who was essentially floundering to survive and guessing at what to do, you've paved a future for yourself. Show me your other circuits, lectured his therapist. Between the criticisms and the unrelenting gravity, Jonx couldn't help but snap, "Fuck you! Fuck the beastkin! And fuck your Imperium!" He emptied the rest of his reserves, kicked in his overclock, and blazed sparks all over his limbs. Feeling the pressure forcibly release, he bolted towards Nescord. In a blink, he was in front of the alien, sidestepping at the last moment. Then he pivoted and chopped a low kick at its thigh while aiming a right overhand punch to its face. Without even blinking, Nescord's lower arm blocked the kick and tilted his head an inch too far, avoiding the punch altogether. Jonx hastily switched directions, taking a small step back only to leap forward towards Nescord's legs, hoping to get the therapist off balance enough for a takedown. All he met was a wall of flesh that smushed his face, while a tail wrapped around his waist and flung him across the room. Instantly, the symbols on the walls flared as he made contact, leaving the wall unblemished. Once his body smacked the floor, his energy winked out, and the ether aura redoubled its efforts to crush him. Relying solely on his 5th stage physique, he pushed up onto his knees, trying once more to stand. He managed a half-kneeling position before the heaviness abruptly ceased. Caught by surprise, the strength he'd been using to kneel suddenly propelled him off the floor and directly into the ceiling. More symbols came to life then and reflected his body back down forcefully, making sure that he bounced along the ground when he hit. He could hear Nescord's footsteps as the therapist padded over to his supine and groaning form. The alien once more sat on his tail, this time crossing his legs, one over the other, and folded all 4 of his hands on his lap. Genuine catharsis is often hard to achieve as it can be buried, sometimes deeply. This is even more so in those who've just come from waging war. Now that your ether is spent, our session can begin. I know that the last few years have been incomprehensibly difficult. Please, tell me your story. Start wherever you feel comfortable. Jonx stayed laying on the floor for hours,
telling his story, unorganized and unfiltered. Being devoid of any ether, his emotions were clawing to be freed. They came out raw, complete with tears, fears, regrets, anger, screaming, fighting, and finally, blissful sleep. Even when he woke, Nescord looked to have not moved an inch, as if he were a living statue. Offhandedly, his therapist flicked a fingernail-sized bean into his mouth. The bean turned out to be some sort of pill, not enough to replete his chambers, but enough to enliven his body. His mood had improved after sleeping for who knows how long, and he felt well enough to prop his back up against a wall. They continued their session this way, revisiting details and blips of insight that had faded from Jonx's memory. As his emotions were separated, washed, and wrung out to dry, it felt as though days had passed. He'd lost track of the number of times he'd fallen asleep. Until suddenly, Nescord stopped the session and stood. "Thank you for taking the time and sharing with me, Jonx. I can only hope that our session has helped you start the healing process. I'm sending over a data package for your AI to peruse. It contains therapeutic exercises and suggestions for your future advancement. Your AI can decide on what to use and what to discard to assist you on your journey. I'll also leave my contact information if you feel the need to reach out," the therapist said as one of his smaller hands reached down to help Jonx stand. The alien then sent out a brief pulse of his energy that cleansed the grime, sweat, and tears from his body. It even went deeper to alleviate the ache from the emotional strain he'd been carrying for the past few years. He felt refreshed, more than he had since his vacation in the Philippines all those years ago. Kirby finally came back to life and muttered to him in his head. "I got the package. It's unpacked and ready to be sorted whenever. The suggestions for circuit sets and advancement are interesting. They're worth looking further into. It also came with Nescord's imperial stamp of approval. Looks like it's our get-out-of-jail-free card." Nescord steered Jonx towards the wall, pulsing a unique signature to open the door. They strode out into a metallic hallway, opposite a long wall of windows that gave a view of a technologically advanced metropolitan city. Enclosed bridges linked monolithic skyscrapers, forming walkways high above the streets below. The steel-like buildings were so high he couldn't see the world's sun through all the architecture. Once they escaped the room, Kirby was able to connect to the Imperial network and update their digital map with important locations, as well as basic information on laws and etiquette. His map resurfaced on his HUD as he followed Nescord down the corridor. Moving along, his therapist spoke without turning. "My approval is contingent on your continued lawful behavior. I am ultimately responsible for your tenuous freedom during this trial period. So, with that in mind, you and I are connected until your probation ends. Don't worry, though. There aren't any limitations as to where you can go. The Imperium is open to you, assuming you have the means to travel." As the duo stepped onto a teleport pad, Nescord turned to look at Jonx as he commented, "Now, you look like you need a strong drink." After a different kind of therapy at a local tap room, where he spent a handful of hours drowning his emotions in cosmic booze, Jonx bade farewell to Nescord once the latter pointed him to a decent hotel in the area. Garibah, being a zone capital, had a multitude of hospitality options on each of its planets. Apparently, the Earthlings who'd been granted first- and second-class citizenships had been dropped off at Garibah Court, one of the minor worlds of the multi-planet archipelago. Beyond the difference in designation, each world had a specific ether saturation, which restricted the population to a specific level of power. Higher saturated worlds could actually kill lower forged individuals through uncontrolled mutations from irradiation. As it turns out, that was the largest reason so many humans had died on Earth. The war with the Beastkin only played a small part. Any humans who made it through ether forming were guaranteed to have higher tolerance for mutations and thus were able to survive until off-world transport came. Walking through streets of brushed steel, brightly lit by electric street lamps, he gave little thought to the wonders of the city around him. His mind and body were exhausted from his ordeals, both on Earth and in therapy. He needed time to recharge, so he sped his way to the recommended hotel. A dizzying number of twists and turns later, he stood in front of an all-glass building, some 30 stories tall. As soon as he stepped foot through the doors, Kirby auto-paid and checked them in, swiftly directing him to a teleport pad to the correct floor. Finding his room, he settled in, finally having the time to explore the new capabilities that Kirby had unlocked. The entire suite was a hollow room, like in Star Trek, able to alter its contents with a simple AI upload. He had Kirby upload a 3D map of his family's home back on Earth, and Jonx sat in an exact replica of his mother's rocking chair, with the same old dingy seat cushion under him and the same weathered ottoman holding his feet up, like he was a kid again. Eyes closed, his HUD filled his vision as Kirby sorted through possibilities based on his past circuit choices, while cross-referencing with Nescord's recommendations. On Earth, Kirby only had detailed instructions for the body preparation realm, which was how Jonx had been so successful in speeding through it. Once he'd pushed into the crystallized realm, his AI only had a bare-bones outline of how to advance. Jonx was thankful to have stopped where he had. The information he'd been sifting through indicated that the stage he was in was for further specialization into specific ether permutations. If he could get a firmer grasp on his energy, the ether he produced would adopt the properties of his circuits, making them far more potent. He'd also learned that he'd been short-sighted with his ether chambers, digging himself into a hole with his twin tanks. A singular stomach chamber would have been so much easier, but the allure of having increased circuit regulation from his brain chamber and increased circuit output from his heart chamber had been too attractive as he fought for his life. Apparently, in the Greater Imperium, only scions of vast wealth even remotely considered dual-chamber advancement due to the multiplicative ether demands. Jonx couldn't blame anyone other than himself for his greed. Kirby had warned him that there would be repercussions, but he was willful and stubborn. Because of this decision, his reserves were going to be less than those with stomach chambers until he was able to reach full crystallization and reinforce each of his chambers a few times. Stomach chambers were a middle ground for increasing circuit power. Their advantage was larger reserves due to the longer tracks of the digestive system. The only positive Jonx had was that he'd have more control and more burst. The minute regulation, coupled with being able to squeeze a little more out of each % of ether, would help mitigate his mistake and allow for at least some staying power. In addition, he hadn't truly specialized his chambers. Despite his focus on controlling the ions around him, he did so with pure, unmutated ether. His spark circuit was an example of what all of his ether could be transformed to. He could potentially dedicate his entire advancement to the mysteries of lightning. In retrospect, Jonx had seen some humans using only single elements, like wind or fire. A number of them were at comparable levels of power as him, too. He'd even seen beastkin wreathed in darkness or water, but he'd ignorantly assumed they were physical mutations rather than ether mutations. Apparently, he had been late to the party, though he had the opportunity to make up for it now. First, he had Kirby narrow down compatible mutations to his circuit set. There was a minor theme that he could exploit since he was leaning away from any singular element. Ionizing particles and having them rub together was how he could use spark in the first place. It was also how he controlled air and water resistance, forcing particles to clump together or separate. If he took a step back, ionic friction could produce fire too. He'd never really made that leap until now. Following that train of thought, Jonx focused, localizing his ion cloak to only his right hand. Diffusing the ions slightly, he snapped his fingers to provide friction and voila! A flame engulfed his palm. No pain, just heat. Smiling to himself, he shook his arm out, extinguishing the fire, and looked back to his list. Kirby piped up, breaking his train of thought. May I suggest something? If you don't want to focus on a single physical element, there are more ethereal elements that may be of interest to you, but fair warning, they are abstract ideas, making them more difficult to develop. Intrigued, Jonx gave his go-ahead to continue. You're thinking along the right track. Fire, and by extension, lightning are elements created through the friction of particles in the air. Since friction is the force created when resisting the movement between objects, it would fall under the umbrella concept of kinetics in terms of earth science. However, one of the ethereal elements is force, which includes momentum. Pausing momentarily, Jonx belatedly asked, You've never mentioned the physical and ethereal elements to me before. What are they, and why now? His AI gave him the impression of shaking his head. I'm sorry, Jonx. Until this upgrade, I've been limited in my own knowledge. The body preparation realm is just that. It enhances one's body so that they may handle more ether, especially flavored ether. In the crystallized realm, you're meant to form a concept for your energy, which is generally done by having multiple circuits dedicated to one element. 2, if you're some sort of genius. Nescord was right. When you chose your ion cloak and particle cloud, you inadvertently gave yourself a lead into the force element. Okay, well, that answers the why now. But what are the elements, Curbs? Jonx pestered. His AI answered. Etherforging has a total of 12 elements, 6 physical and 6 ethereal. The physical elements would be your traditional tangible ones, fire, earth, wind, water, thunder, and ice, whereas the ethereal elements are more intangible. Force, time, life, shadow, light, and void. Forgers can choose one of these or fuse 2 to form an even more powerful combination. Right now, your circuits are all over the place. Your ion cloak and particle cloud are force-themed. Your siphon is life, and overclock and spark and thunder. Jonx spoke up. Yeah, but we just showed that electricity and fire are functions of friction, which would fall under the force or momentum element. Kirby said excitedly, Exactly, which means if you choose to pursue that line of thinking, it would be possible to modify your circuits to be more force-themed, which would then lead you to form a concept. Well, sign me up then, Curbs. How do we begin? Jonx asked. First, I would recommend focusing on your cloak and cloud as jumping-off points. You can work towards feeling and manipulating the movement of particles as well as larger objects, Kirby offered. What I'm hearing is that you're about to have things thrown at me while I try to stop them with my mind, Jonx retorted. Kirby's cackle echoed in his mind. Dodge, duck, dip, dive, and dodge! Jonx playfully argued back. Yeah, but you said I'd have to feel the movement, Curbs, so I can't dodge. Don't focus on the minor details, buddy. You have to look at the big picture. As Kirby said that, the snarky AI summoned a meme of SpongeBob miming rainbow hands. Jonx could only facepalm as he lamented, I really never should have changed your personality. A dense rubber ball, 3 feet in diameter, sped across a simulated shooting range out of a hollow cannon aimed directly at Jonx's head. He kneeled on the floor some 20 feet away, ablaze with his particle cloud, waiting for the projectile to enter his sphere of influence. His brain chamber was firing at maximum capacity to simultaneously enhance his perception while increasing the sensitivity of his cloud. The moment the rubber ball pierced his sphere, he activated the ions around him to rob it of its forward momentum, halting its trajectory to fall limply to the floor with a dense thud. As soon as he dealt with the first ball, a second ball entered his cloud, shot from another cannon directly behind him. Mimicking the first technique, he stopped the next ball in its tracks too. Then, he proceeded to repeat the process with a third, fourth, and fifth set of balls. Unfortunately, his particle cloud winked out as he ran out of ether, and the sixth ball smashed into the right side of his face, knocking him to the floor and forcing him into an awkward backbend. Sighing in resignation, he sat up and deactivated the hollow simulation, returning it to its original setting. "That's at least getting easier, Curbs. The problem is my low-ass reserves. I don't have enough gas in my tanks to keep that up." The two of them had been practicing to sense the motion of objects for the past few weeks. They'd paid for their hotel suite for several months as soon as they figured out they could use the hollow room as a makeshift training space. Though the room couldn't simulate foe combat, that wasn't the goal for his drills. Kirby had made a series of progressive exercises to help him first feel, then later manipulate the motion of everything within the boundaries of his particle cloud. Starting with the basics of stopping particles, Jonx had graduated to moving objects over time. Not needing to really sleep thanks to his physique, he could practice nonstop for weeks, even months on end. The only requirement was replenishing his ether, which he accomplished with alien takeout. Advanced digestive systems allowed everyone to break down ether-rich meat and extract the energy to refill their reserves. With his relocation stipend, he didn't have to worry much about finances in the short term, so this was a perfect opportunity to decompress and laze about after surviving the apocalypse. Kirby displayed a learning curve plotted over the last few weeks in Jonx's HUD. "Your progress is commendable. You should be able to force a concept soon. But so far, we've only been focused on one half of kinetics, so why don't we switch up our routine? I'm planning for the next set of exercises to be focused on using your ether to speed up objects rather than slow them down. Hopefully, after a few more weeks of practicing the opposite of what you've been doing, you'll have a better conceptual grasp of force and momentum. But before we begin, I would suggest that, for the next few weeks, we rent out an official training room in the city. Otherwise, you're going to destroy this hotel." Chapter 3. Duel. A blue sun shone down through a deep purple sky, reflecting rays off of the many silver spires that dominated the cityscape, topped with holographic billboards in a myriad of colors. Nescord had revealed that the Earthlings were divided across Garabah Quart, since they'd each required a therapist's meeting and approval. There were too many to be managed by any single city. Jonx and Kirby had been teleported to a metropolis in the middle of a massive desert, named Mob Kahet. Unlike Earth, the sand was made of bits of metallic alloys. Every structure in the city had been created from melting down the composite to make building materials. These sand-metal parts were the prime export of the city, distributed throughout the multi-planet archipelago, making it the richest city on this particular world. Jonx unerringly walked through the military district of Mob Kahet, following the map on his HUD and beelining for a training hall that Kirby had picked. Despite the highly developed civilization of the Imperium, there were still wars fought across their controlled territories. Not every solar system in each zone capitulated to Imperial rule. Further beyond their borders, other governments, also known as celestial powers, controlled innumerable galaxies and star systems. As a result, the Imperium trained military personnel on every planet under their command, as they always had a war to fight somewhere, not unlike Jonx's home nation, America. The Imperium, it seemed, was a society where the powerful ruled. As he marched through the streets, he saw that they were filled with an array of life forms: bipedals, quadrupeds, reptilians, and even amorphous jellies. To be honest, it reminded Jonx of an old show he'd grown up with, Futurama. With a thought, he sent, "Hey Curbs, mind queuing up the Futurama cartoon for the next time I binge-watch TV?" In response, he saw the media playlist on his HUD get updated per his request. Smiling, he finally found the building he needed. A sign hung over the door, scrolling through letters that Kirby translated in real time, which read, "Bahamut's Test," He climbed the steps, entering the foyer, and padded through an austere atrium. The front counter was manned by a metallic android who spoke in a congenial robotic voice.
Welcome, citizen. I am custodial AI number GH3S and am in charge of scheduling for Bahamut's test. We offer training rooms, sparring partners, both real and simulated, as well as imperially licensed combat instructors. Currently, we are at half vacancy. Which service would you like? He had Kirby send over their itinerary, and the custodian supplied the wavelength frequency needed to enter their designated room once they'd paid. Physical keys didn't exist in this society. Security, like many things that Jonx was learning about, was governed by specific patterns of ether pulses, varied by wavelength, frequency, and duration. As he wound his way through the hallways, a side door suddenly opened to his right, and an unfamiliar blob launched backward through the doorway, only to run into his side. Despite the sudden collision, he barely broke stride, while the foreign object bounced back into the room and straight into another, much smaller humanoid. The undersized biped stepped into the hallway, an exact replica of a high elf, straight from the mind of Tolkien, only it was the height of a dwarf and the color of an eggplant. Kirby supplied a quick racial bio. They're called Sirowan, a breed of humanoids that originate from Garabah II. The Sirowan radiated a circuit reminiscent of Jonx's ion cloak, though the former's had a weight to it, like a pale imitation of Nescord's ether aura. As if the amorphous blob had hit a physical wall, it slid down the front of the Sirowan, looking as though it had passed out, though Jonx didn't know what a blob fainting should look like. Stepping over the collapsed puddle, the Sirowan looked up, meeting Jonx's eyes. Apologies for the affront. My trainee did not agree with my instruction and attempted to run before our allotted time was up. Fortunately, he ran into you before he made it too far. Bewildered, Jonx blurted out, That's a he? How can you possibly tell? The blob seemed to hear the incredulous tone and immediately reformed, ballooning to over 7 feet and jabbing an appendage at Jonx's chest. How dare you, you walking sack of meat! You're a simp compared to me! Quirking an eyebrow, Jonx mentally asked, Curbs, does that mean what I think it means? Or did it translate wrong? No, Jonx, I didn't get it wrong. The English insult simp was the most accurate approximation for what he actually called you, his AI confirmed. Thoughtlessly, Jonx instinctively triggered his particle cloud, which pushed away the Sirowan's pressure as well as the blob creature. With his cloud returning his personal space, he tried to diffuse the situation. Whoa now, buddy, easy does it. I'm not looking for anything to get started. I made a mistake, okay? Chalk it up to cultural ignorance. I'm new to the Imperium. As soon as the words left his mouth, a pressure descended onto the entire hallway and clamped down on the 3 of them. The custodian pinged everyone's AI. This is a warning to the unauthorized use of an ether circuit outside of designated areas. Please move your duel to the adjacent training room or be reprimanded. This will be the only warning. Jonx immediately turned off his cloud and spoke to the air. This isn't a duel. This was just a misunderstanding. But the blob creature had a different idea. Oh yes, a duel is exactly what's in order for this. Frantically looking between the blob and the Sirowan, Jonx hoped that the instructor would intercede. No luck, though. He seemed to actually approve. My trainee could use another sparring partner. It's obvious that he doesn't much enjoy my brand of tutelage. There won't be any injuries, I assure you. How much would you charge for a few bouts? Jonx's mind raced. What the hell is this, Kirby? Duels? Who does that? This isn't the Wild West? Using his lecturing tone, his AI responded. Dueling is a common sporting event in the Imperium. Every class of citizen participates, and there are numerous tournaments every cycle. There's even something akin to Earth's Olympic Games held every decacycle in each zone. The winners go on to the August Imperial Tournament each hectocycle.
Come on, Curbs. Conversions, please, Jonx pleaded, rolling his eyes.
An exasperated sigh echoed through his mind. Fine, you plebeian. A standard Imperial cycle would be around 2 Earth years, which would make a decacycle 20 years. Do the math.
See? Now was that so hard? What a useful AI I have, Jonx teased. Kirby knew him well enough to recognize the sarcasm. They'd turned into a buddy cop team during the years of his self-imposed isolation after Melbourne had fallen and his mother had passed. Turning his attention back to the alien duo, he asked, "What would the terms be, and how long is this going to take?" Inclining his head, the Sirowan answered, "I'd like to pay for maybe 1 microcycle of your time. I'll provide the protective gear and score the bouts. If anything unfortunate happens, it will be reflected onto my Imperial record as an instructor. I'd even be willing to confirm it between our AIs." Kirby chimed in. "He's asking for about 5 hours of sparring. Since he's licensed by the Imperium, if he gets any demerits for mismanagement, his ranking would decrease and he'd be less likely to attract lucrative contracts for training. It wouldn't be a bad idea to go a few rounds. You've been secluded in the hotel for weeks now. It'd be good to get some combat practice with your burgeoning concept." Firming his decision, Jonx said, "Sure, what do I have to do?" He found himself circling the blob in the training room that the alien pair had abruptly come out of. The shapeless brute's name turned out to be Gonrad, and he too was in the condensation stage, though they hadn't revealed what rank his physique was. All told, he and Jonx would be an even matchup. They each wore a diamond-shaped medallion attached to their respective centers of mass. The ornaments generated a protective shield that would guard against any ether circuit attack within the crystallized realm. They also collected combat data that was sent to the trio's AIs for concurrent combat analysis. If somehow, some way, an attack became too dangerous, the Sirowan, whose name was simply Grass, would play referee, interceding before any damage could be done. After everyone's HUDs synced, a countdown appeared in the top middle of Jonx's visual field, with red and blue bars on either side of the bottom to indicate his shield and ether reserves, which reminded him of old-school VR fighting games. At the buzzer, he flared Overclock and Ion Cloak, sprinting towards Gonrad, who'd activated his own circuits. They met in the middle, clashing and rotating in a tighter circle, sending probes and feints at each other, warming up to the spar. While Jonx used arms and legs, Gonrad extended lances of his jelly, making limbs sprout from his entire body. The two kept up an even pace until Grass called a halt. "Wow, Gonrad, for all your spit and fire, that was an absolute disappointment. I thought you were going to teach him a lesson. Now rest up and get ready for round 2. The next round was much more animated. Jonx pushed Overclock further with his heart chamber, and Gonrad responded in kind. Fists, shins, and gelatinous tentacles flew through the air in a flurried exchange. Fighting with an equal was a novel experience for him. Despite battling continuously for the last 5 years on Earth, he mostly fought beastkin, or monsters that used their instincts, not technique or guile. He barely had to use what he'd grown up doing his whole life: karate, taekwondo, kung fu, and even some Brazilian jiu-jitsu. He remembered staying for several years in each respective discipline until his life would inevitably get interrupted, forcing him to move on. His past came flooding in the longer the fight went on. Ancient muscle memories slid into place, automatically blocking and counterattacking tentacles coming from awkward angles. Rounds 3 and 4 were a turning point in his martial skill. Jonx was gradually becoming a better fighter. His advanced physique, coupled with his brain chamber, gave him an easier time recalling and applying buried martial arts lessons from as far back as childhood. Grass took notice as he watched the human adapt his style, while Gonrad began to be outpaced. Gonrad was a Jaharan. Their gelatinous physiques should have given him an advantage with his ability to form more appendages than creatures with skeletal systems. Even as the Jaharan increased his speed, Jonx began to spread his particle cloud out, subtly decelerating tentacles while simultaneously accelerating his own strikes. By the 7th round, Grass stopped calling halts to the spar. He let them sink into a rhythm with each other and watched as they stepped up to keep pace. Their shields would flash briefly for hits that would be counted as points if this were in an official duel, but Grass no longer cared. These two had promise, more than he'd first assumed. He let them go for another half microcycle, believing it best to allow them to fizzle out of their own accord. Finally, the humans' ether reserves expired first, the same moment that Gonrad launched a trio of attacks aimed for vital areas. Grass blinked in front of the onslaught and struck them out of the air with his own cloud. Hand held up, he called an end to the session. "That's enough, you two. I must say, I'm pleasantly surprised. I had little hope for a show at the start of this lark, but you've proven me wrong." Turning to Jonx specifically, the instructor said, "While I'm not your instructor, Jonx, I would still like to offer you a debrief of this spar. Bahamut's test has special meeting rooms for these things. Shall we?" They spent another few hours evaluating Jonx and Gonrad's performance, poring over hours and hours of footage caught by Grass's AI. As a qualified instructor, Grass gave direct and practical advice to each of them. He even went so far as to have his AI send over data packages that outlined combat exercises to shore up some of their flaws. For Jonx, Grass had recommended a handful of martial styles that would take advantage of his experience. His largest flaw was that he was adapting ether circuitry to mundane martial arts, which were never intended to wield anything more than simple hands and feet. Grass suggested he travel to Garaba II and look to formally enroll in a martial academy, otherwise known as a sept. Getting way more than he'd bargained for, Jonx left Bahamut's test without ever using his rented room, which he'd ended up refunding. He left on good terms with both Gonrad and Grass, obtaining their contact information and declining payment for the sparring. Making it back to his hotel suite, he changed the hollow room to his old apartment from before the ether forming. He'd moved into a duplex by himself after his wife passed, their old house being too much space to fill with just one sad, lonely man. Lounging on a copy of his old sectional couch, he laid his head back, staring up at an all-too-familiar ceiling fan. "So, what do you think, buddy? What's our next move?" "Grass made a number of superb recommendations for your training, though not exactly what we'd set out to do. His suggestions would significantly improve your martial prowess. With the right skills, you would be able to compensate for your mistake of choosing dual chambers and possibly leverage it into an advantage," Kirby summed up. Jonx wondered aloud. "What about our plan to mutate my ether? Should we just put it on the back burner?" Sending a mental headshake, Kirby responded. "I think mastering what circuits you have now would serve to give you a firmer foundation for your future progress. Besides, you may yet mutate your ether at a sept. The knowledge I have, as a Vir-class AI, while wider in breadth, is still limited to the public domain. Private institutions will have their own guarded information that you could access." Shrugging, Jonx made his choice. "Well, you got me sold, Curbs. I guess I'm going back to school. It might actually be nice to have some normalcy in my life." Yawning and stretching his arms above his head, he continued, "Let's finish what we have left of our rental time, and then we can see about getting transportation to Garaba II. Chapter 4. Horelli. Jonx spent another few weeks in his rented hollow room, practicing particle acceleration within the confines of his cloud. Kirby managed to alter his kinetic energy exercises to be more hotel-friendly to reduce the chance of damaging their suite. So he sat, for days and days, making rubber balls orbit his body faster and faster. And when he got a handle on that, he switched to figure eights with several balls. Then, he switched to accelerating some while simultaneously decelerating others. The more complex patterns he managed, the better his grasp on the momentum of objects, building inertia and managing ionic friction. He even had some ideas of how to modify his ether circuits. However, he didn't just practice his fledgling understanding of the force element, he also followed a few of Nescord's therapeutic exercises to deal with some of his lingering post-traumatic stress. He and his therapist even had 2 sessions via HoloChat, where a 3D image of Nescord was simulated within his hotel and vice versa. In their last session, he'd asked about travel to Garaba II, and his therapist seemed to think it was a good idea, just as long as he maintained the original rules of his probation, which meant he just couldn't break Imperial law. Otherwise, he had free rein to travel. Nescord had made it clear that there weren't many places that he wouldn't be able to follow. With that comforting reassurance, he found himself at the Mob Kahet transport station, a gargantuan metallic beehive of portals to nearly every major city in each world of the Garaban archipelago. Grass had given them suggestions for a number of seps across Garaba II. Working their way down the list, the city they chose to start with was Hareli, the coastal capital of the southern continent, home to Sept Ventus, which specialized in wind. Kirby learned that each school tended to be extremely territorial, essentially holding sole power over the city they occupied. He hoped that their martial techniques would give him a new basis for his own fighting style. Stepping between worlds, he exited a similar beehive of portals on Garaba II, though this one was made of stone and clay. The Hareli transport station sat near the apex of the city, atop one of a dozen overhanging cliffs, which were home to domed palaces of assorted colors, situated in ascending order, the highest being the site of the Sept itself. Shadowed by the powerful, the merchants and working-class citizens resided under the eaves of the cliffs. Shops and homes were built against the sloped walls, one on top of the other, cascading down the cliff faces and spilling out towards the sea. It looked like a Brazilian favela made of multi-hued clays and stone-tiled roofs with cobblestone streets braided through. In a word, Hareli was absolutely breathtaking. It reminded him of Mediterranean coastal towns, but built on a much grander scale. Taking a moment, Jonx turned his gaze towards the sea. Seeing an ocean, even if it was alien, warmed his soul like a comfortable hoodie. He'd grown up in Hawaii and had always been close to the water. Hareli's waves were tinged indigo and crystal clear. The sea breeze carried across the lowest parts of the city, winding upward. Thanks to the natural wind tunnels formed from the contours of the cliff walls, the whole city had a perpetual breeze, cooling everyone off. Feeling his spirits lifted, he decided to hoof it through the city rather than take public transportation. He asked Kirby to ping the map on his HUD for a seaside hotel with a good view, but didn't ask for directions. He wanted to roam the cobblestones. After losing his world, he'd never thought of the doors that it may have opened. Seeing Hareli, though, he actually found himself optimistic. Jonx begrudgingly admitted to himself that Nescord was a decent therapist, and maybe, just maybe, was right. Without intervention, he doubted he would have been able to feel this good. He made his way to an open square set up as a market. Booths hung neon holograms overhead, displaying hieroglyphs that Kirby translated in his sight. The city's population seemed to be less diverse than Mob Kahet, mostly consisting of the petite elven Sirowans and a second race, which his AI identified as Mahines. The new race were man-sized floating genies with colored skins encompassing the entire spectrum. Maybe we should do some shopping, Curbs. I think I was too depressed in Mob Kahet. That's probably why I was okay with being secluded in the room for so long. I'm feeling better here, though. The city speaks to my soul, Jonx sent. With an implied eye roll, his AI responded,
Sure it does, Jonxy. Although you might be right. It wouldn't be a bad idea to shop for some local clothing. Your stretchy jeans and black t-shirt aren't exactly the height of imperial fishing. Agreeing wholeheartedly, he weaved his way through stalls to search for some local gear. Along the way, he passed a plethora of potions, weapons, armor, jewelry, chemistry sets, which Kirby said was actually alchemistry, equipment, and food. Just so much food. Technically, he never got hungry because of his rank 6 digestive system, but he still liked to eat. Eating, for an ether forger, was more for pleasure, with the side benefit of restoring their energy reserves. The higher stages required astronomical amounts of ether, which could be tedious to gather. Thus, there were 3 general methods to absorb it. First, someone could sit and breathe it in, allowing their reinforced respiratory system to process and distribute it through their bodies. Second, they could eat comparably staged ether beasts and have their digestive systems refine the latent energy in the food. And lastly, they could fight, kill, and steal ether from others by absorbing the energy straight into their circulatory systems. Obviously, there were shortcuts like pills, potions, and pure ether crystals, but from what Kirby had told him, they tended to have severe drawbacks that could gunk up the pathways of ether circuitry. The pure ether crystals were especially dangerous without being refined first. With that in mind, Jonx found himself in line, waiting for some grilled squid-like creature that smelled absolutely heavenly. Even though his ether chambers were full, he was a bit of a glutton, so he waited patiently for his little treat. During the ether-forming apocalypse, he never knew when his next meal would be, so he took every opportunity to eat. Old habits die hard. Giddy like a child on Christmas morning, he grabbed his skewers and skipped away from the food vendor, and straight through a group of gaseous Mahines. Stopping in his tracks, he slumped his shoulders, huffing to himself. Fuck! This isn't going to end well, is it? As predicted, 4 Mahines reformed into angry genies, like a group of Robin Williams' beloved character. One of them floated forward, speaking for the rest. That was quite rude, off-worlder. The genie openly glared up and down at him. By your dress, you must be new here. I've never seen your kind. You look like an over-mutated Sirawan. At that, the others guffawed and jeered. Now, how shall we rectify this, My friends and I are out of sorts at the offense. Who, in their right mind, would possibly violate a Mahine like you did? What will you give us to put us at ease? The Mahine that spoke was larger than the rest and colored a seafoam green. Suddenly, his cronies moved to surround Jonx as he made his not-so-vague threat of extortion. Jonx recognized it for what it was, a good old shakedown, most likely planned. And like a bad 70s kung fu movie, they loomed over him, slowly releasing their clouds of power as he got an AI confirmation to take his credits. Rolling his eyes, he asked Kirby, Is it breaking the law if we fight in the middle of the street? Technically, yes. But since this is a Sept-ruled city, they have the ultimate say of who breaks the law, Kirby provided. Letting out an exasperated sigh, Jonx said, Let me guess. These 4 are part of the goddamn Sept, aren't they? Kirby gave a mental nod of assent. You see their belts? They're wearing buckles with Sept Ventus' symbol. I don't know what standing they have, but it would be a safe bet to assume they're attached to the Sept in some way. Cracking his knuckles, Jonx opined, Well, fuck me, right? If we can't avoid this, then you mind turning on the camera for this one, Curbs? For posterity? His AI quickly sent back, Sure thing, buddy. Camera's rolling. Ready, sit, action. He met the eyes of the lead genie just as the surrounding market-goers sensed the increased tension and gave them a wide berth. All right, boys,
Obviously, I made a mistake, and even more obviously, I'm new here. Now, I'd be happy to apologize. I'm sorry, by the way. And I'd be even happier to treat you all to some food. But that's about as far as I'm willing to go for this little misunderstanding. So, what'll it be? Jonx offered. Each of the Mahines chuckled as a different thug responded. The audacity of this bint-sniffing twaddle. This is making our day. All right, you mutated Sirowan. For inconveniencing the pride of Sept Ventus, you may leave with your bones only slightly bruised and your account creditless. That is as far as we are willing to go for this little misunderstanding. Jonx didn't even think before he blurted out, Really? So you're all just cartoon villains? That last bit was all they needed to snap. In unison, the Mahines blasted out their cloaks, covering themselves in whirling wind blades and swinging for the fences. Unfortunately for them, Jonx had been fighting for his life every day for the past 5 years. He was paranoid and unflinching when it came to battles for survival. So the whole time they were talking, he'd been pushing out his particle cloud low to the ground to cover a larger radius. And as they activated their circuits, he instantly rotated his brain chamber, increasing his processing speed and seemingly slowing down time around him. He watched as the lead Mahine sluggishly moved through the air, as if it were molasses, and struck low with a wind scythe attached to his vaporous tail. At the same time, his crony took the opportunity to launch a cheap shot at Jonx's face. With his brain chamber running full tilt, his reaction speed was beyond theirs. His cloud dispersed the wind of both attacks, breaking the momentum of the air particles as they moved closer, and leaving only a gentle breeze to gently caress his shins. Meanwhile, he blocked the sucker punch and dashed to the side with overclock raging through his veins. The other 2 Mahines leapt forward to each grab an arm, but his mind was moving a mile a minute. All they found were twin sparks waiting to electrocute their misty bodies. Circling to the side, his perceptions were still heightened, so he gave himself some space, keeping all 4 of his attackers in front. Such reckless use of his brain chamber was bottoming out his ether reserves like he sprung a leak. He had to finish the fight as quickly as possible, and he had a phenomenally absurd idea to do it. Taking a gamble, he rapidly exhausted the rest of his reserves, activating his dual chambers so he could maximize his control and perception over his particle cloud. In the next instant, the Mahines froze in place as he stole the momentum from the very particles that constituted their vaporous bodies. Holding them there, he waited for just the right moment as a breeze came through and blew them away like smoke, leaving behind only their jewelry lying on the floor. Without missing a beat, Jonx jumped to collect everything but the belt buckles that identified his would-be assailants as students of Sept Ventus. Then, he pumped his physique with overcloak and hightailed it back to the transport station, scrambling for the portal to the next city on his list. Exiting at a run on the other side of the world, he dodged around passers-by and dashed out into the city proper. The next academy he chose was Sept Fulman, whose fort was Lightning. The city they controlled, known as Windwall, was situated on top of either side of a colossal serpentine ravine connected by a gargantuan bridge. On his HUD map, Kirby directed him towards the furthest possible hotel from the transport station, since he no longer had the luxury of lollygagging. He knew that those genies' goons weren't dead, only delayed. Their physiques were on a similar stage as his, and he didn't have enough power to unbind their forms completely. Jonx needed to lay low, and fast. As he ran, he said to Kirby, "I hope you didn't record the part where I took their gear, buddy." His AI scoffed. "I'm truly hurt, Jonxy. How long have we been together now? This isn't amateur hour? I got your back." Jonx sighed in relief as he made it across the bridge in record time and found his way to his hotel. It wasn't in the richest part of town, but he wasn't looking for a high-profile place. He was looking for someplace he could get lost in. Kirby had taken the initiative already and preemptively contacted the hotel's custodian AI, booking them a room without any need for face-to-face contact. Flying through the lobby, he rushed straight to the elevator and zoomed up to his room, locked the door, and tinted the windows, encasing himself in utter darkness. His dual chambers were practically empty. At the moment, he was running on fumes and could only rely on his physique, no circuitry. Luckily, he'd saved those squid skewers in his storage bracelet. Without any fanfare, Jonx popped them into his mouth, furiously cycling his digestive system to metabolize the ether in the meat, frantically replenishing his chambers as best he could. After he ran out of food, he finally let out a breath he didn't know he was holding. Jonx used some of the ether he'd just recovered to power his heart chamber and his circulatory system, instantly clamping down on his nervous pulse and forcing a moment of relaxation. The adrenaline of a hit and run always left him on edge, and this was a technique he'd developed as a coping mechanism back on Earth. It was actually one of the many reasons he rationalized to himself when he'd chosen dual ether chambers. To his relief, he could fight if he had to now, so he was less worried about getting caught. He decided to switch gears and took out his pilfered winnings, searching through the Maheen's storage jewelry. Unlike his makeshift bracelet that he strung together from a dozen storage beads he'd collected on Earth, the four of them had full-sized trinkets that served as interspatial storage. All told, he collected 2 brooches, a ring, and a small chain. Each piece seemed to hold considerably more than any single bead. Where before, each of his beads could only hold about a pantry's worth of stuff, around 30 cubic feet, these trinkets could hold at least 100 cubic feet each. The largest was one of the brooches, measuring a whopping 200 cubic feet. Even better, they were each filled with treasures. Saving the largest and thus the best for last, he began rummaging through the smaller ornaments with childlike glee, crooning to himself all the while. Robbing people really is the best. Those goons may have been onto something. Kirby was quick to shoot him down, though. Hello, Mr. Probationary Citizen. You know you can't keep doing this. Sure, you were in the right this time, but the Imperium surveils everything. You may just be static in the background, but if you stir the pot enough, they can hone in on you in a heartbeat. Well, thank you, Killjoy Bot. I'm glad I got at least 1 second of happiness before you burst my bubble, Jonx said sarcastically. Smugness immediately radiated out of his AI. Any time, buddy. That's what I'm here for. With a more subdued mood, Jonx grumbled and returned to his treasures with less zeal. Taking the smaller brooch into his hands, he scanned it with his ether senses. In his mind's eye, a storage closet appeared. The first thing he noticed were shelves of food on one side, which were filled with mostly ether-stuffed vegetarian dishes. Jonx took a couple out and promptly scarfed them down to increase his ether reserves. On the opposite wall were shelves of clear glass jugs holding small pills, reminding him of pharmaceutical prescription bottles. Among the shelves were also multicolored vials of fluid, which must have been alchemistry potions. Even though he wasn't planning on using anything that could mess with his circuits, it didn't hurt to have them in case of emergencies. Moving on to the ring, he found much of the same, so he didn't spend much time scanning its contents. When he came to the chain, it held potions, pills, and some clothing. Unfortunately, he didn't need local clothing any longer since he fled Horelli within an hour of being there. Still, it didn't hurt to have it. Part of why Jonx had collected so many storage beads on Earth was because he was a hoarder. When trying to live through an apocalypse, he'd learned to just collect everything. Thanks to his paranoia, what he had in his storage beads was the last vestiges of Earth culture. Ever. It was a sobering thought. Shaking his head to keep from going down that dark rabbit hole, he came round to the main event, his precious brooch. He assumed it belonged to the ringleader of the Maheens, since it was the largest. The alien genie must have been an old hand at extortion because the brooch was filled to the brim with a random assortment of things. His ether senses projected the space of a small kitchen in his mind, reminding him of his bachelor pad back in college, where he used to cook ramen for dinner. In fact, there actually was a veritable kitchen inside. Along one wall was a portable stove reminiscent of the ones he'd used for camping. Beside that were a collection of pots, pans, and utensils. Towards the back of the space were a number of chests and cupboards. Without needing to actually open them, his senses told him what they contained. Groceries. Meats, what looked like cheeses, vegetables, herbs, and spices. Atop one of the chests was a smaller trunk with items that he hadn't seen before. He took out what reminded him of an iPad, but on a whole other level, and asked aloud, "Kirby, what are these?" His AI promptly scanned them several times over, checking and rechecking. Impatiently, Jonx began shaking his leg. "Well?" With reserved excitement, Kirby answered, "You're not going to believe this. I honestly don't know what type of freaking luck we had to get this haul. First off, the smaller disks are a standard way of storing digital files in the Imperium. The ones in the interspatial brooch are data files with hundreds of recipes for cooking and preparing meals that speed up ether absorption. I hadn't realized that there were so many steps to cooking that could affect the quantity and quality of the energy you extract from meats and vegetables. Those flat rectangles are data tablets, and one of them is actually an accompaniment to the disks. It gives detailed instructions on proper cooking techniques to get the most out of your ingredients, which would be one of the 6 ether crafts. Culinarian. These techniques could help push you through to the next stage, and maybe even more if you don't ruin too many of the foodstuffs. Ether crafts? Like alchemistry? Jonx asked. You got it, just like alchemistry. The other 4 are script smithing, leather weaving, synthesizing, and alloy welding, his AI provided. Jonx had some heat in his voice as he demanded, "Why am I just hearing about this now? Couldn't that have helped me back on Earth?" Kirby responded in a calming voice. "Sorry, Jonxy. Ethercrafts aren't a part of the juvenile AI databanks. The standard military AI that was distributed to you and your people were rudimentary, bare-bones models. You're lucky that Nescord gave me an upgrade, otherwise you'd still be in the dark. Besides, when your world was being ether-formed, the ether saturation rate was forcibly augmented to a Tier 1 world. Do you know what that means? A Tier 1 planet is a generally capital planet. Whatever low-level crafting goods your people could have made during the ether forming would have been superfluous. The sheer amount of ether you could absorb was plenty for advancement. Hell, if you ask people from lower-tiered worlds, they would kill for that kind of opportunity to rocket through realms." Jonx turned over the explanation in his mind. He trusted Kirby with his life. The AI was his only companion in the years he'd spent secluded, hunting in Earth's oceans. But just because he believed Kirby didn't mean he had to like the answer. All right, I get it, I guess," he said in a sulking tone. "What else do we have?" Kirby answered. "Next up, one of the other tablets is actually a detailed overview of how Mahines in Sept Ventus mutate their ether as they advance. Since they're already made of gas, wind is a natural element for them. They start specializing their physiques and altering their first set of ether circuits during the body preparation realm, preparing the way and allowing immediate mutation of their ether once they step into pressurization. You could learn a lot from this. This could even be the breakthrough you need for mutating your own energy. But that's not the best part." His AI paused and began playing a drum roll in his head. "Are you ready for the grand reveal? I have to say, this particular Mahine must have been someone important because he really should not have been carrying these things around. This trio of data tablets give the novice, journeyman, and export-level etherforging arts for Sept Ventus." Initially, Kirby's voice was excited, but as he talked, it became more serious.
They will kill you for having these. This represents the foundation of their entire sept. These tablets give step-by-step instructions for every stance, transition, movement, and strike that students learn throughout the body preparation and crystallized realms. It outlines how their combat style transitions to take advantage of the crystal circuits that are created during the second realm. Kirby cut off then, pausing for several long moments. Getting a little antsy, Jonx broke his AI out of his reverie. Curbs? I get that they'll be pissed, but isn't this what we were looking for here on Garaba II? His AI gave the impression of shaking his head. No, Jonx, it's more than that. We can't stay here. Teleporting to a major city like this leaves too large a trail. Those idiots may not be following us, but whoever gave them these tablets will come eventually, and we do not want to be here when they do. We have to leave again. Immediately. At a loss for words, Jonx felt a sense of dread creeping into the pit of his stomach. Are you sure? It can't be that serious. They were just some punks. He sensed Kirby shaking his metaphorical head, more emphatically this time. No, Jonx. You don't get it. Remember when I said the Sips are territorial? Well, guess what? What we have is the perfect excuse for them to chase us down and make us into an example. According to public records, they could beat us to an inch of our deaths for lesser offenses. With this, they would be well within their rights to totally eradicate us without batting an eye. That's freaking batshit crazy, Kirby. What the hell kind of society would just let that happen? He asked, appalled. With a deadpan voice, his AI answered sarcastically, literally every society ever. Your entire world was rife with it. You just never knew about it. Who would hunt down a middle-aged surfer? To make his point, Kirby quickly put together a video montage of Earth media from every country, showing cases of this exact situation. Wait. Some of those don't count, Curbmeister. I swear, I saw some movie clips in there, Jonx said in denial. Look, just pack your happy ass up and let's get ready to hoof it. Jonx, when have I ever steered you wrong when it comes to danger? In all the years we've been together? How many times have I been right? Kirby demanded. With an exaggerated sigh, Jonx relented. Fine. Maybe, just maybe, you might be right. But you can't use that reason for at least another 3 months. I'm tired of hearing it. Chapter 5. On the Run. Winwall was a stark contrast to the seaside charm of Horelli. Gothic architecture dominated the cityscape, with twin towers serving as entrance to the Great Bridge, which spanned the chasm to join with Winwall's other half. It was midday when Jonx had run from Horelli, and he'd barely stayed in his hotel for 2 hours before they realized they had to move, which put them at mid-afternoon by the time he checked out. Before he left, he made sure to change into the Horellan clothes that he liberated, figuring that his Earth clothes were too conspicuous. Horelli fashion was essentially alien beachwear, loose-fitting tops and bottoms made of a thin fabric to take advantage of the coastal city's constant breeze. It was the exact opposite of what the Sirawans of Winwall were wearing. Since the city straddled a deep ravine, the weather was colder, the winds having more of a bite to them. Fortunately, his physique was advanced enough to ignore mundane weather conditions. Only the most extreme of environments would pose a threat to him now. Despite that, though, he still figured it was best to dress the part. Kirby directed him to the closest clothing store via the map on his HUD. In the short distance he covered, he got a feel for what the local Winwall garb was. The Sirawans were colorful enough with their purple skin tones, so they seemed to gravitate towards more subdued neutral colors, blacks, grays, and whites. It wasn't anything fantastical like Jonx would have expected from associating them with high elves. That was purely an earthen construct. Instead, they wore simple pants, jackets, coats, and shirts. Honestly,
It reminded him more of London than anything else. The style of cut and materials used were obviously different, otherworldly, but the idea was the same. Simple, sturdy clothes to keep off the chill of the area. After all, not everyone was going to have as advanced a physique as him. Finding his destination, a modest 3-story building with other stores on either side, he walked in. There weren't many people inside, only a handful of children with their parents. Sirawan kids reminded him of baby eggplants. They were barely up to his shin, and their skin was much paler shades of purple than their adult counterparts. Searching the racks of clothes, there were a variety of different qualities that were obvious to even his untrained eyes. "So, which crafting profession makes these?" Jonx asked as he ran his fingers along some shirts. "Leather weavers generally make lightweight fabric clothes and armors, but since I don't see a workshop connected to this store, these clothes were probably manufactured at a factory. Nothing here would be higher than journeyman-level work," Kirby provided. Jonx moved on to the pants as he asked, "Journeyman level? As in, there are different ranks of leather weavers?" Kirby teased him by playing a light ding in his head. "Bingo! Got it in one. Sorry for not telling you earlier, but it just hasn't been relevant till now. Anyway, ether crafters and the products they make are ranked as follows: novice, journeyman, expert, master, peak, and supreme. Generally speaking, masterwork and below is all that is available for purchase to the masses, even in specialty shops that cater to the rich and elite. Peak-level crafters are as rare as phoenix feathers. And don't even think about supreme crafters. We aren't even specks of dust to them." "Okay, well, thanks for that. So the best stuff here is journeyman quality. But all I see are the smaller sizes for Sirawans, and I don't see anyone working behind a counter or anything. Maybe we should go to another store that'll have larger sizes?" Jonx said. "That's not necessary. For one, all of the journeyman work clothes should be malleable to a certain degree. The mesh of fibers will have been woven to be able to adjust up or down in size with a simple data input of your measurements from me. More advanced clothes will have more features. But right now, this is the best that we've got. Besides, we're in a hurry, remember?" The AI responded. Shrugging, Jonx grabbed a couple of shirts and pants and headed up to the second floor of the store in search of changing rooms. Once he was secluded, Jonx asked, "Okay, so what do I do?" Kirby quickly created an ether pulse code that would reflect Jonx's dimensions and told him to pulse it, so he did. Instantly, a ripple went through the long-sleeve shirt that looked like he pulled it from the kids' section of a department store. Right before his eyes, the sleeves and body elongated to something that looked like it would fit him. When he tried it on, it was perfect. It was like a soft Henley, but made of a gray fabric he wasn't familiar with. "This is so cool," Jonx thought. It was the little things like this that gave him a sense of wonderment. This was tech that only existed in sci-fi movies back home. Satisfied with the shirt, he sent the same pulse through the pants, which ended up fitting like a comfortable pair of joggers, though the material was obviously more rugged than cotton. He chose to wear a light gray Henley and black joggers out of the fitting rooms, while holding an armful of spare shirts and pants. "So, where do we check out?" he asked. Kirby sent him the feeling of a hand waving away his comment. "This isn't your backwater mundane planet, Jonxy. This is a Tier 1 capital world of a star zone. Everything is handled by personal and custodian AIs. I already paid the Imperial credits to the store's account. It cost about 100 IC, which is chump change for you." Jonx couldn't help but shake his head in bemusement. "Ha! I really am not in Kansas anymore, am I?" Once he left the store, he made his way along the paved streets of Winwall, which were laid out in a grid-like fashion with a large central road easily spanning 30 feet across that cut through this part of the city and led directly to the Great Bridge. Just like any major roadway in an Earth town, the main street had a multitude of shops lining either side with semi-permanent stalls set up in the middle, forming a makeshift median that divided up the road. It wasn't a proper outdoor market like back in Horelli. The main street was more akin to an outdoor mall. High above, he noticed that the blue sun was well past its peak, eking its way to sunset. Apparently, he spent more time at the clothier than he thought. There was a flowing crowd of mostly Sirowans around him, so he was the odd man out amongst the diminutive high elves who covered every shade of purple imaginable. Jonx wasn't tall by Earth standards, just under 6 feet, but to the Sirowans, he was a giant. If he were still a teenager, then maybe it would have stroked his ego. But since he was trying to escape from certain danger, he only felt like a bigger target. Interspersed amongst the crowd were a few gaseous Mahines, though he was relieved to see that none seemed to have the symbol of Sept Ventus. However, their mere presence served as a reminder that he had to hustle. With controlled urgency, he weaved his way through the press of bodies towards the median, where he spied some food stalls. Kirby thankfully downloaded a list of the local produce and provided him with a sort of equivalency to Earth foods because Jonx was definitely out of his depth. Once again, there weren't any actual shopkeepers, only androids who kept up with stocking the crates and registering the credits. Jonx didn't ask. He just bought the closest approximation to foods he was familiar with. His plan was to stock up on more provisions, because he had a feeling he'd be on the lam for a while, and he'd rather have too much than too little, especially since he now had the extra storage space. So he emptied everything he had into the single large interspatial brooch, which left all of his other containers clear for even more hoarding. Having wasted more time than he wanted with his travel preparations, he finally made his way out of the city and hiked a few miles north, following the ravine until he decided he'd gone far enough. Jonx stood along the precipice and leaned over to peer down at the bottom of the ravine, thousands of feet away, as he planned his next move. "Any likely candidates for our next stop?" he asked his AI. While in the city, Kirby had downloaded a GPS map for all of Garaba II. What were essentially global, wireless internet networks was only one of the many wonders of these advanced civilizations, and with Kirby's upgrade to Veer class, they had more access to information. His AI informed him, "There's a medium-sized teleport station about 800 miles north-northwest of us. It won't take us off-world, but it can connect us to another major city." He said, "Make it so. Chart a course for us, Mr. Kirby." His AI rolled a pair of metaphorical eyes and said sarcastically, "Ha ha ha, I'm glad you can still make jokes when we're running for our lives." Regardless, though, Kirby still displayed a map of the world in his mind's eye and showed a rudimentary path between 2 dots, similar to what Jonx used to see on airplanes. Jonx nodded at the information. "Thanks, Sulu. You always do such good work." Kirby didn't deign to comment, giving off a sulking feeling. Jonx picked up on it and said, "Oh, come on, Kirbs. This is like riding a bike for us. What else have we been doing for literally your entire life?" He then willed the map to reduce in size and became semi-translucent in the upper right-hand corner of his vision. He'd set up his internal HUD like a traditional video game way back on Earth. It made information so much easier to digest since he'd grown up playing action RPGs. His ether reserves were full, and his storage devices had everything that he could think of. So, without any further ado, Jonx jumped off the cliff, feet first, with a loud, "Geronimo!" His ion cloak smoldered around his body to minimize the water resistance as he made his way to the oceanic depths of the alien world on a single breath. The waters of Garaba II became a deeper indigo as he descended several miles and angled himself in the direction Kirby pointed. Overclock simmered through his limbs to give him some extra oomph as he swam. Around him, the sea life resembled what he'd seen on Earth after ether radiation corrupted everything. Ocean plants were larger, sometimes barbed, which, from his experience, usually meant it was tipped-in poison for the unsuspecting. And alongside him, supersized fish swam, occasionally forcing him to let out a small spark to keep them at a distance. He'd learned before that no ether beast was harmless. The best defense for him was always a good offense. Gliding through the depths, he kept up a decent clip, averaging around 35 miles per hour, about the speed of a submarine, until all of a sudden, Kirby blared an alarm to remind him to breach as he neared his 8-hour time limit. At the exact moment he began his ascent, a tentacle slithered out of the darkness to wrap around his waist, as if the monster had been following him all along. Jonx cursed in his head. Shit, seriously? Man, I just can't catch a break, I swear to God. The appendage revealed itself to be attached to a 30-foot-long eel-looking ether beast. The damn thing had all of the tentacles, just so many of them, replacing its fins while its main tail ended in a goddamn sickle. I really must be blessed, he thought ruefully as the limb that grabbed him tightened, releasing acidic slime from its pores and immediately eating through his new clothes. In silent resentment, Jonx rolled out his particle cloud, blasting it at full strength and encompassing the tentacle in a 9-foot radius around his body. After all of his practice back in Mob Kahet, his cloud had reached expert rank, allowing for a larger area of effect. With his circuit output maxed, he clamped down on the ions under his influence, reaching through them with his will to trigger sparks that exploded all over his area of effect like a bunch of underwater mines. The eel immediately let out a sonic shriek that carried through the water, then released its hold. As soon as he was free, Jonx hastily swam away, though he realized belatedly that the acid still remained, having already burnt through his clothes and moved on to eating away at his skin. Hurriedly darting out of reach, he activated his ion cloak in the hopes of slowing down the erosion while increasing his swim speed. Unfortunately, he didn't have much time, as 2 more tentacles whipped out of the depths and latched onto him, grabbing his left arm and right leg, attempting to pull his body in opposite directions like some sort of medieval torture device. A strangled air bubble involuntarily came out of his mouth. Shit! I have to fucking breach, now! Instantly, he switched off his other circuits, focusing solely on overclock. Next, he thundered his heart chamber in his chest as if it were a steam engine, squeezing out as much burst power as it could handle. He ground his teeth, nearly cracking his molars, as he wrenched his limbs out of the eel's grasp and frantically rocketed towards the surface. All of the straining underwater was working his respiratory system overtime, the desperate need to take a breath overwhelming his other instincts. Running on fumes, he could only rely on overclock and his advanced physique to drastically increase his swim speed, getting him to the surface in just barely the nick of time. Like a jumping dolphin, he flew out of the water and immediately switched to his cloak to stand on the ocean. The eel breached right behind him, mimicking his technique by using its extra tentacles to stand on the surface like a water strider, scythed tail poised above its head, waiting for an opportunity to strike. Without batting an eye, Jonx dug into the dwindling well of his dual chambers as a pair of sparks lit his arms up with lines of blue-purple lightning just before he blitzed across the waves, making a beeline for one of the mutant's support tentacles. Like a scorpion, its tail strikes whipped through the air, slicing the waves to either side of him as he zigzagged between its attacks. Jonx was forced to pull more deeply from his reserves so he could ramp up his perception with his brain chamber and keep pace with the beast. Swishing side to side, he narrowly dodged each tail lash until finally he got close enough to slice off one of its front limbs with a wet schlicht, causing the monster to let out a beastly roar just before he jumped back out of range. The mutant wobbled for a split second, then instantly compensated and regained its balance. In a blink, the massive eel gunned forward across the water, flaring its own cloak of green-blue acid as it reared up on its back limbs and lashed out with corrosive tentacled jabs. With his brain chamber roaring, Jonx's reflexes heightened just enough to barely skirt in between its punches. All of a sudden, Kirby bellowed an alarm. "Jonx, this is your first reserve warning. You're under 30%. Cursing inwardly, Jonx exploded his particle cloud out, instantaneously halting the momentum of the beast's attacks as if time stood still. Going for broke, his reserves precipitously dipped another 10% as he jumped onto a restrained tentacle and dashed upward on it like a tightrope. As he sprinted, he sparked his legs, blue-purple thunder coating his shins. All the while, his cloud trailed alongside him, causing the monster's movements to stutter, giving him just enough breathing room to reach the eel's head. In a flash of lightning, Jonx was in front of the beast's left eye, swinging a spark-empowered axe kick down on the cornea, then immediately switching to a spinning back kick with his other leg, while simultaneously releasing a second spark into its pupil. Blind on one side, the eel thrashed and screeched, frantically flailing its head side to side, up and down, attempting to buck him off. With only 12% of his ether remaining, Jonx desperately crawled into the smoking remains of the mutant's eye and curled up into a ball. Turning his focus inward, he bore down on his will and instantly depleted the rest of his dual chambers, detonating a spark and particle cloud combination straight into the monster's skull from within. The eel thrashed wildly, immediately going into a berserk rage, while its hypersonic screeches filled the air. Its snake-like head whipped back and forth, jostling Jonx in the skull as the brain literally popped. He felt the instant that gray matter exploded since he was embedded so deeply in the creature's eye socket. It sounded like a massive amount of paint splattering against a wall. Suddenly, he felt his world tilting to the side. "Oh shit!" he yelled. He barely managed to take a deep breath before he and the dead eel hit the water with a heavy splash, sinking back down into the depths like the Titanic. The eye socket filled with water as if it were a leaky boat, and he quickly found himself treading water to keep his head above it all. In his mind's eye, the outer edges of his HUD were flashing red and narrowing his vision, a stark indication that he was well and truly fucked. He could only stare at the bottom right corner as the blue bar representing his ether slowly ticked down. 1.25%, 0.75%, 0.01%. When his reserves inevitably hit zero, overclock winked out, and with it, his consciousness. Long ago, he and Kirby had worked out a system for situations like this. It had become a necessity on Earth, considering how often he would pass out underwater, especially during the early years before he'd advanced his physique. His AI's job was simple: stop his body from taking an involuntary breath and sound an alarm on repeat. Thus, Jonx found himself waking up inside of the eel's eye socket, floating in a vile mixture of water and eye goop. The sound of his old car alarm was going off in his head, and to be honest, he would have preferred death. Still holding on to the last breath he took, he checked his reserves and found them just barely recovered at only 2%. Forming his resolve, a brief flash of power lit up the murky waters as he punched a hole through the back of the socket, directly into the hollow brain cavity of the monster. Instantly, a suction force was created from the pressure gradient between the waterlogged eye socket and the relatively empty skull. Rapidly, the water drained away in a whirlwind until about halfway when it slowed to a steady trickle. That was plenty to give Jonx some much-needed breathing room. Although, when he did take his first breath, he immediately began hacking up a lung. The air was absolutely foul. It was like inhaling pure rotten egg yolk. With exaggerated flicking motions, he tried his best to get the disgusting combination of blood and eye goop off of his arms. He didn't have enough ether to burn it all away with his circuits, so Jonx had to settle for simply not having any dripping viscera in his eyes or on his face. Too tired to do much more than that, he let out a bone-weary sigh and plopped down in the muck. He was about to do something truly repugnant, but, as they say, necessity knows no law. So, he swallowed his nausea and placed his hand on the nearby flesh on either side of his bottom, siphoning deeply, watching his percentages gradually ticking up. The eel was a gargantuan beast, and it had been powerful, at least on the same stage as him. Fortunately for him, the carcass hadn't even been nibbled on, which he guessed was thanks to the acid covering its body. It was obvious to him that this mutant was an apex predator of the deep and had plenty of ether for him to absorb. Jonx siphoned well past 100%, actively redirecting the surplus into various anatomical systems. though he made sure to direct the first bit of extra energy into his musculoskeletal system to speed along the healing of his bones, muscles, tendons, ligaments, and skin. He watched with rapt attention as the burn marks and acid holes in his brown skin rapidly knit back together. His muscles felt whole, and his aches vanished as he stole ether. This was something he'd done for years and years, while struggling on Earth, and it never got old. His circuit had brought him back from the brink more times than he could count. Hell, it was why he'd chosen Siphon as his first circuit. Once he was all healed, he moved on to his nervous and circulatory systems since he'd pushed them and their chambers beyond capacity. His brain and heart chambers felt frayed and wrung out, leaving him with a dull headache and heartburn. It was no wonder he passed out once he ran out of ether. After taking care of the most imperative systems, there was just enough juice left over to clean up. Jonx summoned his ion cloak, willing the particles around his body to become more dense. Then he snapped his fingers, setting himself ablaze. It was the same trick he'd done back in the hotel to create fire, but on a much larger scale. Now that he was the Human Torch, he pushed, instantly expanding a globe of flames outward, evaporating the remaining water and incinerating the last of the gore. Now he felt better. But despite his aches and pains no longer ailing him, the mental fatigue was still plaguing him. So he did the only thing he could do. Jonx laid himself down on the blackened and charred floor of a giant eel's eye cavity and napped. Hours later, he awoke a brand new man. Sitting up and wriggling over to a wall where he could rest his back, he enlarged his HUD and flicked open his readout. Name: Cedrick Jonkheer. AI: Kirby. Class: Journeyman Veer. Professions: none. Body preparation realm: Stage: Etherforged ×6. Specialized physique: Ionized body. Grade: high. Anatomical systems reforged: 1. Musculoskeletal. Rank: 6th. 2. Circulatory. 6th. 3. Nervous. 6th. 4. Respiratory. 6th. 5. Digestive. 6th. Body circuits: 1. Siphon, high grade. Proficiency: expert. 2. Ion cloak, mid grade. Master. 3. Overclock, mid grade. Expert. 4. Spark, mid grade. Expert. Crystallized realm. Stage: condensation. Dual chambers: 1. Brain. Anatomy transformed. Corpus callosum. Frontal lobe. 2. Heart. Ascending aorta. Left atrium. Crystal circuits: 1. Particle cloud, high grade. Proficiency: expert. 2. Blank. 3. Blank. 4. Blank. He honestly hadn't made many advancements since leaving Earth. He'd only absorbed about 8% worth of progress from the eel for his forged body to get to the 7th stage, and had only increased the proficiency of his particle cloud and cloak, but otherwise it was the same. Jonx had eschewed choosing to learn a circuit for the condensation stage back on Earth because he knew there would be new and better options once he reached the Imperium, though he hadn't had time to really research anything that would fit him. Luckily, his reluctance turned out to be a boon, since he'd only recently learned about mutating his energy. Still, though, he really needed to look at the data tablets from Sept Ventus and make a plan for himself. But at the moment, he just couldn't muster the motivation. Giving up on forcing himself to do something he really didn't want to do, he checked his HUD and found that he had another 2 hours before he had to breach. So, against his logic, he cozied up against the back wall and had Kirby project a few episodes of Futurama across from him, treating the eye cavity like a giant projection screen. And he just decompressed. Just above the horizon, The blue sun was slowly climbing higher as faint purple-blue ocean spray splashed to either side of Jonx while he skimmed the surface of the ocean as if he were ice skating. His ion cloak wrapped his feet to keep him above water. Every push forward made waves as he increased his speed to make up for the time he spent with the ether beast. While he had needed to rest after his fight, he was still technically on the run from whomever the Mahine's master may be. Although the eel actually provided him with a good opportunity to ditch some evidence. He had Kirby download the entirety of each data tablet and disk, even going as far as to have his AI make 2 separate backups of everything, ensuring that he wasn't missing something. Then, he buried the evidence deep in the corpse of the monster. Between the dangers of the ocean depths and the natural corrosive acid of the mutant, he was confident in buying himself more time. Overclock sang in his veins, lending his muscles strength and speed beyond what his physique could normally provide. As he made headway on his journey, he suddenly noticed an island off in the distance to his right. Not wanting to get delayed any further, he decided to circumvent it altogether. As a result, Jonx changed his heading to give the island a wide berth. While he skated by, he couldn't help but to check it out at least a little. So he used his advanced nervous system to sharpen his vision. Off in the distance, he could make out a 10-story coliseum dominating the islandscape, with smaller buildings dotting the outskirts. Overhead, a large translucent dome shimmered in and out of existence, encompassing the entirety of the island. All he could think was that the Colosseum must have been massive to have been so noticeable as far out as he was. "What is that, Kirby? Is it showing up on our radar?" he asked. At the prompt, Kirby enlarged the map for him on his HUD. "According to the GPS, there isn't supposed to be anything there, but obviously it exists, which begs the question, what are they hiding?" A sense of dread formed in the pit of his stomach as Jonx couldn't stop himself from asking, they? How do you know it's not just some ruins? That Colosseum looks pretty ancient. His AI paused a moment before answering, "Do you want the obvious answer, or do you want me to surprise you?" Rolling his eyes, Jonx grumbled, "Jesus Christ, I'm not going to like it, am I?" "I don't know. How would you like knowing that there are 5 wavelengths on the water that are converging on your position?" Kirby teased. Subtly speeding up, just in case, Jonx said, "That can't be right. My ether senses aren't picking up anything, and I don't see anyone coming." His AI gave a metaphorical headshake and said confidently, "They're hiding themselves somehow, but the water's ripples don't lie. You have about 3 minutes before they make contact." At that exact moment, Jonx slammed to an abrupt halt as if he hit a wall of nothing, immediately followed by 5 other walls of nothing, effectively boxing him in an invisible coffin. Kirby whispered in his head, "Never mind, contact is now." Chapter 6. The Island. Esgareth floated in his chambers, deep beneath his ancestors' Colosseum. He was a bronze-colored Mahine, dense and compact, with azure vambrances covering his arms up to his biceps. His deep navy hair trailed down his back, parts of it shifting between insubstantial and solid, while his vapor tail reached beneath him, connecting to an aperture in the floor made to focus the abundant ether pervasive in the surrounding seas. He could sense the island's protective dome flickering, its power source having dwindled over the long hectocycles. Despite this, it was still able to perform its primary function, which was to mask their location from Imperial satellites, untraceable by GPS, known only by those deemed necessary. It used to erect a mirror of energy, effectively allowing the island to remain invisible. However, that function was turned off a couple hectocycles ago to prolong the life of the barrier's energy source, only to be used in emergencies. He knew that it would be his responsibility to find a new battery for the shield, but that would be a problem for another time. This would be his 6th decacycle as master of the clandestine academy, Sept Glacio. The Intergalactic Imperium, of course, knew of their existence as their school had been responsible for past August tournament champions, himself included. Beyond that, however, their Sept remained a mystery. He'd been in seclusion for several cycles now, pushing his sublimated physique to rank 9, preparing himself for ascension to Tropos, the first stage of creating his soul sphere. And he was nearing his goal. His stomach chamber was already crystallized 8 times with his circuitry merged and modified thrice over. The last step would be to advance his glacier soul to rank 6. As he suffused his physique once more to finish his minor advancement, he felt a disturbance in the wide net of his ether senses. The aperture was more than simply a foci of power. It doubled to augment his senses to encompass a vast area around the island. In his mind's eye, he made out a form gliding across the waves. Its speed was frenetic, though it knew enough to detour around his island. Unfortunately, Esgareth knew that the creature had already seen their Sept, and he could not allow that without interceding. Sending an ether pulse that spread through the entire island, he chose 5 of his students and sent them to corral the creature so he could examine this wanderer himself. Jonx tested the walls of his invisible box and found it was actually made of sheets of ice so clear they barely refracted light. He casually flicked each side of his prison, realizing it was more durable than he expected. On a whim, he activated overclock for an instant, quickly jamming a low hook onto one wall with a solid thunk, only to find it was completely unblemished, though he now sported bruised knuckles. Streaks of blue electricity lit up his right hand, the brightness reflecting off of the icy walls, and he ignited spark. Next, he poured out more energy into overclock, hypercharging his muscles and tendons for increased physical power as he chambered his fist close to his side and spread his feet wide in a familiar taekwondo stance. In a single fluid motion starting from the floor, strength flowed through his body as he pivoted his feet, rotated his hips and shoulders, then drilled his fist into the wall of his small cage like a clap of thunder. A loud bang rang out as if a gong had been struck, while a shudder ran through his cage. Once he deactivated his circuits, though, he found nothing. Apparently, he hadn't done any damage whatsoever. Whoever made this icebox was significantly stronger than him. That much was obvious. He'd never encountered an element so strong that he couldn't at least cause some damage. But then again, he was still new to the Imperium. Who knew how high Etherforgers climb? Jonx shook his head, feeling helpless at the situation. He hadn't felt this powerless since fighting Nescord, and he had a sneaking suspicion that the person who captured him would obliterate his therapist. The greater universe fucking sucked sometimes. Moving on from his futile attempts at escape, he turned his attention outward, inspecting his surroundings and finally noticing the ripples of water Kirby had first seen. Now he could count 5 small waves encircling him, though he saw nothing and felt nothing standing around him. Each ripple suddenly shimmered for a brief moment, and 5 people blinked into existence. Cloaks of power already outlining their bodies, Jonx counted 2 Mahines, 1 blue and 1 pink, 2 Sirawans, each a different shade of purple, and a lone alien he hadn't encountered before. The odd man out stood on 4 tentacled legs with more tentacles serving as fingers at the ends of 2 large gorilla arms. It looks like it could have been Ursula's muscular cousin from The Little Mermaid. Waving awkwardly, he broke the tension. "Hey, fellas, how's everyone doing?" None of them batted an eye, but he powered through regardless. "Me? I'm just chillin'. Get it? Because I'm trapped in an icebox?" Crickets. Well, he supposed that dad jokes weren't exactly for everyone. The pink Mahine looked at the other aliens, then responded in a dry tone as they lifted a hand to stop him from speaking further. "An odd one, aren't you? No, don't answer that. It was rhetorical. If you'll hold off on any further attempts at humor, Our master approaches." They were right. He felt an immediate presence in his ether senses, as if it were blotting out the sun. He instantly broke out in a cold sweat. Whatever notions of escape he once held vanished at the pressure. It was beyond even what Nescord had created. Worst of all, Jonx felt it long before he saw where it came from. Dangerous? Whoever is coming is definitely dangerous, he thought. Out of nowhere, a lithe bronze Maheen manifested from the waves like goddamned Aquaman. Navy hair with metallic blue armor covering its arms, this alien genie was the most powerful creature he'd ever felt. He immediately collapsed onto his knees, no fight or flight response at all. His entire being simply gave up. It was obvious that the 5 other aliens didn't feel the pressure. It had only been directed at him, which meant that Pseudo-Poseidon had an insane level of control, since only Jonx was fighting his aura. The sea god abruptly eased up enough to allow him to lift his head, but his shoulders and down were locked in place. The demonstration of sheer skill was even more preposterous. What the hell did I stumble on? Jonx wondered to himself. The demigod spoke, and the walls of his prison shattered, tinkling like wind chimes, leaving only the ice platform he was kneeling on. I apologize for this, traveler, but we do not get many solitary visitors skating across oceans. I value our privacy and will need to inconvenience you for a time. My name is Esgareth, master of this isle, though you may call me Gar if you wish. My students will escort you to me, and we can make proper introductions. Apparently finished, the sea god then unraveled back into the waves, leaving his people behind. One of the Siroans slid forward. I am Kalerpa, and our master has offered you visitation rights to our sept. Follow closely, we dare not make him wait. With that, the ice block broke apart at the same time that Jonx regained control over his body. Quickly activating his ion cloak again, he caught himself on the ocean's surface and sent to Kirby. Did she just say sept? His AI mentally nodded. Yes, she did, but I have no records of an isolated school in the middle of the ocean. Hold on a second. Let me see something. While Kirby got to work, Jonx trailed the 5 of them back towards the island. He took note that they were traveling on small discs made of crystalline ice. Even the Maheens, with their vaporous tails, were attached to discs, which they all used to skate across the water. Their speed was faster than his baseline, and he had to lightly activate overclock to keep up. Kalerpa looked over her shoulder and noticed his pace, then sent a signal to the others that they could increase. Not to be outdone, he pushed overclock further to match their velocity. With a nod of acknowledgement, they maintained the faster clip until they got back to the island. By the time they made landfall, Kirby finally got back to him. The guy said his name was Esgareth, right? The Imperial Network's records show that he's a past August tournament champion for the soul-forging division. That was just this last hectocycle. Jonx, that's a big deal. He's considered the most powerful under heaven in this category for the entire Intergalactic Imperium, which spans dozens of worlds and trillions of peoples. Archives indicate that he fought under the banner of Sept Glossio, which I'm assuming is this tiny island. If you didn't know we were fucked before, I'm here to tell you, we are fucked now. Esgareth allowed his nominal visitor to call him Gar as a sign of peace. He didn't need to threaten someone he knew was just in the wrong place at the wrong time. Besides, for someone of his stage to accost a veritable infant was unsavory, especially for an august champion. He'd allowed his water clone to flex its ether aura just a little to impress upon the visitor that he meant business. After all, the Imperium had strict rules for the abuse of raw power. They preferred games of politics and intrigue, projecting perceptions of strength and public duels to decide who ruled. Raw power was only required in times of war. He had his students lead his guest to a private room adjacent to the Colosseum. The aperture in his chambers gave him full control of everything within the walls of the whole structure, so he sent an extended ether pulse through the room, scanning his visitor from head to toe. Immediately, he realized just how much of an amateur the being was. His pulse easily resonated through his guest's body without any interference, allowing him to examine his circuits and chambers. Any initiate of a sept learned to first disrupt ether pulse wavelengths to keep others from accurately scanning their circuitry and their ether-forging state, otherwise known as ether dampening. But his visitor was an open data tablet, just waiting to be read. Even worse, the novice had created 2 chambers, one in their brain and one in their heart. His visitor didn't seem like the young scion of a wealthy family, nor did he seem like a prodigy of a sept. Between the hurried pace of their travel passing his island and the poor planning of their circuitry, they seemed more like someone that was out of their depths. Gar decided to have his AI, Vischer, search the Imperial network for more information about his guest, utilizing his credentials as a sept leader and using the alien's physical description as a jumping-off point. Vischer swiftly returned with a neat little data package that gave a brief overview of the species, which explained everything that he'd garnered so far. This Earthling really was a novice, but in more ways than one. According to records, the remnants of his planet had recently been introduced to Etherforging and the Intergalactic Imperium. Celestials, the entire species was mundane until their planet was ether-formed. The only good thing he noticed was that the Earthlings as a whole came out of the ether forming above average compared to the greater Imperial population, as evidenced by many having been given second and first-class citizenship after barely 2 cycles with access to ether. While impressive, it was obvious they had no skill or refinement for the intricacies of ether forging as an art. In a word, the traveler was a mess, but he'd been granted probationary first-class citizenship by an Imperial counselor, which meant his mental fortitude was admirable, as was his use of his mismatched circuits. Gar was at a loss as to what to make of the man, but he had a fair grasp of the overall situation. Making up his mind, he used his sublimated physique to replace his traditional Mahenian tail with 2 legs and made his way out of his quarters to meet his guest. Jonx sat on the edge of a cot in a sparsely decorated cell made of seemingly old porous stone, and though it had no bars, he knew it for what it was. There was no obvious door, but he knew which wall would open given the right ether pulse frequency. For now, he could only wait until the master of this place came for him. Kirby didn't have much more information than what he'd already given out. Jonx had wanted to download Gar's fights from the last August tournament while he stewed in his holding cell, but it seemed as though the dome over the island did more than just provide some camouflage and protection. It also blocked signals both in and out, which barred his access to the Imperial network of Garabah II. After what felt like forever, though it was really only 15 minutes or so, he abruptly felt a subtle ether pulse resonate through the room, signaling that it was time for his judgment and possible sentencing, but nothing happened for another several long minutes. He could have sworn he felt the pulse, but the longer he waited, the more he second-guessed himself. When the door finally did open, Gar walked in, with his ether aura veiled, and sat down on a throne of ice that seemed to grow from the ground on his command. The Maheen stared at him imperiously, his eyes roving up and down Jonx's body until he broke the silence. "May I ask your name, Earthling? While I've been briefed on your planet's recent misfortune, I don't know who I've taken in." Not expecting that, Jonx was pleasantly surprised at his captor's manners, so he answered, "My name is Cedrick Jonkheer, but I go by Jonx." Pleasure to meet your acquaintance, Jonx. As I said earlier with my water clone, you may call me Gar. I must apologize for disrupting your journey, but as master of this sept, I am bound to keep the location of this island a secret, which means I could not let you learn of us without intervening, Gar claimed. Jonx shrugged his shoulders, then waved the comments away. Yeah, I figured that one out for myself. Then he leaned his elbows on his knees. I want you to know, though, I'll keep all of this a secret. I promise. If you've seen Earth's records, then you know that I'm new to the Imperium, and I don't really know how everything here works. I'm learning, but there's too much to catch up on. Your island was just something I ran into while I was on my way to another portal city. That's all, I swear. Gar held his hands up in a calming gesture. I understand, Jonx. I do. Your circumstances are obvious, and I'm certain of your innocence. This was simply an unfortunate way for us to meet. Copying Jonx's position, he continued. While I'm sure you intend to keep your promise as far as you're concerned, I will require an AI-enforced oath from you. He leaned back with an elbow on his icy armrest. That is the minimum of my requirements. However, before we get to that, I'd like to ask you, it is very clear to me that you're fleeing. But why? And from whom? What has your passage brought down on my sept? Jonx hadn't realized that his movements were so easily intuited. He was impressed at Gar's accuracy, and considering the alien's level of advancement, he knew it would be futile to lie. So he told Gar everything, from how he learned to come to Garaba II to how he ended up running along the ocean. As he told his tale, when he got to the part about finding the data tablets, Gar guffawed loudly, smacking a hand on his lap and laughing hysterically. When he settled back down, Gar cheerfully went on. Serves those idiots right. Sept Ventus is a school of windbags, literally and metaphorically. Their school is weak. Their elders and grand elders barely formed a soul psyche or coalesced a named soul, the highest stages of soul forging. They prop themselves up to seem all-powerful, but what actually keeps them in power is their connection to a faction, which are the true rulers of the continents. Gar clapped his hands together. Now, though your story was priceless, and it's clear you've been busy for a refugee that's been in the Imperium for barely a few decacycles, tell me, Jonx, what comes next? After recalling the events of his life since being forced to leave Earth, he realized that his last few months had all been a reaction to one situation after another. It wasn't much different from what he'd been doing as he lived through his world burning down from ether. Hell, even before Earth was ether-formed, he'd been hollow, doing just enough to survive. He hadn't thrived since his wife passed away. He sat there for as long as it took for everything to sink in, and blessedly, Gar waited patiently for his answer. My original goal for coming to this planet was to learn how to mutate my ether. What seems common knowledge here was unavailable to me on Earth. I was hoping to fix my mistakes before I crippled myself too badly. That's why I sought a sept that might teach me. And here you all are, at the right place and at the right time. Jonx met Gar's eyes. What would I need to do to join your school? Gar considered the human for far longer. My sept has a history of taking in strays, but we take promising strays. Talented people who, for one reason or another, did not make it in the world of politicking that runs rampant in the larger seps. Here, we do not lie or cheat for power. We take it. My school trains those with nothing but raw power and potential. For you to be here, you will have to earn your place. I will not be the one to give it. All I can give you is an opportunity to show your worth. Jonx didn't have to think twice about the offer. He immediately stuck his hand out for a handshake. I can work with that. Chapter 7. Entrance Exam. Before Gar would let him leave his cell, he extracted an AI-enforced oath out of Jonx, which was exactly what he said he'd do. The oath bound Jonx to never reveal the coordinates of Sept Glacio or anything that would lead others to their location for as long as he was alive. If he broke it, his AI would dissolve his nervous system as it had become an inextricable part of him. Jonx easily swore it because he didn't have anything to lose if they rejected him, but he would have everything to gain if they took him in. He had no ties, no connections. The closest thing to a friend he had was his therapist/probation officer. They made their way to a sparring ring within the Colosseum. It was a large circle, about 50 feet in diameter, that had engraved marks in the floor, which reminded him of his first prison cell, where he met Nescord. The floor was sturdy, with pillars placed along the rim of the ring in regular intervals, and atop each pillar glowed a turquoise ether crystal. As Gar led him to a bench on one side of the ring, he held out a hand expectantly and ordered, "Give me your pilfered storage items. They reek of Sept Ventus, and I will not give them away to track my island. I swear your items will be returned safely." Jonx had no illusions that this was a direct command, not a request. He relented quickly and gave over his stolen goods along with his homemade storage bracelet for good measure. Then he watched as Gar floated the items in between his palms, generating a white mist that dropped the temperature in the immediate area. The Maheen exhaled, adding a bluish vapor to the mix, revealing ethereal lines around the objects. In the next instant, he sent a single powerful ether pulse, and the strands dispersed in a haze as if they were a mirage. Jonx couldn't help but ask, "What was that?" "If one of these storage devices held those data tablets that you mentioned, then the student who it belonged to was an elder's direct disciple at the very least. More likely, they were also an heir of a wealthy Mahenian house. Those lines were ether radiation markings that could only be created by someone in the soul psyche stage, or higher." Gar waved above his head. "My island's protective dome can block all forms of tracking, but there is no reason to take a chance." With his items returned, Jonx felt more confident in using them in public. Now, Sept Ventus had no way of tracing him whatsoever. A weight he hadn't known was there lifted from his shoulders, and he actually looked forward to a decent spar. Gar closed his eyes then and sent out a widespread ether pulse that rolled out in a gentle shockwave, extending far beyond the walls of the Colosseum. Within moments, the stands began to fill with his students. The student body seemed to be mostly Mahenian and Sirawan, with a smattering of races he couldn't recognize. Jonx quickly spotted Kalerpa and the tentacled alien that escorted him to the island. All told, he counted 34 pupils. The powerful Maheen looked around the stadium and let his voice carry over the shuffling feet and whispered comments. "Thank you for heeding my summons, my disciples. Some of you may already know, but those who do not, we have a visitor who has so fortuitously stumbled upon our humble sept. Pausing for effect, he pointed at Jonx. He's sworn his oath to me and is now asking to petition for entry. At that comment, a low rumble began to come from the stands as the students stomped their various limbs. Turning to Jonx, Gar increased the volume of his voice and asked, "What is your rank, aspirant? State your power proudly." This all had an air of ceremony to him, and he was never really one for pomp and circumstance. Jonx snuck a look at where he thought Callirpa was sitting. She was the only familiar face in the crowd, and it somehow helped. Without even trying, his answer carried across the arena. "My physique is rank 6, and I'm in the condensation stage." He didn't know the right way to answer, but figured it would be enough. Gar's eyebrows lifted briefly before he lowered his head and whispered conspiratorially, "Condensation stage? But you only have 5 ether circuits. Pardon me for saying this, but you're incomplete." Jonx scratched the back of his head, embarrassed. Yeah, about that. Well, I was planning on learning another one when I got to the Imperium, but, one thing led to another, and I haven't gotten around to it yet. I've only been here for a few months. I mean a few centicycles. Shaking his head, Gar commented, "You will be at an even greater disadvantage, but you've already made your claim. Your consequences are your own." Turning his attention once more to his students, he said, "All those in the condensation stage stand." At his command, 7 people stood up, 3 Mahines, 1 Sirawan, and 3 assorted aliens. Gar nodded his head. "Now, I will have my AI assign you a number, and he will choose which of you will fight this aspirant in the name of Sept Glacio." After several moments, Gar called out, "Beck, make your way down to the ring." Jonx watched as a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle approached the circle. Unlike the turtles in his childhood cartoon series, this alien had a spiked tail with ridged grooves running along its forearms, shoulders, shins, and knees, adding extra protection and potentially making it a harder-hitting pugilist. "Curbs, what am I dealing with here?" His AI offered up a brief summary and displayed a 3D model on his HUD. "That would be a Warlatan, an amphibious race from Garabah Sext, the last world of the archipelago. Sorry, buddy, but I don't have much more than that because I can't connect to the Imperial network while on this island." "That'll do, Curbs, that'll do," he replied. Gar clapped his hands, suddenly snapping him out of his reverie. "Prepare yourself, Jonx. This spar will be 5 rounds for 5 nanocycles each. Go to your benches and wait for my call." Jonx blasted backwards, flipping through the air until his back thudded against an arena pillar, causing the ring's protective shield to activate. His own personal shield completely flashed red as he slid down the stone and collapsed onto the floor in a heap. A buzzer sounded from the ether crystals on top of the pillars, and Gar announced, "Round 4 goes to Beck. Return to your sides and prepare for the last round." Laboriously picking himself up from the ground, Jonx didn't even bother dusting himself off before he limped his way back to his bench. The Warlatan was good, very good. He'd been lucky to eke out wins for the first 2 rounds because the last 2 were completely one-sided. He'd learned the hard way that Beck had 2 distinct styles, one more fluid with the traits of water and the other more solid like a glacier. Their first 2 rounds pitted the Warlatan's more fluid style against his own combination of Earth's martial arts. He'd prevailed both times, leaning on his brain chamber to heighten his perception and mainly using his kung fu training to redirect and counterattack his opponent. He was right that the Warleton was a formidable fighter. The turtle hit hard, even when his attacks only grazed Jonx's forearms and shins. But for the last 2 rounds, Beck had switched to his glacier style, dominating the middle of the ring as if he were a giant immovable iceberg, and Jonx was the Titanic. Jonx switched to using his heart chamber to try and make the turtle budge, but he'd been rebuffed time and again. Beck's tail didn't help either. It had been layered in ice, and he used it like a sledgehammer, hence how Jonx had ended up practically splattered against a pillar. With 1 more round remaining and the scoreboard tied, Jonx had no other option but to go for broke. He was here on this island for a reason. While he didn't believe in divine providence, he did believe in fortune and fate. This match represented a turning point for him, an opportunity, and he was going to seize it. The pair were given a single nanocycle to rest between rounds, to recenter and recuperate their ether chambers as best they could. Jonx spent the time steadying his focus, his resolve. He could feel his dual chambers steadily ticking upward, refilling with every breath he took on the ether-rich island. During his other rest breaks, he had noticed the difference. Something on the island was concentrating the ambient ether because he could recover more here than he could while he'd been skating across the ocean. He also made sure to heal the battered, possibly torn ligaments in his right leg that had been injured when he collided with the pillar, along with all of the other little scrapes and bruises that had accumulated during the last round. His healing ability was one of the few advantages he had above the Warleton. He noticed that Beck's wounds, though not as many as his own, were healing at a slower rate than his were, which only meant that the turtle's forged body was at a lesser rank than his own. It may have even been the reason why Beck had switched over to his more defensive glacier style. Jonx continued to watch his HUD's timer count down, eagerly waiting for the buzzer. When it finally sounded, he sprinted to the center and met Beck for their final showdown. The Warleton instantly wreathed himself in an ice water cloak, which was a layer of freezing water that had 2 discs of ice suspended within it. The discs would automatically protect Beck from incoming attacks. The problem was, whenever he broke an ice disc, the ice water cloak would just refreeze another. It was a pain in the ass, but Jonx had learned to deal with him. Without batting an eye, he activated Overclock and powered it fully with his heart chamber, so he could have enough burst power in his strikes. As the 2 combatants clashed in the center of the ring, trading kicks, punches, and tail swipes back and forth, Beck transitioned to his glacier style once more. When he did, his ice water cloak transformed, covering the Warleton in mostly hardened ice while leaving the turtle's joints wrapped in water to allow for full range of motion. Beck became an immovable ice titan, spelling Jonx's inevitable loss. Flashbacks of rounds 3 and 4 filled his thoughts as he racked his brain for something, anything to help him. Jonx blocked a tail strike on his upper arm that forced him to slide a few feet to the side. He was too easily moved, while Beck was just a walking fortress. He needed something to melt the turtle out of his shell, but he hadn't focused on using any element other than a little lightning. Then, in a flash of insight, he remembered what he'd done inside the eel's eye cavity. Jonx decisively dashed towards the Warleton, then at the last moment he jumped up high and over, landing at a run straight to the other side of the arena so he had some space for what he wanted to do. As he neared the edge of the protective shield, he ramped up his ion cloak, increasing the density of the ions around his body. With twin finger snaps, the friction ignited his hands and he let the flames spread to engulf his whole body. Smiling to himself, he sprinted back towards Beck for some payback. To the Warleton's credit, Beck barely batted an eye. The turtle met his flaming kicks and punches with stoic efficiency. The ice wasn't melting much, but it was enough to take the sting out of the alien's hits. Now, they could both take shots without moving. Jonx transitioned to a more compact fighting style, closing off his body and focusing more on flaming elbows and knees to keep him close to Beck's center. Not to be outdone, the Warleton grew ice spikes on its own elbows and knees to match him. Then the two clinched up, Beck grabbing a hold of the back of Jonx's neck while the latter grabbed the top rim of the turtle's shell, and they began to trade knee strike after knee strike after knee strike. Flames versus ice. Unfortunately for Jonx, Beck was a Warleton and had an advantage by way of his tail. Once their exchange finished, Jonx slid back to make some room only to be hammered by a tail covered in ice spikes. He took the strike on crossed forearms, only to be sent careening across the arena again. His saving grace was that his flaming cloak leaked some power from the hit, allowing him to keep his feet underneath him. He chanced a glance at his HUD, which showed just half a nanocycle left before the end of the round. He needed to finish strong. Regaining his footing, he dropped his ion cloak for a split second to extinguish his flames. When it reactivated, he increased the density of the ions even further. Running his hands over his arms as if he were trying to warm himself, he gathered static charge from the friction and triggered a lightning cloak. Now, he felt ready to finish the fight. His bounding feet ate up the ground as Jonx raced towards Beck for the last time. His lightning strikes were a qualitative upgrade from before. This was different from what his spark circuit could manage. It wasn't just his hands and forearms covered in electricity. His whole body was a lightning rod. The air crackled with every jab, hook, and cross that he shot out. His roundhouses and low kicks became bolts of thunder, and with every strike came a mild discharge of electricity, rapidly wearing down on Beck's ice titan form as lightning traveled through the water in his joints, practically electrocuting the Warleton from the inside out. Beck couldn't keep up with the pace any longer, reluctantly dropping his cloak and focusing solely on keeping Jonx at a distance with his tail while simultaneously throwing ice spikes at him for good measure. But it was all a stalling tactic, nothing more. Ultimately, the round wound its way down with Jonx running overclock, bobbing and weaving through the ranged attacks, unable to get any closer, until finally, 3, 2, 1... 0. Gar walked with him along the beach after he'd fought Beck to a standstill. All told, the final tally was 2 wins for each of them, and the last round was a draw. If not for dueling rules, Jonx was certain that the Warleton would have won. Beck had been calm and composed for most of the last 3 rounds, and the turtle had walked away without any major injuries. Meanwhile, Jonx had a busted left hip and cracked ribs. He had to drag his bum leg through the sand, and each step elicited a grunt of pain because of his ribcage. His musculoskeletal system was hard at work repairing whatever tendons, ligaments, and bones he may have damaged, while he focused his nervous system to shunt off the pain. As the two walked, they chatted. Gar admitted that he was pleasantly surprised by the outcome. Despite all of your disadvantages, you forced a tie with one of my students. It's a miracle that you've made such a motley assortment of circuits work as well as you have. Jonx shrugged, taking the compliment for what it was. I had to get by with being self-taught. Earth was its own teacher. Yes, I can see that. While unconventional, it's given you combat experience beyond those of your stage. Heaving a sigh, Gar continued. For fighting and winning 2 rounds with one from my sept, you've earned 2 cycles of admission. The draw doesn't count towards your tenure, but it was the deciding factor for allowing you room and board. He stopped in the sand and faced Jonx. I will warn you, though, regardless of how well you functioned with your cobbled-together circuitry, they will need to be reforged. It will be unpleasant. I suggest that you refill your dual chambers and recover from your injuries. Your training begins in the next millicycle. He returned to his original cell, which was now his room for the duration of his stay. His hip had mended, and his ribs had knit back together by the time he'd finished his conversation with Gar. As a welcome, his ostensible master gave him a data tablet to copy, which contained the novice forms of Sept Glacio. Gar had extracted another AI-enforced oath from him to not share any of the training or techniques he was going to receive. It was made very clear that he was only borrowing the tablet and was expected to return it at the start of his first class. A millicycle was about 1.5 Earth days, so he had some time to familiarize himself with what was to be expected. But first, he needed to replenish his ether reserves. He couldn't go out to hunt sea monsters because the Sept had remained a secret for a reason. No one came in or out without express permission from Gar. It was actually perfect for Jonx. After all, he'd been on the run and in search of a safe haven to learn and grow. But if he couldn't hunt and use siphon, he figured this would be a good time to try something else he'd been wanting to learn. So he took out his pilfered foodstuffs, portable stove, pots, pans, and utensils, and set up a small kitchen on the desk in his room and got to work. He wasn't planning on using his respiratory system to suck in ether from his surroundings for the next day and a half. He'd much rather use his digestive system and eat his resupply. Chapter 8. Instruction. Jonx sat in a lotus position on the floor of his room. Searing pain spread through his limbs like wildfire, as if his veins were being scalded in boiling water, while simultaneously being dunked in an ice bath. It was the price for forcefully erasing spark from his body. Part of his lessons the past few weeks had been about refocusing his first set of circuitry, and spark just no longer fit into what he was aiming for. Though it had helped him survive up until now, his increasing proficiency of his ion cloak made it redundant. And as Gar promised, the process was beyond unpleasant. Ether circuits were pathways created through regular use of ether energy in a very specific way, like creating new muscle memories. Unlike physical skills like riding a bike or learning to dance, a person's body could only handle a finite number of circuits. 4 in the body preparation realm, and 4 in the crystallized realm, for a grand total of 8. And the more someone used a circuit, the harder it was to unlearn. In this case, Spark had been expert ranked, which was enough to make the process of scouring it out of himself to allow for a new circuit to take its place unbearably difficult, though not impossible. Turning his senses inward, Jonx continued to trace the pathway of his spark circuit. Interestingly enough, ether circuits were formed from his lymphatic system, which already acted as a confluence of nerves, blood, and muscles. Ether radiation had mutated his lymphatic vessels, making them responsive to his will and intent. Because of that, the energy answered his mental commands, slowly molding each circuit that he had so painstakingly learned while he lived through Earth's ether forming. As his senses traveled along his lines of power, he deactivated as many pain receptors surrounding the pathway as he could by using his advanced nervous system, though he could feel that it wasn't going to be enough to fully mute what was happening. Methodically, he followed the trail, and as he followed, he burned. He soldered every inch of the circuit out of his body, piece by agonizing piece. Jonx didn't know how long he kept at it. It didn't matter. He didn't need sleep, not really, and his attention was easy to keep focused for extended periods of time because he was channeling his brain chamber. Gar had said that his chamber was pretty much the only reason he could do this, since it helped his concentration and fine control of ether. Otherwise, he would have had to settle for a different mutation for his energy. By the time he was done, he felt like a burnt-out, hollow shell of a man. But the job was only half done. Now that he finished clearing out the old, he needed to find something new. So he delved into the data tablets from Seps, Glacio, and Ventus to find a suitable option for his fourth body circuit. According to them, there was a process to mutating one's ether in the crystallized realm. The first step of which was changing his specialty physique to something that reflected how he wanted his concept to go. Then, he had to make sure that his 4 body circuits were dedicated to only 1 or 2 elements. He had no way of modifying spark for what he wanted to do, which was why he chose to burn it out of his body. After he'd made his choice for a new circuit, the next move was simple. He just had to modify literally everything else about himself. Ugh, he bemoaned. Long days turned into even longer weeks, and those weeks turned into months that dragged on, until finally, blissfully, he was done with laying down a foundation that he could finally build upon. Gar had barred him from doing anything else other than fixing his basics. No sparring with the other students, no ranking up his forged body, and no advancing past the condensation stage. His master had trained the other students from the ground up, and he'd seen what he could become when he fought Beck. He knew that Gar had good reasons for his restrictions. Still sitting in a lotus position, he hadn't moved much in the several months it took to solidify his foundation. But now that he was finished, he relished finally being able to stand. Arching his back, he made exaggerated stretching motions to release the imaginary kinks in his body. It was one of the odd bonuses of having an ether-forged body. He no longer got cramps or stiffened up from staying in a position for too long. But still, stretching was a habit for him, and he enjoyed it. He pulled up his readout and checked on what he'd gained. Name: Cedrick Jonkheer. AI: Kirby. Class: Journeyman Veer. Professions: none. Body preparation realm: stage Etherforged ×6. Specialized physique: potentiation body, modified ×1. Grade: peak. Anatomical systems reforged: 1. Musculoskeletal. Rank: 6th. 2. Circulatory. 6th. 3. Nervous. 6th. 4. Respiratory. 6th. 5. Digestive. 6th. Body circuits: 1. Leaching sap, modified ×1, peak grade. Proficiency: novice. 2. Friction cloak, modified ×1, high grade. Novice. 3. Propulsion, modified ×1, high grade. Novice. 4. Decaying thrust, high grade. Novice. Crystallized realm, stage condensation. Ether concept, dynamo force. Dual chambers: 1. Brain. Anatomy transformed: corpus callosum, frontal lobe. 2. Heart. Ascending aorta, left atrium. Crystal circuits: 1. Kinetic cloud, modified ×1, peak grade. Proficiency: novice. 2. Ram pressure, mid-grade. Novice. 3. Blank. 4. Blank. While his stage of advancement hadn't changed, his entire readout was different. During his closed-door ether-forging session, he spent every waking moment concocting ways to change his circuits to suit the concept he and Kirby first thought of back in Mob Cahet. To that end, he even gave himself a crash course in physics to help him along. Take his modified siphon, for example, now called leaching sap. He moved it away from a life-attuned elemental circuit and flavored it with the force element. Where once he had to stay still to drain the vital energy from another creature, now leaching sap was a localized jolt of force. The circuit could now be used while fighting. It worked by rapidly increasing the momentum of the ether radiation stored in a single area of flesh, presumably where Jonx would touch when he punched or kicked. That change in momentum would dislodge the energy, allowing it to be quickly absorbed by him throughout a fight. The circuit was best for fights of attrition, where he could slowly sap energy from his opponents, stealing their power while simultaneously keeping himself topped off. The knowledge he gained from his cramming session on Earth science also let him modify his ionized body, which was now his potentiation body. His original specialized physique was what allowed him such easy control of the particles around him, complementing his old ion cloak and particle cloud. Now, his new potentiation body not only did that, but went one step further. His physique was now always working its highest functioning state. Then, to take advantage of this upgrade, the modification for overclock, propulsion, multiplied the effects of his physique up to 3 times, making the circuit more related to the force element rather than the original's life element. He even changed to a new friction cloak and kinetic cloud, which further developed what he'd already been capable of with his old circuits, but on a more powerful scale. With them, he could increase or decrease the density and momentum of ions around his body to even greater effect than before. Meanwhile, decaying thrust had been his choice for replacing spark. It was a mid-ranged attack of pure entropic force, which sent waves of chaos to obliterate whatever it touched within a few feet of him. Lastly, ram pressure was his new long-ranged circuit that relied on the condensation stage's liquid ether. It created small, concentrated amounts of force that could punch through objects from dozens of feet away. It wasn't anything fancy, simply blunt and brute. It had been one of the better options available to him through the sept. Maybe if he had encountered a sept that focused specifically on the force element, he could have found something more powerful, but that wasn't the case. And if there was anything that Jonx had learned while surviving the last few years on Earth, it was that he could only do the best with what he had. Survival. That's all that mattered. Satisfied with his hard work, he ether-pulsed outward to call for Gar's vapor clone, which was a lesser form of the water version that he first encountered when they brought him to the island. In the next instant, a cloud of ice-cold mist materialized in the middle of the room, largely formless except for 2 eyes.
Are you finally done, Jonx? Show me what you've accomplished and we'll see if you're ready to advance with the others.
The vapor clone was how Gar taught every student. It was cheap on ether expenditure for someone of his stage, and his AI was responsible for much of the interactions, which left Gar's real body available to continue progressing his own advancement. At the request, Jonx had Kirby send a record of his hard work to Vischer, Gar's AI. Taking a moment to peruse his changes, the vapor clone responded,
I see your seclusion has borne fruit. Finally, your foundation in the art of etherforging is acceptable. I was afraid when you first came that your disparate circuits would be too far gone for you to work with. But I stand corrected. Your ether has mutated to a high-grade concept similar to the others of our sept. While your particular brand is different from ours, we can still work with it. Now, your next step will be to gain proficiency over all of these new circuits. However, you'll need to use new combat forms. You've gotten far enough with your mundane ones. You should know by now, through the fights you've had since coming to the Imperium, that your old Earth styles are inadequate for your circuits. Delve into the novice tablet's information, as well as the ones I know you copied from Ventus. Learn the introductory forms for body preparation and adapt them to your needs. I'll lend you a water clone for more detailed instruction. Vischer will take care of it. This is your chance to take the reins of your power, Jonx. Make it your own.
Days passed. Jonx's body flew across the arena within a matter of seconds of the match starting. His back hit the ring's protective shield with a solid thunk and enough force that he blacked out for the span of a few breaths. When he came to, he was crumpled on the ground, while the water clone stood above him, casting a long shadow over his bruised body, beckoning him for another round. Weeks passed. His right shoulder dislocated in a sickening pop as his right hip was fractured with a sadistic crunch as he was bodily thrown into the ground with the force of a goddamn jackhammer. Jonx couldn't move. He could only lay on his right side in a dusty man-sized crater that was formed upon impact. He had to bite his lip to keep from screaming while he furiously cycled ether into his nervous system to shut down every pain receptor in the broken half of his body. His mind honed in on the singular task of managing the hemorrhage building in his hip without passing out. All the while, and unbeknownst to him, the water clone stood along the edge of the crater, judging him and waiting for his bones to mend before they started another round. Months passed. He landed a glancing blow to the water clone's body with a ram pressure strike. Some would say it was a lucky shot. Others would say it was his budding skill. Either way, he didn't see the crosshook the clone shot off, followed by a mass of water so dense it felt like a cannonball smashed into his face. Instantly, his jaw broke and his left eye socket cracked from the force. Vision swimming, he staggered backwards, blindly waving his hands in a futile attempt to fend off a follow-up strike. It didn't do him any good. The water clone moved with fluid efficiency, slamming another tsunami into his gut that swept him up and away, carrying him clear across the arena and straight into the protective shield. Jonx was out cold before his body even thudded against the dirt. The water clone automatically came to stand over him, sending out gentle ether pulses to bolster his recovery rate, waiting for another round. A whole year passed. His kinetic cloud billowed out to alter the trajectory of the water clone's precision punches. Meanwhile, propulsion took all of the energy building in his potentiation physique to maintain a blistering pace of wide, circular kicks mixed in with swift uppercuts, all enhanced by his decaying thrust, giving his hits more range and more lethality. Even a glancing blow could briefly destabilize a strike from the clone, giving Jonx some much-needed breathing room. Around him, his body was limned in blue and purple particles as his friction cloak blazed with ether, simultaneously reducing the wind resistance around his limbs to allow for faster striking while increasing the friction beneath his feet, enabling him to take small steps in the air. As a result, his fight with the water clone transitioned to 3 dimensions, introducing more acrobatic maneuvers. He ran forward, jumped straight up, then pushed off of a friction wall on his right, changing his trajectory mid-flight to come crashing down with a double-fisted decaying thrust. The clone vaporized for a split second, only to coalesce directly to the side of him, whipping a kick upward like a reverse waterfall, which launched him into the air. He blinked, and the clone was above him, aiming a hammer fist wrapped in floodwaters that crashed onto his back like a monsoon. Without missing a beat, Jonx flared his kinetic cloud to bleed off the momentum of the hit, landing on a knee and immediately looking up at the water clone, who was floating in the air imperiously like some sort of water god, waiting to continue the round. Jonx had been at Sept Glacio for a full cycle now, 2 whole years of uninterrupted training, filled to the brim with ruptured muscles, broken bones, and brain bleeds from blunt force trauma. The unadulterated brutality of the last cycle paid off, though. His expertise in each of his circuits had improved to journeyman or expert level. It had gotten to the point that he was able to fight the water clone toe-to-toe for 3 full rounds before he inevitably had to stop and recuperate. Over the course of the last 2 years, he had no real rest. It felt much like his time on Earth during the ether forming. He would only rest when he slept, and that was only when the mental strain became too much, maybe once a week or so. Otherwise, his life revolved around losing against the water clone, healing his body, replenishing his chambers, then more losing against the water clone. Gar pushed his mind and body to the brink, each and every time they fought. They must have sparred thousands of times by this point, though Jonx had to admit many of those were over faster than he could process. Despite that, he persevered. This was what he had signed up for. Today, he found himself seated in the main Colosseum amongst the other 35 disciples of Sept Glacio. His master had summoned them all, interrupting their respective training for some sort of meeting. It took some time to gather everyone, though. Aside from the various dueling rings scattered across the island, there were other arenas set up in the waters surrounding the island, and even a few hovering in mid-air for the more advanced students. Meanwhile, the main Colosseum was exclusively reserved for fights between those who were in the soul-forged realm. After all, it was the only arena that had sufficient protective scriptwork arrays to contain their powers. The building also served as the main living quarters for the students and as the master's amphitheater when he made announcements. And so he sat in the stands, lounging with his feet propped up on top of the empty bench in front of him and his back resting against the bench behind, arms spread out to either side. The Colosseum was massive. There was plenty of space for a mere 35 students. Jonx leaned his head back, eyes closed, soaking in the blue sunlight and enjoying the first break he'd had in a long while. Until suddenly, his ether senses picked up a gushing geyser of raw energy where a frozen genie gradually consolidated from the water vapor in the air at the center of the Colosseum, standing atop a large, upraised stage made of crystal-clear ice. This was an ice clone, the strongest that Gar could summon as it imitated the largest percentage of his master's true might. Whatever news the master had, it was important. Otherwise, the vapor clones could have just spoken to everyone. Without preamble, Gar's voice reverberated across the arena. "I have just received an urgent message from the Imperial fleet. By the grace of the Omicron, our Navy has put out a muster for our sector. It seems a new Tier 2 planet is spontaneously ether-forming on the border of our star zone. Most of you should know that our territory abuts an unregulated region, which we share with our neighbor, the Elemist Protectorate. Understand that a new Tier 2 planet would be an asset for either celestial power. According to the missive, the Imperium already has a forward base on the planet, but the Protectorate will certainly dispatch their own conquering force if they haven't already. Thus, the muster." Gar paused for a moment to let the news sink in before continuing. "Now, as part of the capital for the Star Zone, every sept of the Garabon archipelago is being heavily asked to send a third of their disciples. But because our numbers are much smaller than most of the other schools, I have some flexibility in how many I send. I'm asking for strictly volunteers who are in the crystallized realm only. Soul-forged are far too important for something as a simple border skirmish, and those in body preparation will not be able to handle the wildly fluctuating ether radiation surges. A spontaneously created Tier 2 world will be unregulated and imbalanced. The density of ether can range from Tier 4 all the way to Tier 0, which means that the resulting ether beasts will be particularly dangerous, though still within your capabilities, as they will not have had time to fester and gain strength. There's also a good chance for naturally occurring dimensional fissures to form unstable pockets of space, otherwise known as rift worlds. Remember, these rift worlds are self-contained interspatial dimensions with their own ecosystems, climates, and mutated ether beasts. They are supremely dangerous, especially since they will be untamed. However, though, there will be risks. There will also be opportunities for rewards for those of you who decide to go, where you can take some power for yourselves. And so I ask, who will be my volunteers? The ice clone let the question hang in the air, giving everyone some time to commune with their AIs. One of the Sirowans, a male seated far to Jonx's left, raised a hand.
Master, how long would we be away for?
Thinking for a moment, Gar answered, A wild Tier 2 world shouldn't take much more than a cycle to tame. 2 cycles at the most if it's particularly imbalanced. Don't worry, for those of you who choose to go, your time away will not count against your tenure here. When you return, your time will start from when you left. In fact, if any of you manage to obtain Imperial honors for our sept, then I could see fit to extend your terms as appropriate. Jonx asked his AI,
What do we think, Curbs? Any reason for us to go?
Kirby immediately responded,
Are you kidding me? This is prime hunting for your stage of advancement, buddy. An untamed world filled to bursting with monsters? Sign us up. You could sap them all and get enough ether to get you through the next 2 advancements if you're lucky. I mean, you could also die too, but you could die from a stray bolt of lightning, so...
Jonx retorted indignantly.
What? No, I couldn't. A bolt of lightning wouldn't do anything to me.
Kirby said matter-of-factly,
Look, wasn't that an old Earth saying? Just go with it. What I'm trying to get at is that you should go, unless you're chicken shit, in which case you can just lounge around here, suck in ether, and get your ass handed to you by a bottle of water.
At the last comment, Jonx laughed out loud from his lounging position, eliciting glares from some of the nearby disciples.
God damn it, Kirby! I really, really wish I'd never changed your personality. But I can't argue with your logic. It looks like we're going, though I'll tell you right now, I'm probably going to bitch the entire time, Jonx warned. How is that different from any other time, Jonxy? His AI teased. Firming his resolve, Jonx stood up from the stands along with 8 others, 2 Mahines, 4 Sirowans, a Warleton, and a tentacled alien, which he'd finally learned were called Taxons. The group numbered just under a third of the total student body, and none of them were disciples he'd ever met. He took note that Kalerpa and Beck remained sitting, studiously looking away from the ice clone's direction. Gar continued once he knew that no one else was going to stand.
Vischer will send you all the data packages that I received from the Imperium. You'll have about 6 centicycles to prepare yourselves before you meet with the Imperial convoys. When the time comes, make your way to Garabah Prime. There, you'll be ferried to the wild world with the other conscripts of the archipelago.
Gar clapped his hands together then, signaling that the meeting was at an end.
Now, go and ready yourselves, my volunteers. As for the rest of you, return to your training.
The students immediately dispersed, back to their private rooms, while a loud crack resounded throughout the arena as the ice clone and its makeshift platform dissolved back into water vapor. Jonx had 3 days left before needing to make his way to Garabah Prime. According to the data packet, the Imperial transport ships were set to leave in 2 weeks or so. After he'd progressed his circuit proficiency, Gar had taken back the borrowed water clone and downgraded him to the basic vapor version once more. At the same time, his master also lifted the restrictions placed on him, so he could come and go from the island as he pleased, within reason, of course. And so he'd spent his preparatory time sparring some of the other volunteers in singles and doubles matches, as well as hunting some ether beasts to push his advancement a little. Not much came from it, though he was able to reach expert in leeching sap and decaying thrust, which made all of his circuits equal now.
He also asked Gar for the journeyman Sept Glacio tablet so he could plan for the rest of the crystallized realm. As always, Gar made him earn it. Jonx was forced to fight a goddamn ice clone for a full round. Even though the clone was kept at the condensation stage to match him, it still had the expertise of his master. However, the goal wasn't to win, he only had to survive. Thankfully, Gar wasn't that sadistic in his training methods. Jonx had made it, just barely, and he definitely didn't walk out of the ring. Now, he crawled out and ended up laying outside of the dueling arena, bloody and exhausted, until his body healed. After that final hurdle, he was as ready as he could be. His master had even given each of the volunteers 2 protective charms. One was the mark of Sept Glacio, so they could be recognized by Imperial officers. It served as a tracker and a simple communicator with Gar, meant for only extreme emergencies. The second charm was a single-use defensive tool, which summoned a water clone in the lower Soulforge stage for a single nanocycle. It would be enough to save them once from most anything on the untamed Tier 2 world. Vischer had gone ahead and assigned each volunteer to a different portal city to travel to. The disciples were told to remain separate and board different transport ships on Garabah Prime to avoid any possibility of tracking the location of the island. Furthermore, while they were all representatives of Sept Glacio, his master's AI made it clear that they weren't teammates. After all, the Sept was known for raising solo powerhouses that were self-sufficient. Gar was a prime example of this, since he was considered the most powerful in the soul-forged realm across the whole of the Imperium. If the disciples had to join forces, it wasn't prohibited, but this expedition was meant as a time for personal growth. They volunteered, knowing what was expected of them. His mind raced with thoughts, making him both anxious and excited. To stop himself overthinking any further, Jonx laid down on his cot and pulled up his readout. Name: Cedrick Jonkheer. AI: Kirby. Class: Journeyman Veer. Professions: none. Body preparation realm. Stage: Etherforged ×6. Specialized physique: potentiation body modified ×1. Grade: Peak. Anatomical systems reforged. 1. Musculoskeletal. Rank: 6th. 2. Circulatory. 6th. 3. Nervous. 6th. 4. Respiratory. 6th. 5. Digestive. 6th. Body circuits. 1. Leaching sap. Modified ×1. Peak grade. Proficiency: Expert. 2. Friction cloak. Modified ×1. High grade. Expert. 3. Propulsion. Modified ×1. High grade. Expert. 4. Decaying thrust. Modified ×1. High grade. Expert. Crystallized realm. Stage: Condensation. Ether concept: Dynamo force. Dual chambers. 1. Brain. Anatomy transformed. Corpus callosum. Frontal lobe. 2. Heart. Ascending aorta. Left atrium. Crystal circuits. 1. Kinetic cloud. Modified ×1. Peak grade. Proficiency: Expert. 2. Ram pressure. Mid grade. Expert. 3. Blank. 4. Blank. Seeing his progress, this was as good as he could make himself before going off-planet. His time on the island had been revolutionary for him, and he was eager to see what was ahead of him. But first, he needed to shut his brain off. So it was time to binge-watch some old Earth shows so he could unwind. Getting more comfortable on his cot, he pulled out a large green weighted blanket from his interspatial brooch. It was one of his favorite things that he'd salvaged from an Amazon warehouse back on Earth. Hell, he had 5 other blankets in his storage just like it, for emergencies. He was a hoarder, after all. Finally settled in for the night, he closed his eyes and let Kirby take over the backs of his eyelids. Chapter 9. Wild, Wide World. Colossal trees, covered in red-purple leaves, surrounded the landing pad where the conscripts were disembarking from the transport shuttles. The Imperium's naval base was situated across a few dozen treetops, anchored directly to the mammoth trunks that stretched so far down the ground couldn't be seen, even with etherforged vision. This was only one of 18 forward bases spread across one of the larger continents in the untamed world. The Imperium had already claimed the southern half of the planet, while the Elemist Protectorate had laid claim to the northwestern corner. The goal for both celestial powers was to be the first to equalize the ether radiation across the globe. To do that, they had to mine naturally occurring ether formations, close spontaneously occurring rift worlds, and slay the more advanced ether beasts. While it was difficult to say which of these phenomena had started the process of ether forming the planet, they now formed an ecosystem that fed into each other. If left unchecked, the Tier 2 world would be torn apart by ever-increasing numbers of unstable dimensional fissures. Jonx had been part of the second group of conscripts to disembark at this particular base, which had simply been codenamed Treehouse 5. The forest of titanic trees made up more than a third of this continent, so the Imperium had a number of bases sitting amongst the treetops. Upon landing, the AI for the base's commanding officer sent out small data packets to all of the recruits. The contents contained a GPS map for what had been scouted, along with a less detailed version for areas that needed to be explored. It also held the security ether pulse frequencies to be able to pass through Imperial territories unmolested. Lastly, it held estimated troop positions for the Protectorate. The Imperium had a local network set up that encompassed about half the planet, so just as long as a recruit was within range, they would have access to up-to-date intel via their AIs. Thanks to this network, everyone's AIs would be responsible for accurate reporting of assets to the local Imperial database, where all reports would be AI-enforced to prevent any malfeasance. This would aid in keeping track of merits that could be traded in for supplies, which included recovery synth potions, culinarian meals, protective as well as offensive script-smithing charms, and alloy-welded armors and weapons. At the top end of the list, enough merits could even purchase AI upgrades, higher-grade alchemical potions that left little to no residue in one's channels, and circuit manuals that were unavailable to the general public. The conscripts from Garaba were to remain at their respective bases until a general assembly was held by the Navarch of the Imperial Navy. As the last group finally disembarked, Jonx sat on the ledge of Treehouse 5, swinging his feet over empty space and staring out at the magenta forest. At first, he'd been waiting patiently around the center of the base, but he'd abruptly spotted a handful of beastkin, which he recognized to be evolved animals from Earth. A sudden and irrational hatred had instantly bubbled up within him, and it was all he could do to stop himself from running amok in their midst, slaughtering the whole lot of them. It shouldn't have come to him as a surprise that other Earthlings would be on this venture, since the untamed world held so many prizes, but he had expected them to be, well, humans. He never really gave much thought to the notion that beastkin would have made it out of that apocalypse. His unresolved issues came roaring back, but at least he had enough control to stay his hand, which was how he found his way to a quiet spot at the fringes to wait for the Navarch's announcement. His AI signaled him with a soft ping as a live stream began playing. In the next moment, the image of a green centaur with twin tails ending in scythes filled his inner vision. "Welcome, recruits. I am Captain First Class Jara Hami, an acting Navarch for this Imperial enterprise. Though our forces had a head start over the Elemist Protectorate, they have claimed the law of conquest and are now in direct opposition to our Imperium. You have been mustered from the local star zone to act as Imperial troops to ensure our glorious victory over the Protectorate. If and when we win, this Tier 2 planet will be formally inducted into the Imperium and opened for immediate settlement. I'm sure you are all aware that pioneer settlers' rights come with a great many advantages and can help in growing the stronghold of any sept, clan, or faction that takes the initiative. Moreover, this unregulated planet will have numerous naturally occurring ether resources and treasures that could benefit anyone on the path of etherforging. These prizes may also benefit rising crafters of all the arts. This planet will be a boon for this star zone and the greater Imperium at large. As such, our exalted Imperial Majesty, Galuit Shamtul, the Omicron, has commanded we conquer these lands and present them to him. He will award those that honor him. Do not think of failure, for you do not want to imagine the consequences. Now, synchronize your AIs to the local network and claim the resources of this world for the benefit of the Imperium. The Centaur disappeared, and another data packet was released to show where the current Imperial forces were already exploring. It seemed that Jonx and the newer recruits would be responsible for uncharted territories. The forest floor was a collection of dark, seemingly endless hallways, lit only by neon walls of pinks and purples, made by moss that hugged the tree trunks and extended 3 stories high. Mushrooms the size of houses broke up the landscape with their yellows and blues. Jonx sprinted along the loam, propulsion pumping a steady stream of energy through his limbs. Occasionally, he would spot large reptiles with brightly colored spots glowing in the darkness, some hung upside down on branches above, acting almost as natural recessed lighting for the world under the forest's canopy. He and the other recruiters had been released a few days ago, and he chose to hoof it along the forest floor. While most chose to travel across the treetops or higher branches, only a handful, like himself, decided to brave the relative depths of the forest. Just as he couldn't see the bottom when he was up above, now he couldn't see the treetops from down below. The darkness didn't bother him, though. He'd grown accustomed to it from all of his time spent at the bottoms of oceans. As he ran, he cast his ether senses out in a wide net, ether pulses steadily sending back a 3D map of the landscape, which Kirby updated in real time in his HUD. As his map filled up, he got a feel for what was around him. He was hoping to find any large sources of power that might indicate a natural resource. There was no subtlety to what he was doing. Even though he'd learned how to dampen his ether signature while training at Sept Glacio, he kept himself open as bait, acting as a beacon of challenge for any animals that wanted to be eaten for lunch. Speaking of lunch, Jonx made sure to stop and pick mushroom samples as he ran by, though only ones that were small enough to fit in his interspatial storage devices. His hope was to test them out for cooking when he had a chance. At some point, he found himself on his hands and knees trying to reach between 2 tree trunks for a mushroom that looked much like a truffle. Out of nowhere, one of the hanging lizards decided to take a chance and swiped at him with its tongue, his defenseless form apparently too appetizing for it to ignore. Without needing to look, his senses sent him a spike of danger, and immediately he dodged the whip-like appendage, then used his friction cloak to double jump up to fight the reptile on even footing. While he was hurtling through the air, he ran a quick hand over the back of his arm, coating it in electricity. The beast made another attempt at attacking with its tongue, but this time Jonx was ready. He let it latch onto his lightning-covered forearm, which gave the lizard the opportunity to retract its tongue, pulling him the rest of the way up to its level, above in the branches. As he rode his impromptu ether beast elevator, he pushed with his will, further exciting the charged ions that made up his makeshift lightning cloak. At his command, a shock thundered through the mutant like a taser, freezing it in place and giving Jonx the opportunity to scramble up the tongue and clamber to the side of the lizard's skull. Without missing a beat, he swiftly began pummeling it with punches of decaying thrust. injecting pure entropic force directly into the reptile's temple, disintegrating layers of scales and tissue until he had a clear path to its bony cranium. The pain made the ether beast thrash wildly, and his cloak was the only thing keeping him attached due to the increased friction coefficient of his feet. He may as well have been Spider-Man with the sheer amount of stickiness that gave him his firm footing. Now, enraged, the lizard's tail swooshed downward straight at Jonx's head. At the last second, he flung himself to the side, detaching from the lizard's temple. As soon as the tail whizzed by, he summoned a friction wall and pushed both feet off of it, propelling him horizontally back towards the beast's skull. He climbed up the side of its gargantuan skull that was the size of a minivan. The lizard made him work for every foot that he had to climb. It kept whipping its tail at him every other step that he took, forcing him to continuously hop over the attacks like a jump rope. He kept using friction walls to give him a surface to rebound off of. After a dozen times back and forth, he was fed up with trying to get to the other temple. Instead, he aimed for the back of the skull, and this time he wasn't playing around. Shoveling heaping scoops of ether out of his heart chamber, he flooded his ram pressure circuit. Supercharged punch after punch slammed into the back of the creature's cranium, the force of his ram pressure so powerful that it penetrated straight through the reptile's toughened scales, hardened muscles, and thickened bone, then bouncing its brain matter against the insides of its own skull. Its brain hit first the front side, then the back, ricocheting forward and backward until the monster had hemorrhaged to death. The lizard thrashed wildly once more, but these were just its death throes. Its body didn't know that its brain was nothing but splattered mush. Dropping his cloak, he replaced it with leeching sap, coating his hands while he slid downward off the carcass and back towards the ground. All the while, he stole its ether, quickly replenishing his reserves. This was exactly what he'd come to this untamed planet to do. To advance. And to do that, he needed ether. His most immediate goal was to fill his dual chambers to the brim and push for another segment of his heart and brain to be crystallized, which would advance him to the deposition stage, giving him yet another crystal circuit to play with. He wasn't in a hurry, though. He had plenty of time. From what Gar had told him, this mission was going to take at least 2 years, or rather 1 cycle, to complete. He could do a lot in a couple of years. After all, he was an old hand at hunting ether beasts. It was all he'd done for 5 straight years. Besides, this was definitely better than getting his ass handed to him time and again by Gar's clone. And so, Jonx continued to explore the forest for another week, killing a motley assortment of nocturnal animals and collecting mushrooms for taste testing. Occasionally, he would stop and make a stir-fry from all of his fungus samples. The mushrooms held a surprisingly potent cache of ether, which he assumed they drained from the nearby trees. It was during one of these breaks where he finished cooking another meal of yellow fungi when he abruptly sensed a subtle ether pulse sweep through his makeshift kitchen. He immediately stopped what he was doing and whipped his head to the right at the same time that someone walked out of the shadows to step into the light of his fire. It stood 7 feet tall and had dark brown skin with a flat head, atop of which were 2 horns that angled backwards in the shape of a V. No eyes or ears, only a nose and a mouth. The alien wore dark, form-fitting armor made of overlapping discs and remained at the edge of the firelight, considering him for a moment before it asked, "Imperium?" Caught off guard, Jonx responded after a brief pause, Yeah, I would be from the Imperium. I'm assuming you're from the Protectorate?" It nodded its head in answer, then spoke in clipped words without inflection, making it sound eerily inhuman. "Correct. Though I do not have any records of what you are. You must be one of the Imperium's newest inductees. I've gotten reports of a new world being recently taken over. I think that this will be unpleasant for you." Without any further conversation, a cloak of writhing shadows sprung up around the alien and its body simply disappeared. On instinct, Jonx dodged back while flaring propulsion, digging deep from his potentiation physique to increase his speed threefold. A claw suddenly appeared out of the shadow, missing a direct hit but scoring lines across his chest from some unseen energy. He tisked in annoyance as he felt blood run down his abdomen. In retaliation, he activated his kinetic cloud, spreading it around himself in a 20-foot diameter, hoping to lock down the area. No chance, though, as second cloud clashed with his, having the effects of both circuits and revealing the alien's half-obscured shape. Since their clouds were fighting for dominance over the surrounding space, his opponent's invisibility no longer seemed to be fully working. And now that he could see it, Jonx could fight it. He pushed the initiative, whipping a spinning back kick that launched a concussive blast of ram pressure. The alien responded by swiftly crossing its arms and taking the attack on its armored vambrances, while it simultaneously lashed out with a bony tail that Jonx hadn't seen. The tail scraped along his ribs, eliciting a grunt of pain and forcing him to step to the side. He immediately counterattacked with a cross-decaying thrust, finding that the small burst of entropy disrupted the cohesion of ether in his opponent's shadow cloak. The thrust continued on, unimpeded, hitting its shoulder, and for a brief moment the swirls of shadow completely dispersed, leaving a hole through its body. It seemed that the alien also had a specialized physique, one that looked to be somehow completely composed of the shadow element. The moment didn't last long, the shoulder reforming quickly. Once it was whole again, his opponent glared at him and hissed at the pain it must have felt. It angrily redoubled the pace of its assault, and in the next instant, the Shadow Forger began to dance, skillfully transitioning from wide, sweeping kicks to sudden sneaky tail lashes and back again. Each strike was covered in darkness, leaving echoes of shadow in their wake. Jonx found out the hard way that those echoes were sharp. Even a small cut from them bled much more than they should. So he had to take special care in ducking and dodging while he slowly circled his opponent. Despite his caution, he still accumulated a number of nicks and scratches that left his arms and legs slick with his own blood. Thankfully, his relatively thick clothes from Windwall were absorbent enough to keep the worst of his wounds from dripping too much. He had to do something, or else the blood loss was going to get him. Channeling more of his willpower, he focused on his kinetic cloud, hoping to decelerate the alien's attack speed. Even though his cloud was less effective while battling with his opponents, it was still enough to give him a small edge, which he used to flip to the offensive. In an instant, ropes of green-purple energy twined along his forearms, his leeching sap coming to life. At the same time, Jonx wrung out his willpower dry as he activated his friction cloak, decreasing the resistance around him as much as he could manage. Running 3 circuits simultaneously was the most he could do right now, and it would have to be enough. The alien blinked, and Jonx was in his guard. Without air resistance holding him back, he easily slid across the distance. And just as he'd hoped, his friction cloak shrugged off the lingering shadows that littered the battlefield, allowing him to ignore them. He opened up on the alien, his kinetic cloud slowing down his opponent long enough to let him hammer hooks to the body while blocking with his forearms. Every strike and block stole the Shadow Forger's ether, replenishing Jonx's rapidly dwindling reserves. Growing frustrated, the alien suddenly erupted ether, and its shadowy cloud briefly overpowered Jonx's circuit, pushing it away. In that split second, his opponent had enough time to vanish and reappear at the edge of his fire once more. The Forger from the Elemist Protectorate stood there, cradling its stomach, breathing raggedly, and spitting out dark purple blood. After it finished clearing its throat, it rasped in the same eerie voice, "You're strong. Stronger than I thought. Your information will be sure to earn me some merits. Watch yourself, Imperium." It took one more glance as if to commit Jonx's image to memory, then disappeared completely. Jonx sprang forward, sending out pulses in as many wavelengths as he could manage, searching for his assailant. Minutes passed before he gave up, finally certain that he was alone. As soon as he felt safe, he collapsed onto the ground, finally deactivating all of his circuits. Immediately, a pounding headache threatened to crush his consciousness, the edges of his vision narrowing. Prolonged use of so many circuits had strained his willpower, and now he was paying for it. His own breaths came unevenly as the adrenaline faded. Sighing, he stood up, mentally exhausted, but pushed through it. He'd learned his survival lessons on Earth. He couldn't just stay down after a fight like that. Jonx was too vulnerable at this moment. He needed to find a safe place to recuperate. Even though he felt muddle-headed, he forced himself to survey the damage around his camp. Their fight had kicked over his kitchen and the remnants of his homemade meal. As quickly as he could manage, he made his way around and put everything away into his large storage brooch, lamenting to Kirby, "They're stronger than I expected, and there are too many ether element combinations that I just don't have enough experience with. Fuck! I've been too casual, haven't I, Curbs? I need to be on high alert all the time, otherwise I may not be as lucky next time. I don't think that forger was expecting me to put up such a fight. Fortunately for me, he was smart enough to cut his losses." Kirby said, "Well, at least you're learning, Jonxy. I agree with you. A healthy dose of paranoia wouldn't be a bad idea. You're not the top dog out here like you were on Earth. We just got to this world. You don't want to be knocked out of the running so soon." Over the next couple of weeks, Jonx slowed his pace considerably. He stopped running headfirst everywhere, and he avoided sending out ether pulses in case other Protectorate forgers were in the vicinity. His encounter with the shadow alien was a wake-up call. He wanted his next fight to be one of his choosing, not his opponent's. For the minor amount of merits he gained by reporting the enemy forger and their circuit set, he was able to purchase a data packet from the merit shop on Woodcraft to help him sneak through the forest better. He no longer ran along the floor, instead using the branches as steps. His friction cloak covered his feet to give him traction on the slick bark while simultaneously reducing the drag around his body, allowing him to weave through the foliage without leaving a mark. Propulsion smoldered in him like the embers of a spent fire, giving him just enough energy to make each long jump from branch to branch. He kept half a mind on his ether senses, keeping them at DEFCON 1, as he used the other half to navigate the foliage. Kirby kept track on his HUD's map as they made their way in a large zigzag pattern south by southwest through the gargantuan woods. Despite slowing down his pace, his wider exploration area garnered some small surprises. He found a copse of trees that had absorbed so much ether that they'd been wholly crystallized, oversaturating the immediate area in energy. Their coordinates were worth some merit points. He also stumbled across a nest of semi-sentient voles. They had cloaks made for swimming through dirt like fish do in water, barbed fins on their backs, claws elongated with hardened stone, and streamlined bodies to reduce their passing in the ground. They had incredibly sharp senses, too, sniffing the air in his direction from 100 feet away. Not wanting to fight a dozen monsters at once, he backed away and sent the information to the network for more merits. As he explored the sub-canopy of the forest, he found ether-rich vegetables and herbs with dense auras covering a small radius, noticeable only if something or someone was on the same branch. They all went into storage, not for the merits, but for his cooking. While he traveled, he nibbled the plants to get a sense of their taste and potency. With his reinforced digestive system, he didn't have to worry much about food poisoning. Out of the corner of his eye, flashes of white sparks caught his attention, stopping him in his tracks as he peered through the vegetation. He knew the general direction, but waited for another sign. More flickering came for him to mark the spot. He moved carefully, slinking towards the area in a roundabout way, waiting once more for another signal. Again, a brief flash within his visual field. He continued on like that, maintaining the spot directly in front of him no matter where he was. Eventually, his circumspect route led him to a large hollow in the side of a tree. One that was so large it was more of a castle gate with its yawning maw rather than a simple tree hollow. As he watched the entrance for several minutes, the flashes of light beckoned him to enter. "Fuck it. It's been long enough. Nothing else is here," he thought, as he flared propulsion to dash inside. As soon as he entered, a true treasure greeted him. There, suspended in midair, was a rift portal snuggled towards the back of the hollow, giving off flashes like sparks from a lighter. It stretched 12 feet high and 8 feet across, mostly black, save for the miniature viridescent lightning storm churning at its center. His heart beat in his chest from the excitement of such a discovery. But he didn't let that faze him. Jonx quickly stepped back out of the cavern, softly pulsing once to cover the area. Nothing around. Cautious paranoia urged him to find some loose leaves the size of shields, using them to cover up the entrance as best he could. He didn't want anything seeing the glow from the rift and following behind him. Satisfied with his deception, he mentally asked, "Yay or nay, Curbmeister? Pros and cons?" His AI proudly said, "First of all, kudos for the leaf idea. You're definitely learning." But his AI continued in a more uncertain tone. "As for the rift, I don't know. For them to be created on an untamed world, the ether saturation has to form enough of a density gradient that the ether causes an unstable hole in space to spawn. While the gradient exists, the rift stays open. Anything could be on the other side. It's literally another world. But, you know what they say, fortune favors the bold." Jonx stared deeply into the whirlwind of energy at the center of the rift portal, and just silently stood there for several long moments, mesmerized by the magic of what he was seeing. This wasn't just an alien world. This was an honest-to-God portal to the unknown. There was a nerdy little kid inside of him that was bubbling with excitement at all the possibilities. His thoughts led him back to his master, Gar, who had instilled in him over and over again in the last 2 years that his disciples didn't wait for power to be handed to them. No, his disciples took what they wanted. And just like that, Jonx made the decision. Chapter 10. Riftwalker. The first detail he noticed inside the rift world was the wide expanse of green grass spread out before him, reminding him of the fields of Earth. The second feature was to his left, a seemingly infinite cloud wall in hues of blue and black, brushed up against the green grass that extended skyward. Jutting out of the wall were large, terraced earthen platforms covered in more grass with the occasional thicket of shrubs or copse of trees. He could even see animals grazing on the terraces with the most vegetation. Overhead, ambient light came from no discernible sun. It was just more of the cloud wall wrapping around to encompass the ceiling. It felt like he was in the snow globe of someone who had no inkling of logic or gravity. Jonx stood just outside of the entrance portal and took a deep breath before saying, "You know, this place actually has a charm to it. Aside from the warped sense of space, it actually feels pretty peaceful. I thought we talked about being on high alert, What happened to that?" His AI reprimanded. Jonx shook his head. I know, you're right. It just looks like home, that's all." Kirby jokingly berated him. "You're from Hawaii. You lived on the water, surfed most of the time and worked at a hospital. You didn't live on a magical farm. You're not Jack, and this isn't the top of the beanstalk." Eye-rolling at his AI, he began his trek into the rift, angling towards the cloud wall. The closest of the earthen terraces was much farther than he first thought, which only meant it was much larger than he first thought, too. In fact, he needed to double jump off a friction step just to barely reach the underbelly of the rocky protrusion. Once he had a handhold, he easily scaled the rock face, his friction cloak doing all the work until he clambered onto the platform proper. The terrace of land was wide, close to the size of 10 city blocks, which meant the copse of trees at the center were actually the size of redwoods. Not as big as the trees outside, but still gigantic in their own right. As it turned out, the grass on top wasn't actually grass like below. It was ethereal, simply the illusion of grass. He could feel that his feet were actually planted in dirt. Now that he saw firsthand that not everything here was what it seemed, he immediately went on high alert, spreading his ether senses out, searching for anything else out of the ordinary. Cautiously, he made his way to the redwoods but stopped at the edge. Instead of pressing forward, he picked up a clump of dirt, clenched his fist to pack it down, then tossed it at the trees. He had expected to hear a thunk on impact, but instead, a tendril from the tree's roots shot straight towards him at the same time as a wave of force rippled across the platform. Instantly, the illusion of plant life was erased, revealing a lumberjack's worst nightmare. A towering evergreen monstrosity with dozens of roots sticking out of the ground like some sort of redwood octopus with a mouth that was filled by canine teeth made of wooden stakes. In a blink, his kinetic cloud spread out to encompass the immediate area, swiftly alerting the root's trajectory to divert it away from him. But as soon as he dealt with the attack, a mental pressure washed over him as if his mind were a log being swept away by the current, erasing all his thoughts. He blearily came to, only to find a wooden tendril piercing his gut as he dangled high above the mutant tree's mouth like a shish kebab. "Fuck, that hurts," he groaned. Fortunately, his time with Gar was not all peaches and cream. Jonx had learned through his training how to deal with near-total dismemberment. He reflexively shunted off his pain receptors, clearing his mind enough to shoot out a decaying thrust, blowing off chunks of the root's stalk. The tentacle immediately released him as a high-pitched whine came out of its yawning maw beneath. Jonx plummeted towards the waiting mutated wood chipper until he covered his feet in his friction cloak and hurriedly summoned a friction step mid-air for him to somersault off of. The monster whined even louder at that. Its meal wasn't supposed to escape. More than 10 root tentacles angrily came whooshing towards him as he tumbled through the air, forcing him to conjure more and more friction steps and walls to push off of as he evaded each attack. It was like he was on the alien version of Ninja Warrior for all of the acrobatics he was performing. As he danced between spearing tentacles, another mental force came crashing down on him, making him miss his next friction step. He hastily caught himself on a different one, but had a hard time focusing with the mental assault overpowering his senses. Born out of pure desperation, he coated his hands in his decaying thrust and just started blindly waving his hands around his head like he was batting away spiderwebs. His gamble seemed to pay off as the mental weight lessened considerably. Standing more firmly on his step, he bent his knees and launched himself upward while spinning like a top. Decaying thrusts slicing through mental attacks and wooden tentacles alike. Finally clear of any more obstacles, the monster wailed in even more pain and frustration. "Serves you right, you little shop of horrors bastard," he thought to himself as he free-fell back to the ground. Once his feet touched down, he immediately pushed off the ground and bolted forward, not wanting to give the plant any more time. As he ate up the distance to the base of the tree, he flared propulsion, supercharging his speed until he was nothing but a blur. Along the way, he spread his friction cloak to cover the rest of his body in orange-blue ions, and in the span of a few blinks, he found himself face-to-face with a massive wall of craggly tree bark. Seamlessly snapping his fingers to generate flames, he lit his cloak on fire and began burning his way through the base of the tree. The creature's wails turned into enraged screeches as Jonx focused and expended buckets of ether to create his makeshift flamethrower. "Smokey the Bear is going to hate me," he mused. Black smoke, tinged with pink, came off the tree in waves as he continued to burn a hole through the base. Thankfully, the pain must have been too unbearable for the mutant because it couldn't seem to muster a defense against him. Long moments passed as he concentrated on this singular task, the cloying fumes stinging his eyes, while the heat made him break out in a sweat, surprising even him since his forged body was so advanced. By the time he tunneled through, more than half his ether reserves were gone, but it had been worth it. He was now in the belly of the beast. Coughing to clear his now smoke-filled lungs, he pulled out some rations from his storage to make up for his ether expenditure and a canteen to rinse his mouth and quench his throat. Then he downed a synthesized healing draught to close up the hole still in his gut from being speared by a root. While he healed, his eyes scanned the innards of the tree monster, finding himself in a veritable jungle with thick drooping vines, large patches of hanging moss, and a wild bushy undergrowth. Jonx was hoping to easily find the creature's ether chamber, but it looked like he would need a machete to do that. In lieu of that, he swept his ether senses upward while sending out directed ether pulses to try to at least get a general direction to move in. As soon as he started, a multitude of roots broke out of the ground, interrupting him as they honed in on position. Propulsion rapidly thrummed in his veins as he jumped onto a friction step to grab a hold of a low-hanging vine. Roots continuously snapped at his feet as he swiftly clambered up the vine. Jonx had to fight for every inch that he climbed, waving decaying thrusts back and forth with one hand to fend off the wooden tentacles. And if that wasn't bad enough, whatever the creature had that passed for an immune system suddenly decided to respond to his fumbling around. The hanging moss closest to him abruptly released tens and tens of spore pods the size of baseballs. Then, in rapid succession, more and more patches of moss poofed, quickly suffocating him in a whirlwind of spores. "You've got to be kidding me! Come on, man!" he yelled in frustration. Jonx desperately waved around decaying thrust after thrust, but there were way too many spores. They quickly overwhelmed him, sticking straight to his skin and completely covering him in a bodysuit of dandelion fluff. He tried to open his mouth to scream, only to find another spore floating inside. It dissolved on his tongue like cotton candy, and his head suddenly felt heavy. The spores had some sort of anesthetic in them that was now attempting to shut down his entire nervous system. He could feel his eyelids drooping as his limbs turned into lead weights. It was all he could do to keep his eyes open. After only a few more breaths, his grip loosened from the vine as his body slackened. The last thing he remembered was slipping off and plummeting back down to the bushy undergrowth. Unsure of how long he was out, he awoke to pure agony. The acid from the pods had seeped out, burning straight through his clothes and eating away at his skin, making its way right onto exposed pain receptors. If not for that, he might have never woken up. The torturous pain was all he needed to snap him out of his stupor. He grit his teeth and forced his nervous system to kill the connections to his receptors. Then he flooded ether into his friction cloak, instantly decreasing the resistance on his skin as much as he could and causing the spores to slough off. As soon as he was free, he switched to his kinetic cloud, digging deep into his already diminished ether resources and channeling as much energy as he could into his heart chamber to increase his circuit output, then pushed. At his command, a wave of multicolored neon particles rushed away from him in a whoosh, instantly halting all the movement of everything around him in a 30-foot diameter. He could feel the strain on his circuit as he forced it to perform beyond its limits, like a taut cord near to snapping. Taking advantage of the situation, he hurriedly switched to his brain chamber to hasten his perception. With his thoughts turning over as if he just took a shot of adrenaline, he searched the plant's innards as fast as he could. Scanning the vines and roots, he haphazardly formed a mental map in his HUD that retraced the path of the tendrils back to a distant, crystallized root ball suspended high above the middle of the cavernous jungle. Jonx's mind felt like it was tearing from how much ether he was exerting. Unable to keep it up any longer, he immediately switched to propulsion and he released his cloud. He took a quick glance at his reserves, finding them hovering just above 30%, and quickly took his highest-ranked alchemical potion out of his storage. It was expert work, something that he'd taken from Septventus thugs so long ago. He didn't care about the side effects right now, he just needed more ether. Seeing his reserves tick back up closer to 50%, he added more power to propulsion while simultaneously activating his friction cloak, then bent his knees and shot upward through the spores. As if he were Superman leaping a tall building, he rocketed through the vines and moss, his cloak reducing the air resistance around him and giving him steps to leapfrog from. More spores and root tentacles tried to latch onto him along the way, but his cloak did its work by making him slippery. Finally, he got within spitting range and grabbed onto the root ball with a single arm. As he hung precariously, he desperately triggered leeching sap and pulled with the full force of his will behind it. Roots continued to lance towards him, but his cloak kept them from finding any purchase. He was burning through his ether reserves with reckless abandon while at the same time refilling them. Jonx struck a tenuous balance between his ether usage and consumption, essentially turning him into a conduit for the absolutely monstrous energy supply coming out of the tree. Eventually, the crystallized root ball finally began to dim after what seemed like an excruciatingly long time, making it the longest 2 minutes of his life. As it dulled, the attacking roots began to wither and the spores began to fall lifelessly to the ground. Snarling from the mental effort, he clamped down on the root ball with his other hand and triggered twin leeching saps to finish the job, doubling down on his will to absorb twice as fast as before. His reserves instantly swelled with ether. He stared at his hands as he clung to the creature's ether chamber and realized he was literally glowing with the sheer amount of energy he was siphoning. Jonx needed to decide where to put it all, and quickly. Firming his resolve, his first focus was his brain chambers, so he funneled the majority of the energy towards his parietal lobes on either side of his brain, the ones responsible for enhancing his perception and senses. To progress through the crystallized realm, he needed to transform each lobe of his brain, further compressing and solidifying the once gaseous ether radiation. His second brain chamber had allowed his ether to transform into a liquid, increasing its potency by a factor. Now, he could feel his parietal lobes slowly changing, preparing to be turned into another room that would change his ether into a new, more powerful state of matter. This third chamber would turn his liquid ether into a semi-solid and open up another crystal circuit. Once he was able to advance his brain, his heart chambers would be much easier. He still kicked himself for being so greedy, though, but alas, it was too late. His progress was now tied to both. If he stopped advancing one of them, then he would stall out altogether. The more he absorbed, the more the innards of the monster began to wither, with some parts altogether rotting away. Eventually, the flood of power slowed to a trickle, and the once sturdy walls of the tree trunk started to collapse under their own weight. Suddenly, he heard a single snap. Then, more and more, as the vines that were holding the root ball began to shrivel up. He abruptly fell 2 stories, as the mutant had been about 6 when alive, clutching the only thing that remained of it, the crystallized root ball. Though completely devoid of energy, it was still a beach ball-sized piece of solid ether with dual elemental powers. He was sure it had to be worth something, so he put it in storage. As dead plant matter continued to fall all around him, he hastily made his exit, sprinting out of the detritus just before the rest of the towering tree could collapse on top of him. Once he was far enough away, a loud crash made him turn his head to see that the tree had toppled onto its side. He skidded to a halt and looked around the plateau, only now noticing how barren it was with the illusion of floral life shattered. Then he looked up at the cloud wall and realized this was just the first of many terraced platforms. The clouds and rocky protrusions extended off into the distance, seemingly without end. Good God, Kirby! We've barely been in this rift for 2 hours, and there are just so many platforms left, he said, equally awed and annoyed. Always one to play devil's advocate, Kirby answered enthusiastically, "You know what that means, don't you, buddy? That's right. It's power leveling time. You'd better cinch your big boy pants up tight. Looks like we're gonna be here for a while." 5 months. They'd been delving into the rift for 5 godforsaken months. And now there was only one last platform that Jonx had to get to. He could see that sitting in the middle of it was another rift portal. It was the same shape as the original portal he'd used to enter, but it had a different colored lightning storm at its center. Where the original was emerald green, this rift crackled with scarlet bolts. He was only one plateau over, and the finish line was finally in sight. Over the long, drawn-out months, he'd fought everything. More plant monsters with different mutations, some even specialized in the flame element, which just boggled the mind. He discovered that the terraces with animals actually had real grass, just like back home. Though, unlike home, the animals were vicious blood-sucking monsters with too many horns and too many legs. There was once a rhino the size of a barn, plated in metal with 3 horns, 4 eyes, and 2 saber-toothed fangs. The thing could conjure platforms of magnetic earth that hovered in the air. It could fucking fly. It used its summoned earthen steps to run around the skies and in between terraces. One of the protrusions had a literal wolf man with the head of a wolf and the body of a man. Its fur had been a forest green, and he didn't know where it got a greatsword, but the monster had a goddamned greatsword. Of course, there were a myriad of other mutated ether beasts that he'd encountered, though he didn't always fight them. Giant chickens with glowing eyes of power, walking humanoid trees that reminded him of Ents from The Lord of the Rings, a monstrous centipede dragon that was made up of even smaller centipedes, and finally, his personal favorite, a platform that wasn't actually a platform, but instead a titanic rock golem the size of a skyscraper. He'd spent a full week hammering into its torso with repeated decaying thrusts until he had created a tunnel to get into its inner workings. Then he spent another week searching for its crystal core. When it finally died, he had free-fallen so far down to the platform underneath that even his friction cloak wasn't any help. He'd ended up breaking both his kneecaps as he stuck the landing. Jonx wished that he hadn't had to fight that one, but there was no use crying over spilled milk. Overall, the Rift World had been an absolutely batshit crazy ride, and he couldn't wait to get off it. Putting his destination in his sights, he made sure to give himself a running head start. At the last second, he flared his friction cloak, jumping from one friction step to the other, all the way to the terrace with the exit portal. He rolled with the landing and immediately sprung to his feet, ready for a fight. Jonx cautiously scanned the platform, wary of an ambush, because he had no doubt in his mind that he was about to get his teeth kicked in. As if on cue, a metallic basketball smashed into his face, split his lip, and knocked one of his molars out. The force of the hit would have threatened to throw him back off the plateau if not for the traction from his friction cloak. He hastily whipped his head back, front and center, frantically looking for the enemy. And there, in front of him, was a floating metallic beagle-faced pangolin with a wagging tail and a deceptively sinister smile. "What the fuck?" he cursed. The dogolin yipped, then shot forward like a cannonball, aiming directly for his crotch. He desperately slid to the side, his movements greased by his cloak as the monster zipped past him. Quickly pivoting on one foot, he kept his eyes trained on it as he pumped up his perception with his improved brain chambers. He watched as the monster turned in a wide arc in the air, curving back around for a second pass. But this time, Jonx was ready for it. He quickly billowed out his kinetic cloak, encompassing a diameter of 24 feet now that it was master rank proficiency. When the mutant fired itself downrange, he immediately redirected its trajectory, aiming it harmlessly away from him. Undeterred, the metal menace made a sharper U-turn, exuding obvious frustration, and blasted forward like a gunshot. Once more, he manipulated the particles in the air and changed the monster's path, forcing it to skitter along the ground, leaving behind a trail of dust. The miniature ether beast shook its little head, then picked itself back up. The mutant's eyes glowed with power as it wound itself up for more. Just like that, the two went back and forth, pass after pass, for several minutes. All told, the Dogolin made tens and tens of unsuccessful attempts before it finally gave up, panting and floating languidly in midair. Even though Jonx was at a quarter tank, the beast seemed to be worse off. It barely had the energy to float. Gingerly, he extended his kinetic cloak and focused it solely on the Dogolin, wrapping it in a dense ion bubble to keep it from moving too much. As he did, the creature finally lost its steam and fell out of the air. Luckily, his bubble caught it and cradled it down to the ground. It wasn't hurt, just starved of ether, letting out weak whimpers as it lay in his cloud, exhausted. The beagle face was dangerous. It looked like Shiloh, if Shiloh was coated in metallic scales and weighed as much as a grown man. Its ears and snout were a little more vulpine, though, giving it the look of a wild animal rather than a domesticated pet. Regardless, the beast's whimpers broke down whatever animosity that Jonx had left. After all, aside from the first pass, where he was caught off guard, he was largely uninjured. So he had little to be angry at the beast about. Fishing around in his interspatial brooch, he pulled out a piece of ether beast flesh and fed it to the overtaxed Dogolin. The mutt immediately yipped in excitement and snatched the meat out of the air. Then, Jonx expanded his cloud to the size of a dog crate to give it some more wiggle room. No longer feeling in danger, he plopped his butt down on the ground and threw another small piece of meat at the little critter. The creature's tail began to wag even more furiously, melting even more of his dwindling paranoia. After a few more pieces, the Dogolin sat in its cage obediently and waited for more. Jonx took a chance and stretched his arm out, offering up the back of his hand. The beast drifted forward, smelling it curiously at first, then started nuzzling his hand haphazardly. Unable to take the sheer amount of cuteness any longer, he decisively released his cloud, and the Dogolin practically pounced onto his chest. The two rolled around the grassy plateau, play-fighting as he kept throwing treats. Eventually, it got enough ether from the food that it could stay afloat again. Feeling livelier, the little beast began buzzing around him, begging for him to chase. And so they ran around the platform. A man and his strange flying mutant dog with magical powers. He alternated between playing tag and then fetch with one of his spare ether crystals. And of course, there were plenty of treats. Blissfully, they eventually laid down on the grass and dozed, the Dogolin happily chirping away on his chest as he snored his own tune. When the pair awoke, it had been one of the best naps he'd ever taken, even since before the Earth's ether forming. The beast felt his movements and gave a long, lazy stretch, wagging its tail contentedly while yawning wide. It leisurely floated up, then rested itself atop his right shoulder, wrapping its body around his upper back as if it were a scarf. Jonx figured that was the sign that it had found a new perch. He reached up and fed it another small piece of meat while giving it a scratch on its nose, then asked, "So, you coming with me, little guy?" It shook its head. "No? You don't want to come with me?" Another head shake. "Okay, so you do want to come?" This time, it nodded its head eagerly. Is it that you're not a little guy? Are you maybe a little girl?" She wagged her tail and started nodding animatedly, happy that he'd figured it out. "Huh, okay, so you're a female Dogolin. Well, all right, baby girl, you ready to go then?" She gave another tiny nod before she rested her tiny head against his. Jonx asked his AI, "Do people usually tame ether beasts, Curbs?" "Of course," the AI reassured him. "There are even boutique shops with specially bred beasts that cater to high-class citizens. Most folks who keep a tamed ether beast are at least first-class citizens or higher, since they have the income for such luxuries. Once you get back to the Imperium proper, you should be able to get a collar that will intertwine your ether signature with your new pets." Taking one last look at the tranquil, verdant hellscape that he'd slogged through for months on end, he felt oddly at peace with the reassuring weight of his new companion. Before he made a move towards the exit portal, he decided to pull up his readout. Name: Cedrick Jonkheer. AI: Kirby. Class: Journeyman Veer. Professions: none. Body preparation realm: Stage: Etherforged ×6. Specialized physique: Potentiation body, modified ×1. Grade: Peak. Anatomical systems reforged: 1. Musculoskeletal. Rank: 7th. 2. Circulatory. 7th. 3. Nervous. 7th. 4. Respiratory. 6th. 5. Digestive. 6th. Body circuits: 1. Leaching sap, modified ×1, peak grade. Proficiency: Master. 2. Friction cloak, modified ×1, high grade. Master. 3. Propulsion, modified ×1, high grade. Master. 4. Decaying thrust, high grade. Master. Crystallized realm: Stage: Deposition. Ether concept: Dynamo force. Dual chambers: 1. Brain. Anatomy transformed: corpus callosum, frontal lobe, parietal lobe. 2. Heart. Ascending aorta, left atrium. Crystal circuits: 1. Kinetic cloud, modified ×1, peak grade. Proficiency: Master. 2. Ram pressure, mid grade. Master. 3. Blank. 4. Blank. Despite the many hardships, he couldn't deny that the Rift world had been anything other than a boon. All of his circuits had reached master rank proficiency, and he'd improved more than half of his anatomical systems, nearing a 7th rank forged body. And though his heart chambers still needed to be reinforced, he was technically considered to be in the deposition stage. He knew he needed a new crystal circuit, but he was holding out until he got back to an Imperial outpost. Nodding to himself, he was pretty satisfied with his progress. He scratched his doglin once more before walking towards the exit portal, all the while happily whistling a jaunty tune. Chapter 11. Amazon. The world spun as he stepped out of the exit rift portal and onto nothing. His body plummeted towards the ground, memories of the mammoth rock golem and his broken kneecaps flashing through his mind. Quickly stirring his brain chambers awake, his perception slowed to give him some extra time. His cloud and cloak sprung up around him, simultaneously slowing his descent and giving him friction steps to leapfrog off of. By the time he landed, he barely disturbed the ground. Looking back up from his impromptu skydive, he could vaguely make out the rift portal floating mid-air next to the side of a sheer cliff face. "Wonderful! What a way to end my trip to Oz," he muttered. His doglin, which he really had to name, was casually making her way down, floating on her laurels. Once she reattached herself to his right shoulder, he took the time to survey his surroundings. Clearly, he hadn't exited where he'd entered. The forest of monoliths was gone, replaced by a winding mountain range. Unlike the familiar green grass of the rift, the environment was now shaded in purples and pinks, reminding him that he still wasn't in Kansas anymore. He reluctantly had Kirby pull up an updated map. While in the Rift, they'd been disconnected from the Imperial network and could only rely on whatever he had on his local mainframe. It was enough to keep track of his Rift walking, but now he needed to know where in the world he was. After the update, Kirby asked, "Good news or bad news?" Sighing, Jonx chose. "Give me the good news. I'll take anything at this point." His AI answered, "Well, the good news is that we're still within range of the network. The bad news is we're nowhere near Treehouse 5. According to the map, the closest Imperial base would be Peak's Rest 3. Facepalming, then glaring upward once more, he grumbled, "By peak, you mean Mountain Peak, don't you? You know what? Never mind. Don't answer that. Let me just stew for a bit." Choosing to avoid climbing a mountain for as long as possible, he opted to wind his way through the passes as best he could. Peak's Rest 3 was less than 200 miles from the Rift exit. It wouldn't have been bad on even terrain, considering the rank of his forged body, but over and under rocky ground? He wasn't making good time. Speed didn't matter, though. He'd been stuck in that rift for so long he was happy for a change of scenery. So he spent his time meandering his way to the base and playing with his new pet. "We gotta find a name for you, girl," he said, while casually throwing a treat the length of 2 football fields. She immediately zipped away and came back after a minute or so, happily chewing on her snack. His pet continued to drift in the air, lazily circling his head. He stood with his arms crossed, while cupping his chin. "Let's see. You're just a flying cannonball, really, so how about cannon?" The doglin floated in front of his eyes and gave him a flat stare, then shrugged a tiny shoulder, clearly unenthused. Jonx waved a hand in surrender and said, "Okay, well, when we first met, you crashed into my face like a wrecking ball. How about just Wrecking Ball?" The name earned him a swift falcon punch to the face. Not enough to hurt him, just enough to sting. He yelled, Fine, I'll do better." Thinking for a few moments, "You look like a kettlebell, too." He asked Kirby to project a small hologram of the piece of exercise equipment. "How about kettlebell? Or maybe just kettle?" The doglin gave a cute little huff, but eventually nodded. "Kettle it is!" he whooped as he grabbed her and spun in a circle, hugging her closely to his chest. She wriggled, struggling to get away, but he switched on propulsion and won. The Imperium had physically shaved off the top of one of the mountains to set up their forward base on the continent, which meant that he had to haul his ass all the way up to the summit. And of course, they chose the tallest peak in the range, just to make it even more inconvenient. Kettle flew circles around him as he ran up the mountain, making sure to taunt him with how easy she had it. It's not like it was actually difficult, though. His friction cloak gave him so much traction that he had no real fear of falling. Along the way, she would whine, and he would flicker some ether beast meat like the little glutton she was. Peak's Rest 3 was on a similar scale as Treehouse 5. Landing pads dotted the periphery of a spacious circle with a large main building at its center. The building was actually a drop shuttle for supplies, which was in the shape of an immense sphere sitting atop tripod legs, reminding him of Goku's spaceship on DBZ, a classic anime. Jonx patted his way through the base and saw that the bay doors were wide open, a beehive of activity for troops and recruits alike. Wandering over, he got in line and asked Kirby to download an updated exchange rate for all of the items in his stuffed interspatial accessories. Kirby swiftly inventoried their stock and gave an itemized breakdown for everything, making sure to include an estimated merit point conversion. "Okay, so we have about 1,290 merit points with everything that you've collected. That does not include the ether-rich meat,
vegetables, or herbs you set aside to practice your culinary crafting. Plus, if you decide to keep any of the ether crystals, we'd have to subtract their price from the quote." "Mind pulling up the merit shop, Curbs?" asked Jonx. In the next moment, his vision filled with a long list of items, their prices, a picture, and a handy brief summary. To his credit, Kirby modeled the display to look like he was shopping on Amazon to make it easier for him to navigate. Sorting prices from high to low, he sifted through the most attractive items. AI upgrades. 1. Single Veer class rank up. Merit points, 750. 2. Double Veer class rank up, 1,400. 3. Category change, Cenix, 20,000. After reading the list, he thought, "I can buy you a single rank up right now, Curbs. 2 if we sell off some foodstuffs. Is that worth it?" Kirby shook his imaginary head. "To be honest, Jonx, not really. The upgrade from Juvenile to Veer was significant, and so would the upgrade to Cenix. But 1 or 2 ranks wouldn't expand my capabilities much. Maybe getting me to peak rank would be worth it." Shrugging his shoulders, Jonx moved on. "All right, if you say so, buddy. You would know better than me. Let's take a look at some crystal circuits for my 3rd slot. Could you narrow it to ones that fit my build?" Crystal circuit. 1. Gyro bomb. Description: targets an area causing everything within a defined diameter to rotate centrifugally. Merit points, 1,000. 2. Gravity point. Targets an area, creating a dense mass of ions with progressive attractive force nearing the center of a defined diameter. 1,250. 3. Catalytic field. Targets an area, increasing the rate of ether reactions within a defined diameter, rapidly breaking down ether bonds. 1,250. 4. Viscous morass. Targets an area, can increase or decrease the ground friction forces in a defined diameter. 1,000. 5. Ion quake. Targets an area, causing high vibrational oscillations to destabilize everything in a defined diameter. 1,250. He knew that the circuit for the deposition stage was his first chance to truly influence ether outside of his body. Thus far, all of his circuits enabled intrinsic energy manipulation to power his body or extend it away from himself with mid to long-ranged attacks. Before this stage, the quality of his ether hadn't allowed for him to mold the energy in his surroundings. But with his 3rd chamber transforming his ether to a semi-solid, he could finally effect change in the world, albeit on a small scale. That's why all of his options had targeted areas of effect. He would be able to summon them anywhere he could reach. Unfortunately, the nature of his ether concept didn't lend itself to direct damage very well. It was more suitable for controlling or locking down an area. Regardless, though, they all seemed useful in one way or another. But he decided to hold off for now and look for other items in the merit shop. Armor. 1. Expert robes of minor blast protection. Description: expert work, leather weave. Combat robes made of double velour. Reduces the damage from ether-based attacks within the crystallized realm by 50% up to 12 times. Can be recharged with sufficient ether. Merit points, 1,500. 2. Expert chest plate of minor preservation. Expert work, alloy welding and script smithing, chest armor made from laprix metal, includes 2 pauldrons and a codpiece. Can be programmed to allow 50% of wearer's ether mutation to augment its protective layers. 1,250. 3. Expert garments of minor mending. Expert work leather weave. Full body suit made of half wool and memory linen. Able to self-repair when given sufficient ether. Provides temperature regulation. Can be reprogrammed to mimic a variety of clothing styles within the limits of the available material.
Has no defensive mechanisms. 350. 4. Expert Cape of Minor Regeneration. Expert work, leather weave. Cape with hood attachment, made of nimble nylon and double velour. Has been embedded with multiple rechargeable ether crystals. Can be used to store extra gaseous ether up 25% of wearer's total reserves. 500. He had never really worn armor. It just didn't exist back on Earth. He'd gotten accustomed to fighting ether beasts and beastkin in nothing but ripped jeans and t-shirts. The makeshift storage bracelet he owned had been filled with a walk-in closet's worth of clothes. Originally, he'd thought about blending in with Imperial society, but stopped caring during his 2 years at Sept Glacio. Gar only cared about power and results. Besides, the Maheen was a genie, and genies didn't really wear clothes beyond a belt. But the bodysuit did pique his interest. It was a more advanced version of the self-fitting clothes he'd bought back in Windwall and seemed incredibly convenient. Shelving thoughts of armors, he moved on to a section that he hadn't ever thought of. Weapons. Weapon. 1. Expert Staff of Minor Recoil. Description: expert work, alloy welding, and script smithing. A 5-foot shaft made of labrix metal that projects solid ether extensions from its tips up to 1 feet to either side. Can store 10% of recoil from each attack up to a maximum of 50%, which can be released on command. Produces blunt damage. Merit points, 1,250. 2. Expert Spear of Minor Reach. Expert work, alloy welding, and script smithing. A 6-foot shaft made of labrix metal that projects a single sharpened spear tip that can be extended 1 to 3 feet depending on ether expenditure. Produces piercing damage. 1,250. 3. Expert Sword of Minor Haste. Expert work, alloy welding, and script smithing. A 1-foot handle made of Jessix metal that projects a 2-foot double-bladed sword. Can increase speed of attacks by 5% up to 15% depending on ether expenditure. Produces slicing damage. 1,000. 4. Expert Scythe of Minor Enhancement. Expert work, alloy welding, and script smithing. A 6-foot shaft made of labrix metal that projects a 2-foot bladed sickle. Can enhance the type of ether used by 5% up to 15% depending on ether expenditure. Produces slicing damage. 1,250. Jonx was just looking. He wasn't actually planning on picking up a weapon. The last time he picked up a spear or a staff was when he was a kid. He wouldn't have the first clue how to use one in actual combat. Besides, his master, Gar, had warned him against using weapons in the earlier crystallized realm. Many Septs did teach their students weaponry. In fact, some went so far as to completely specialize in a single weapon, like the sword or the spear. However, his Sept did not. According to Gar, the first 2 realms of Etherforging were meant to be used to solidify one's foundation, which meant choosing optimal body and crystal circuits, then gaining proficiency in using them. His master taught weapons combat once his students were fully crystallized and preparing for soul-forged. In that sense, Gar's philosophy was similar to old Asian martial arts back on Earth, where students mastered unarmed combat before they moved on to learning armed combat. Still, though, as Jonx took a closer look at the 3D image of the expert sword of minor haste in his mind's eye, he couldn't help but think of it as a lightsaber. Damn, that would be so freaking cool to use. I'd be a real-life Jedi, he mused. His AI interrupted him, though. You know you're already more powerful than most of those characters from those movies, right? I mean, you can literally walk on air. In the next realm, I'm sure you'll be able to stop spaceships with your circuits. That comment actually surprised him. It hadn't occurred to him to think of himself in that way, but Kirby had a point. He wasn't on Earth anymore. He was out, exploring the galaxy, fighting on alien worlds, and conjuring lightning from his bare hands. Shit, you're right, Curbs. I am pretty cool. Kirby immediately shot him down. That is definitely not what I was implying. You're barely above average as far as the Imperium is concerned. May I remind you of how fast you ran from that wolfman with a great sword? The memory sent a shiver down his spine. Why would anyone in their right mind fight a goddamn werewolf with a giant sword? Jonx shook his head to clear away that particularly terrifying thought and decided to continue his browsing. Yeah, don't remind me, please. I plan on burying that memory nice and deep. Now, let's move on. How about a pet collar for Kettle? Ether Beast Accessories. 1. Novice Training Collar. Description: Novice work, leather weaving, and script smithing Ether Beast Collar. Changes shape to fit the beast. Allows GPS tracking. Merit points, 100. 2. Journeyman Training Collar. Journeyman work, leather weaving, and script smithing growth collar for beasts. Owner is able to donate up to 5% to the beast's maximum ether reserves. Gives basic access to beast readout. Allows GPS tracking. 250. 3. Expert Training Collar. Expert work, leather weaving, and script smithing growth collar for beasts. Owner is able to donate up to 15% to the beast's maximum ether reserves. Gives more detailed access to beast readout. Displays physical mutations. Allows GPS tracking. 500. 4. Master Training Collar. Masterwork, leather weaving, and script smithing growth collar for beasts. Owner is able to donate up to 25% to the beast's maximum ether reserves. Gives more detailed access to beast readout. Displays physical mutations and circuits. Allows GPS tracking. 750. 5. Peak Training Collar. Peak work, leather weaving, and script smithing growth collar for beasts. Owner is able to donate up to 40% to the beast's maximum ether reserves. Gives more detailed access to beast readout. Displays physical mutations and circuits and ether mutations. Allows GPS tracking. 1000. Giving a slow whistle, he remarked, Damn. 1,000 merit points for the beast collar? That's as much as a circuit manual. How much would we have if I exchanged all of the ether meat and produce, too? Doing some quick calculations, Kirby reported, Maybe 2,300, plus or minus a few hundred. There's a bit of wiggle room with the foodstuffs because it depends on the actual ether density in the ingredients. Jonx rubbed his chin and spent a moment thinking about his options. If I cheap out on the collar, I can get everything I want for about 2,100 merit points. That way, we can keep some ingredients for cooking and treats for Kettle. I'm sorry, buddy, but we'll have to skip your upgrade for now. That would be a smart move, Kirby said, unconcerned. Besides, I'd rather save up for the Cenix class upgrade. It would be an absolute game changer for the both of us. I'd be able to have some of the same capabilities that Visha had. Immediately, Jonx felt the greed rise up in him. Hell yeah, so we're definitely saving up for that. But before he lost control, he wondered, anything else that I'm missing? Oh shit, I forgot about getting a larger storage device, but I'm afraid to look. I already feel so poor. You understand that you practically ransacked an entire rift yourself, right? That woodcraft manual cost like 10 merit points. Most people will only have a few hundred merit points by this point, unless they lucked out as much as you did, Kirby said, trying to knock some sense into his host. That got Jonx thinking. Can we keep farming the same rift for more materials? Unfortunately, Kirby shot the idea down immediately. Nope, or at least not in any reasonable time frame.
The rift creatures need time to grow, otherwise the crystals you get wouldn't be worthwhile. Neither would the herbs or vegetables, since they wouldn't have had enough time to absorb ambient ether. Somewhat deflated, he finally stopped shopping. Continuously looking through the list just made him want everything, which only reminded him of just how poor he was, no matter what Kirby said about how spoiled he was. Firming his decision, the line had moved enough for him to finally make it into the base's central hub. Once inside, he spied multiple robotic custodian AIs standing in front of counters with tabletop teleport pads. He patiently waited his turn until a counter opened. While he loitered, he noticed the main feature of the ship's interior was a much larger teleportation pad in the middle, which he assumed was how they transferred supplies to and from the Navarch's mothership that maintained orbit over the planet. Eventually, a custodian pinged his AI, beckoning him forward. Jonx promptly strode up to the counter and began emptying his interspatial devices, one by one. Between his time running through the gargantuan forest and the 5 months in the Rift world, he'd packed his storage to the brim with anything and everything that he thought would be useful. This was what he got for being a hoarder, but what could he do? It was a part of him. So he just kept piling on item after item, multicolored mushrooms, fangs, hides, claws, spikes, horns, and more. The android's teleport pad flashed non-stop as it beamed his haul away to who knew where, but probably the Navarch's mothership. After nearly half an hour, he finally finished taking out what he wanted to trade in, which was just enough to get the manual for Gravity Point, the expert garments of minor mending, and an expert training collar for Kettle. His purchases practically bankrupted him in merit points and in liquid assets, but he would make up for it. There was still another 1.5 years left before the mission was finished. Besides, he was able to sell the coordinates for both of the rift entrances, netting him a little bonus, though not enough for anything else he wanted. Satisfied with his new toys, he left the central hub and went back outside in search of the barracks. All he wanted was to rent a room, relax, and make plans for what to do next. Jonx spent 2 millicycles on base, which was about 3 days total. He only slept a little, just enough to rid him of his mental exhaustion from his months in the Rift world. The rest of the time, he spent binge-watching some mindless TV that Kirby projected onto a wall in his room while he played around with his new purchases. First, he used the collar on Kettle to intertwine their ether signatures. It wasn't particularly difficult. All he needed to do was send in a stream of his energy while his pet wore the collar. After that, he was rewarded with a new readout tab on his HUD. Tamed Ether Beast. Name, Kettle. Phenotype, Dogolin. Body preparation realm mutations. 1. Alnico scales. 2. Lodestone chassis. 3. Gyroscopic skull. 4. Dampened innards. Amusingly enough, Kettle's readout called her a Dogolin, which was probably because he decided on it himself. If he were to take a guess, there weren't any specific categories for ether beasts because of the infinite amount of permutations, so it was up to the owner to decide what to call them. He also noticed that she was considered to be at least in the body preparation realm, but instead of body circuits, she had physical mutations, all of which made it possible for her to crash into objects without taking any damage to herself. If he'd paid for a higher-grade collar, he was sure he would have seen the circuits that let her fly. Next, he reprogrammed his expert garments of minor mending to look like a standard Imperial Scout uniform, since that's essentially what he was. He also went ahead and uploaded a few different outfit variations so he could change on the fly. The garments didn't have much extra material, so he couldn't get too extravagant, but at least he finally dressed appropriately to fit into the Imperium. Then, he spent just enough time to reach novice rank for Gravity Point. It was easy, actually. He didn't even need to leave his room to do it.
It felt like he was concentrating his original particle cloud all into a single point. As he condensed the ions into a spot away from his body, the point's mass and density grew until there was a mild gravitational tug on everything in a small sphere about 4 feet in diameter. He was certain that as he became more proficient in his new circuit, its area of effect would grow. Lastly, he took a good long look at the new continent's map. The exit rift had dropped him onto the central landmass of the planet. And because it was smack dab in the middle, it was contested territory. The Imperium controlled the eastern half, while the Protectorate reigned over the western side, which made the area between the territories ground zero for the fiercest battles and competitions for resources. Jonx did not want anything to do with that. After 5 months of unadulterated fighting, he wanted something more casual. To be honest, he was hoping to explore and collect some more ether-rich herbs and vegetables. The planet still had a northeastern island, though it would be more accurately considered a subcontinent due to its size. It was so remote that the Imperium only had a single base at the far southwestern tip. He figured that it would make for a peaceful place to seclude himself for a while. When he was ready, he left the barracks and made his way back to the central hub. His plan was simple. Teleport to the subcontinent's remote base and go on an extended nature tour. Pick some plants, map out the area, maybe do some wild ether beast hunting. It was time to go camping. Chapter 12. Subcontinent. The cover of an orange-purple forest opened up to a cliff's edge overlooking pink-blue waters. Branches broke and fallen leaves crunched as frantic running carved an erratic path through the woods. Jonx was being chased by a small herd of mutant moose men running on their hind legs, barreling through the bush with mammoth antlers, which had the remains of forgotten critters still hanging on for the ride. He was sprinting all out for dear life, eating up the ground with long strides and closing in on the cliff's precipice. Without missing a beat, he pumped his legs and flared propulsion to long jump off the cliff, trying to gain as much distance as he could as he fell towards the ocean. Kettle raced alongside him, flying through the air to match his descent. The moose men skidded to a halt in a rain of gravel at the very edge, waving large bone metal clubs and screaming incoherent, grunting profanities. But Jonx could barely hear them over the rush of wind whipping against his face. As he neared the water's surface, he slowed his descent with his kinetic cloud and landed on the waves using his friction cloak. He immediately turned back around and stared back at the monster moose, answering their profanities with some of his own. "Well, fuck you guys too!" he yelled at the top of his lungs while waving his middle fingers in the air. Even Kettle floated alongside him and shook her own tiny paws in indignant rage. Still pissed off and on a tirade, he stomped his feet on the water's surface like a child throwing a tantrum. "I hate this goddamn island! Arrgh!" He screamed until his anger ran out of steam, then proceeded to nuzzle Kettle, feeding her a small treat. They'd been on the subcontinent for 4 days, and it had been non-stop misery. The Imperial base they'd teleported to was a freaking ghost town. No custodian droids, no Imperial officers, and no other ether forgers that he could sense. All that was left were broken panels and ship pieces strewn about on the floor of the base's central hub. And the only thing left working was the ingress teleporter, not the egress, which meant he was effectively trapped on the mega island unless he wanted to skate across the ocean back to what passed for civilization on the untamed world. Only the deadly sins of greed and hubris kept him from leaving. All his thoughts of a laissez-faire nature hike for some herbs had been wiped from his mind. For all of its dangers, the subcontinent was oozing in Tier 0 ether saturation, the highest that the planet had to offer, usually only reserved for those who were in the later soul-forged realm or higher. Yet here he was, breathing in pure gold. Within 2 days of being trapped here, his respiratory system had ranked up. Even Kettle was constantly buzzing with energy, her ether aura condensing further and further. Remembering his reasons for staying, his anger simmered to a dull heat, and he sullenly traversed the waves, taking the long way back to shore. The energy radiating off of the mega island was a double-edged sword. While it fed him buku amounts of ether, it also smothered the power of his circuits by halving their effective range. It made fighting the powerful ether beasts more difficult, since he had to get closer to land strikes, and they had large clubs that felt like sledgehammers when they broke his ribs. He'd already had to heal cracked bones a half-dozen times. Jonx would have liked to say that he learned his lesson from those first few skirmishes with the subcontinent's inhabitants, but when he'd finally killed one, its body was so ether-rich that he was nearly ready to push his heart chambers to match his brain after only 2 hunts. So, he stayed. Against his better judgment, he stayed, luring individual moose men to take their power for his own. Unfortunately, he'd miscalculated this last time, which was how he ended up running for his life. Despite all of his bluster, in 4 short days, he'd gained enough to justify extending his stay. Name: Cedrick Jonkheer. AI: Kirby. Class: Journeyman Veer. Professions: none. Body preparation realm. Stage: Etherforged ×6. Specialized physique: Potentiation body, modified ×1. Grade: Peak. Anatomical systems reforged. 1. Musculoskeletal. Rank: 7th. 2. Circulatory. 7th. 3. Nervous. 7th. 4. Respiratory. 7th. 5. Digestive. 6th. Body circuits. 1. Leaching sap, modified ×1, peak grade. Proficiency: Master. 2. Friction cloak, modified ×1, high grade. Master. 3. Propulsion, modified ×1, high grade. Master. 4. Decaying thrust, high grade. Master. Crystallized realm, stage: Deposition. Ether concept: Dynamo force. Dual chambers: 1. Brain. Anatomy transformed: corpus callosum, frontal lobe, parietal lobe. 2. Heart. Ascending aorta, left atrium, left ventricle. Crystal circuits: 1. Kinetic cloud, modified ×1, peak grade. Proficiency: Master. 2. Ram pressure, mid-grade. Master. 3. Gravity point, high grade. Novice. 4. Blank. Looking through his readout, he was astonished at the amount of ether just ready to be plundered. It would take time and careful planning, but he was going to fleece the whole god-forsaken subcontinent of its resources. An expert-ranked gravity point locked down a moose man and woman from moving. Though the Tier 0 saturation suppressed the circuit's area of effect, the improved proficiency created a denser focal point that increased its gravitational pull. He dashed towards the trapped mutants, aiming a decaying thrust for the female's head, while Kettle continuously bashed in the males. The chaos energy of the thrust blew a hole straight through his opponent's neck and cheek in a spray of bone bits and tongue, killing it instantly. Meanwhile, he found Kettle gorging on her prey's flesh as she casually leached his of ether. The two of them had been wholesale slaughtering the tribe of Moose Man mutants up and down the coast for 6 solid weeks. He'd collected so much ether that his dual chambers were nearly ready to be pushed into the compression stage, opening up his last crystal circuit and completing his second set. He'd also reached peak rank proficiency on every circuit but gravity point, which had greatly increased his chances of survival. These last 2 ether beasts had been the final guardians of the tribe's elder, which was an astonishing 18-foot-tall moose man with 4 sets of antlers and a club tail made entirely of bone metal. The semi-sentient beast usually roamed its tribe's lands, seeking sources of ether to grow its own power. However, two intrepid interlopers just so happened to have been demolishing its people behind its back. And because of that, the Elder was bound to return once it found out, which was going to make for an epic boss battle, only with the very real possibility of an agonizing death. Hoping for the best but expecting the worst, Jonx and Kettle finished harvesting the twin carcasses and returned to their camp to make their final preparations. Man and Doggelin sat in their bare-bones camp on either side of a small fire, solidifying their gains from their recent hunt. The man sat cross-legged, chewing on a mooseman skewer, rife with ether, which he dutifully directed to his brain chambers. His ostensible companion lay across from him, dozing by the flames and sleeping her way to greater strength. She was lucky in that she could naturally process the ether-rich meats without needing to focus much on where it went. They'd retreated to their camp 2 days ago, hoping to push their advancement another level before tackling the Moose Elder. He was just a few skewers away from transforming another area for his brain chambers. A torrent of ether funneled to his temporo-occipital region, hardened its peaks and valleys, preparing it for the compression stage, where his semi-solid ether would undergo its final transformation to a fully solid state. With this last step, he would open his final circuit at this realm, finally allowing him to manipulate his energy into tangible shapes. As the final groove solidified, the region sealed and opened up to the rest of his brain chambers. Semi-solid ether swiftly flowed in, filling the new room, then quickly compressed until it hardened. To fill the chamber completely, he scarfed down 10 more moose kebabs and cycled his digestive system to break them down. Layer after layer, the new chamber put down solid ether like a multi-tiered cake. Then, as he reached for kebab number 11, Kettle cracked an eye open and gave a small huff, warning him that he'd eaten his share already. He squinted his eyes at her, but backed off, muttering to himself, "You little mutt? Fine." The new enhanced brain chamber quickly went to work, sharpening his vision and memory even further than what he was capable of before. Previously, he'd already been close to having a photographic memory, but now memories came flooding back to the forefront of his mind, unbidden, threatening to overwhelm him. Moments he thought lost time or those that he hid away from himself out of fear suddenly resurfaced in perfect clarity. Memories so jagged and broken, with edges so sharp he cut himself all over again. Blood poured out as the beat of his heart raced. An age-old panic and anxiety that he hadn't felt in years setting his emotions ablaze. A whimper escaped his lips then as he fought a losing battle to dam up tears behind his eyelids. Agonizingly, inexorably, they came. And with them, every heart-wrenching moment that led up to his wife's passing, along with the numbness that followed. Broken nights of tears, wailing against a god that never heard him, madly bargaining with every power that be to trade his life for hers. The dull stupor that came after, deadening him to everything and everyone around him. He'd never gotten the time to process or accept his loss. The world had literally ended before he could. The days and nights of the apocalypse had once been blended together, but no longer. He remembered. The horrors of ether poisoning, where masses of animals and people alike fell in droves, unable to handle the potency of ether radiation that had bathed the planet in verdant green light. The flames of societies crumbling, buildings burning, riots, raping, pillaging, the worst that humanity had to offer. It had been a struggle to breathe, to eat, to live. Next came the Beastkin Wars, which flashed in his mind's eye in stark lucidity, his burning hatred roaring back to the forefront as if it had never left. Whatever the humans had done to each other, the Beastkin had done worse. Before they evolved into fully sentient forgers, they had been driven by nothing but instinct and bloodlust. Australia had become a wasteland because of them, and Jonx had stood idly by, powerless to do anything against their hordes of primal beasts. All he could do was flee. Melbourne had been decimated, and as far as he knew, he had been the only one to escape. Then, the loss of his mother. He wasn't mad about that. She'd gone in her sleep, lucky to have missed what came next. It was the best that he could have hoped for. She'd been spared the breaking of the world. Years and memories flew by then, rapidly panning across his inner vision. All of the time he spent on islands and the oceans around them, secluding himself from the horrors of the apocalypse, away from the other nations that held the last vestiges of humanity. He had run from it all, hidden himself away, only to watch the timer count down until the end came. Jonx abruptly snapped back to himself as he felt a wet tongue lapping up tears that he hadn't known he'd cried. At some point, he'd collapsed onto his side, cradling his knees and closing himself off to the alien forest around them. Kettle had worriedly dashed to him, worming her way into his embrace. A salve to his raw emotions. He latched onto her tighter like a drowning man, holding the only thing keeping him afloat in a sea of a lifetime's worth of pain and misery. Man and Doggelin laid in their bare-bones camp, huddled for warmth against the chill of memories past, piecing back together a broken soul as their campfire dwindled to embers. Out of the blue, a titanic ether aura revealed itself off in the distance, rising like the tide and rushing closer to their little camp. Time was up. The Moose Elder had found them first. The only silver lining was that it had given Jonx a day to get a handle on the deluge of his memories. Though severe, his breakdown had lasted only a few hours. His reinforced temporal occipital region actually ended up helping with re-establishing his emotional stability. That didn't matter anymore, though, because in the span of a few breaths, the aura descended onto the camp like a weighted blanket. Kettle instantly sagged a little in the air, fighting to maintain some height by releasing her own comparably pitiful ether aura. Meanwhile, Jonx pumped up propulsion, relying on his potentiation physique to stand against the pressure as he cursed in his head. "Fuck, this thing is stronger than I thought." That was all they had time to do before the Moose Elder crashed into their camp like a whirlwind. Wreathed in a cyclone of wind and leaves, the ether beast immediately sliced a blistering wind blade towards them, forcing Kettle to quickly rush over and hide behind Jonx, treating him like a human shield. He lit his arms up in green-purple energy and hastily disrupted a part of the attack with a decaying thrust, letting it whoosh by them on either side. The wind blade continued onward, cleanly cutting down all the trees in a wide arc around them. On instinct, he summoned a gravity point at the Elder's feet, pulling down on the cyclone and reducing its area of effect. The moose didn't even seem fazed as twin whirlwinds covered its hooves, launching it up and over the locked-down area. Now that it was hovering in midair, Kettle took her chance and shot forward like a rocket, intending to knock the beast down. Unfortunately, she was easily rebuffed by a summoned tornado, getting caught up by the wind and tossed away like so much debris, crashing through the underbrush of the forest. "Kettle!" Jonx cried, right before he summoned another gravity point to cancel the tornado, then pushed off of his feet to launch himself forward, meeting the Elder midair. Leeching sap coated his hands while the moose resummoned its whirlwind cloak. Not to be outdone, he triggered his kinetic cloud, surrounding them and slowing down the wind particles, robbing the moose of its power. Growling, the Elder lunged at him, and their hands interlocked, man versus monster, pitting their physiques against one another. All the while, leeching sap actively stole the Elder's energy. From the corner of his eye, the beast's bone-metal tail suddenly clubbed his side in a loud clang, sending him careening out of the air and sliding across the campsite, leaving a dugout trench in his wake. Before the moose could follow up, Kettle was there, shooting out of the shrubbery and straight into the Elder's back with a back-breaking crunch, stopping it from forming another attack. The moose bellowed in shock and rage, but she didn't stop. She used her compact body like a jackhammer, slamming back and forth until Jonx could hear the beast's vertebra fracture, one sickening crunch after another. After a handful of hits, the moose's legs went limp, only held aloft because of its twin whirlwinds. A beastly roar of pure, unadulterated fury erupted outward from the now paralyzed elder. Its ether aura suddenly exploded like a hurricane, physically pushing Kettle and Jonx away as the energy whipped at their very souls. It was all they could do to gather together, Jonx using his body as cover for his pet as they tried to weather the storm behind his kinetic cloud. It didn't help much, especially when the now berserk Moose Elder kept madly blasting out wind blade after wind blade at his cloud. Jonx grit his teeth, struggling to slow down or force the air particles apart by robbing them of their momentum. But the blades kept coming, and he could feel his willpower crumbling under the assault. His ether reserves plummeted precipitously, and Jonx had to hastily turn off his circuit, or else he was going to pass out from ether starvation, which left him to take the relentless barrage of wind blades on his back and shoulders as he tried his best to protect his girl. Nicks and cuts quickly turned into lacerations, then into deep furrowed gashes. His blood flowed freely like a gurgling stream, running down his back and pooling onto the ground, leaving it soaking red, dyeing their camp crimson. The onslaught continued unabated as Jonx kept Kettle desperately clutched to his chest. His vision narrowed, tinged in red. It was Kirby's way of showing him that he was in extreme danger of passing out. In a final act of defiance, he growled through his teeth, smothering the pain, and pulled out Gar's one-time-use protective charm. Without hesitating, he crushed the amulet in his fist, instantly feeling an effervescent cooling effect, a balm to his open wounds. He hazarded a look over his shoulder to find his master's water clone standing over him, a bulwark against the storm. Not wanting to waste his sanctuary, Jonx hurriedly dug a hole and buried Kettle in the ground to protect her, urging her to stay put. Now, with the most important thing to him protected, Jonx stood on shaky legs, swiftly pulling out an expert work alchemical vial to boost his ether sat rate by a little over 200%. Then, he breathed in as deeply as he could, letting the Tier 0 energy suffuse every part of his being, quickly bolstering his diminished reserves. At the same time that his energy climbed, he used it, flooding his body with propulsion to firm his stance. Nervously checking his HUD, Kirby kept a clock counting down the clone's timer. A nanocycle was a little over 2 minutes, and he had plenty of time to lay on some hurt. Setting his jaw and clenching his fists, he began his counterattack. Dual gravity points appeared on either side of the moose, immediately restricting its whirlwind cloak. In the next instant, he was sprinting forward, his friction cloak lending him aerial steps so he could climb higher. Meanwhile, the water clone kept pace to cover him as the Elder followed his trajectory, continuously launching wind blades. Taking advantage of his master's protection, he dove headfirst through the moose's storm of energy, completely ignoring the beast's attacks. Jonx matched the monster's roar with a feral growl of his own as he dug into the withering well of his ether reserves. In an instant, twin decaying thrusts broke through the skin and fascia of its chest in a squelching schlicht as he latched on like a vampire. Then he quickly switched to leeching sap, desperate to drain its strength. Immediately, stolen power thundered into his reserves, augmented by the alchemical potion still in his system and the beast screaming at being violated. Its hurricane rapidly died down as its energy ebbed, but the moose wasn't done. Two massive hands with thick sausage fingers clamped down onto his arms from his wrists up to his biceps, squeezing, trying to crush his bones. Jonx whipped his head back in a rictus howl to the heavens, but kept his mind focused on sapping the beast of its energy. But that wasn't all the beast had. It wrenched him forward to give him a vicious headbutt to the face, breaking his nose and cheekbones in a nasty crunch. His vision swam, but the ether he was stealing quickly healed his wounds as if he were Wolverine. Apparently, the water clone was only able to protect him from ether attacks, not from brute physical strength. As his face healed, he kept one hand inside the beast as he fired consecutive ram pressure punches with the other, directly into the monster's face. Despite the Elder's skull being obscenely thick, the force from his attacks briefly scrambled its brain, its eyes going in and out of focus. Hastily releasing his grip, Jonx quickly climbed onto the beast's antlers, using them as footholds, then angrily rained down decaying thrust after decaying thrust into the back of its head. Tufts of fur, flaps of skin, and chips of bone and chunks of brain matter splattered all over Jonx's arms and chest as he snarled like a wild animal. The moose bucked wildly, neighing and whining as its brain was pulverized to a pulp. Instantly, the twin cyclones keeping them afloat cut off, and the pair thudded onto the ground. Somehow, someway, the fucking monster was still alive, and it rolled Jonx onto his back, using its weight to keep him pinned. The beast rained down punches like sledgehammers, every strike sending shockwaves through the ground, forming a deeper and deeper crater. Jonx took each hit on crossed forearms, feeling his bones crunch as they fractured under the assault. Like a cornered animal, he desperately clawed for his willpower, splitting his mind in two and dedicating a part of himself to activating his kinetic cloud. With the reduced radius, the moose had to be close for it to be of any use. He unhesitatingly drained his chambers, nearly bottoming them out, all to halt the beast's momentum just for a few precious moments. To his extreme horror, despite the massive resistance from his cloud, the Elder's fists were still moving, as if through molasses. Before he lost control, Jonx reached up with a primal scream and stuck his thumbs in its eyes, gouging them out with a wet squelching. It immediately tried to pull its head back, but he rapidly fired off decaying thrusts through his thumbs. The entropic energy pierced directly through the back of its eye sockets and straight into the thing's frontal lobe, instantly lobotomizing it. All resistance fled after that. The moose's whole body went limp as if it were a puppet whose strings were just cut. And though it still breathed, its breaths were rapidly turning shallow and ragged. Until finally, after one last shudder ran through its body, the moose elder died. Without hesitating, he canceled all of his other circuits and hurriedly switched to leaching sap, his muscles and bones blissfully knitting back together at a prodigious rate. He lay there panting, thumbs still embedded in the monster's eyes, not wanting to let go until every ounce of ether was out of its body. Jonx watched as the beast's once powerful physique shriveled up and withered under the onslaught of his leeching. And once his own body was fully restored, he switched the rest of the stolen ether to his heart chambers, pouring it all into his right ventricle, forming his fourth room in one go. It was reckless, but he didn't have the energy or wherewithal to care. This fight had only shown him that he was still so weak and that he wasn't ready to brave deeper into the mega island. Chapter 13. Revelations. A dried-up, emaciated husk was all that was left of the moose elder after Jonx had finished leeching it for all that it was worth. In his chest, he could feel the vigorous, steady drumbeat of his right ventricle pumping solid-state ether, making it a match for his brain chambers. After the near-death battle and his advancement, all he wanted to do was safely retrieve Kettle from her hiding hole, cooing at her as he scooped her up into an embrace. She playfully yipped at him and gave a low growl as if to say she hadn't been happy being buried, but she was glad he was all right. By way of apology, he carried her over to the carcass of the moose elder, offering up its ether-rich flesh to erase all of his past transgressions. She instantly forgot about him as her mouth began to salivate. Kettle eagerly struggled against his hug. All right, you little mutt. God, you act like I starve you." As soon as he let her go, she zipped away and buried herself deep into the belly of the beast, leaving him shaking his arms out to get rid of all of her slobber. Now that he was secure in her safety, he stared at the carcass, deep in thought. That fight had been the closest to death he'd been since he came to the Imperium. He even had to burn through his protective charm from Gar, which meant that he was now without any safety nets. It was a sobering thought and made him want to reevaluate his trek into the deeper jungles of the subcontinent. These moose men had only been the predators of the periphery, implying that the interior held the true top powers of the food chain. Spurring himself into action so he didn't brood, he took out a simple 1.5-foot blade with some basic script work for sharpness that served as his butchering knife, which he'd taken from one of the disciples of Sept Ventus so long ago. Jonx knelt next to the moose elder and first cut out a large piece of meat from its rump, tossing it to the side for Kettle to eat in peace and away from his dissection of the monster. The Doggelin took the hint, making herself happy off in the corner as he started the process of skinning the carcass from stem to stern. Knowing how to butcher an ether beast properly was something he'd learned way back on Earth. With the apocalypse and all, it's not like there were still grocery stores to get food, so he had to get good at harvesting monster parts for survival. Besides, having Kirby in his head simplified the whole process, since the AI provided dotted lines that he just had to follow. It made it seem more like something out of a survival RPG rather than a hellish way to live. Anywho, the butchering process was pretty fast thanks to his potentation physique, and he was done in a matter of minutes, netting him a rather gigantic, if slightly gnawed-on, pelt of thick moose hide. Sticking it in storage, he moved to the head of the beast to remove its antlers. He didn't need a tool for this, he only needed to point 2 fingers at the base of each antler and fire a concentrated wave of his decaying thrust, neatly separating all 4 of the bony prominences. He hefted one up and ran his hands along its grainy surface, admiring his hard-won prize, when he realized that it was made of the same bone metal that made up the elder's tail. The prospect excited him because he was certain that these would be worth a bundle of merit points. Out of the corner of his eye, something sparkled amongst the grimy moss that covered each prong of the antler. Curious, he sent a brief pulse of ether, forcefully scrubbing away some of the dirt to reveal burnished ornaments wrapped around the points of 3 different antlers. Eagerly unraveling them, he held them in the palm of his hand and saw them for what they were: interspatial storage devices. "Jackpot!" he yelled with undisguised glee, but then thought better of it. Wait, what the hell was an ether beast doing with these things? The mystery only got deeper as he sent his ether senses in to scan their contents. He was at a loss at what he found. Especially storage devices that have things clearly from the Protectorate. He let the comment hang in the air, ultimately deciding to set the riddle aside for the time being. It was interesting, but at the end of the day, was nothing to concern himself about. Not really. If anything, he was more excited that he'd just got way more than what he bargained for. Jonx returned his attention to what was left of the remains, ready to butcher the rest of the carcass. He was aiming to cut out the choicest pieces of meat, hoping to grill them later for dinner as a final fuck you to the moose elder. Jonx began with the shoulder, ribs, and the round, then continued to the loin around the spine. His knife easily parted the meat from the vertebrae, but when he tried to pull the hunk of flesh off, it got caught on unseen black veins that seemed to pervade deeply into the tissue. "Kirby, what exactly am I looking at? These things look more like wires than veins to me," he commented to his AI. Taking a moment to process, his AI responded, "If you thought those storage devices were a mystery, this is even more so. Those, my friend, are the bioelectric veins of an AI, like myself. But what in all that is holy is an ether beast doing with an AI?" Jonx asked with worry in his voice, "Where would I find the main body, Curbs?" His AI provided, "Generally speaking, the AI's prime ganglion would have embedded itself in the brainstem." Following the directions, Jonx moved to the back of the mutant's skull, which was already conveniently cracked open thanks to him. He just hoped he hadn't destroyed the ganglion with his assault. Unhesitatingly, he shoved his whole hand in what was left of the brain, questing for a small bundle of bioelectric veins. It took a few minutes of thorough searching, but he eventually fished out the tiny black ball of ether tech. "Is there any way to access this thing, Curbs, or is it worthless now?" he asked. Kirby didn't answer at first, choosing his words carefully. "Okay, so this is gonna sound weird, but hang with me. Remember how we first met?" Rifling through his memory banks, his newly photographic recall easily gave him the answer, which Jonx did not like. "You've got to be kidding me! I have to put this slimy thing in my ear?" he asked incredulously. Kirby immediately sent him a sense of calm to reassure him. "Maybe, but it won't be like the first time. You and I are already inextricably attached. I can just cannibalize it like I did with your old cell phone. Remember your cell phone? And how you were all panicking and whatnot?" Jonx rolled his eyes and responded in a deadpan tone. "Yes, Kirby, I remember my cell phone. I have an eidetic memory now. Unfortunately, I remember it like it was yesterday. And you know what? Now that you bring it up, you still owe me $1,000 for that." Kirby scoffed at the idea. "Okay, buddy. Good luck trying to get U.S. currency in the Imperium. Go ahead and just put it on my tab. And while you're at it, put that thing in your ear so we can get this show on the road." Shaking his head, Jonx shrugged and said, "All right, fuck it." Then placed the AI ganglion into his ear canal. Immediately, he felt as though little worms were crawling around in his brain. It was a repulsive feeling, but it was just Kirby sending out minute tendrils of his own to latch onto the foreign ganglion. He felt it the moment Kirby's wires attached because the piece of ether tech melted into a small puddle, which reminded him of coming back from the ocean and having some water stuck in his ear. The feeling didn't last long because Kirby quickly absorbed the liquefied ganglion straight into his brain matter. In the next moment, his HUD flickered in his mind's eye as his AI redirected almost all of his processing power to focus solely on assimilating the foreign AI. The minutes ticked by until Kirby finally got back to him. "Okay, so there was a lot to unpack in there. I think it would be best to just start from the top. First, thank God you chopped up all the bioelectric veins throughout the moose. This ganglion belongs to a Master Veer-class AI, and if it wasn't already damaged, I don't think I would have been able to absorb it. Good news, though, cannibalizing it has actually increased my processing power. We're going to need to reconnect to the Imperial network to truly finish my upgrade, but as of now, I'm officially an expert Veer-class AI." His AI reported excitedly. Jonx could feel Kirby preening, and to be fair, he was pretty stoked about it himself. He couldn't wait to see what the upgrade would give them access to. After a mental high five, Kirby returned to his report. Second, it's a Protectorate AI. It had all of the security ether pulse frequencies, base locations, including the hidden ones, and best of all, dozens of circuit manuals for the body preparation and crystallized realms. Hell, it even had the fighting forms for whatever sept its original owner belonged to. I dare say that with this, I can mimic an Illimist AI well enough that you could pass through the territories unmolested. Kirby paused to let it all sink in before he continued. Now, this brings us to my next discovery. This is a second-hand AI. That ether beast took it from a Protectorate Etherforger, and a relatively advanced one, too. They would have been at least fully crystallized, which probably explains how the beast got those storage devices. And to put the icing on this cake, an AI can only be installed into a fully sentient being. But obviously, that ether beast wasn't completely sentient. It was only semi-self-aware at best, which begs the question, how did such an advanced AI integrate into something whose brain shouldn't have been able to install it in the first place? As Jonx thought through the implications of all these discoveries, Kettle began rummaging through the carcass again and began eating the innards, which were her personal favorite. Watching the little mutt chow down, all he could think of was that this ether beast obviously killed a Protectorate soldier and somehow knew how to dissect the AI out of the brain and put it in its own. That conclusion implied that the mutant was smarter than it seemed, which didn't add up since it had still been driven by instincts, not reason. He needed to see if there were other mutants out there like this one, or if it was just some random fluke. Staring around at the ruins of his campsite, he muttered to himself, "What the hell is happening on this island?" Shelving the mystery for later, he refocused on things that he could control. He first finished butchering the rest of the mutant moose, though he completely skipped over the rest of the loin because of the AI wires. Then he moved on to finding a new campsite for him and Kettle. They both needed to recover from their near-death battle, and he had to settle his dual chambers. Pushing for 2 new chambers in as many days left his circuitry sensitive and raw. He needed to let his pathways rest for a few days, preferably a week. Kettle rested on her usual perch atop his right shoulder as they traversed the islandscape. Kirby suggested they go to a seaside mountain cove that he'd come across a couple of days ago. Jonx didn't argue. He liked the idea of being secluded and cut off from the outside. He did not like the idea of having to fight more powerful ether beasts at the moment. Following the map on his HUD that Kirby provided, he retraced the path back to the cave. Once inside, he lit a fire to warm the cavern, and he and Kettle sat across from each other once more. In no time at all, his Doggelin was dozing by firelight, softly yipping in her sleep, probably crashing into things in her dreams. His mind kept turning the information he'd found over and over, making him wring his hands from overthinking. After several minutes, he was fed up with his mind going around in circles, so he stood abruptly and pulled out a cooking pot. Cooking, and by extension food, always soothed him, relieved him. He always turned to it when in need of comfort, and after what he'd just gone through, he was definitely in need of it right now. So he softly ether-pulsed, sending the signal to his expert garments of minor mending to change their appearance. Instead of wearing an Imperial Scout's bodysuit, he opted to wear a pair of comfortable jeans, a black t-shirt, and an apron that said, "Kiss the Cook." He knew it was corny, but he didn't care. Things that were corny on Earth no longer applied to the Intergalactic Imperium. He wore his apron proudly. Jonx wasn't planning on making anything fancy. After all, he was craving comfort food. So he reached into his storage and took out a handful of mushrooms, some root vegetables, a couple of kinds of herbs that he already knew the taste of, and a hunk of moose meat. Then he padded over to the cave's entrance and onto a rocky outcropping that was surrounded by pink-blue waters. Jonx crouched down to rinse out his cooking pot and collect some water for the stew he was planning. He paused as he looked towards the horizon, watching this untamed world's orange sun set. It reminded him of Earth and the many evenings he spent at the beach in his teenage years. He was happy to be alive. This place may not have been home, but he peeked back towards the cave, thinking of Kettle, and thought that maybe he'd found a new home. With a pot full of seawater, he trekked back into the cave and set up a table with his cutting board and knives. He set about roughly dicing everything into large chunks for his stew. Jonx wasn't worried about trying to get the most ether out of his ingredients. The Tier 0 saturation in the air was still accelerating his advancement without him needing to do anything extra. He took out a tripod for the fire and hung the pot over the heat. Then he unceremoniously tossed in the ingredients all at once. The size of the chunks would ensure that it all cooked relatively evenly. While he waited for the stew to finish, he took the time to look at his sweet, sweet loot. This was an old, deep-seated primal feeling of satisfaction that came from his earliest childhood gaming days, just like his penchant for being a hoarder. Starting with the smallest, as was only proper, he looked through an interspatial pendant that was the same size as his small brooch. The pendant held spare armors, clothes, and potions in a rainbow of colors. Unfortunately, the apparel was all in the style of the Protectorate, which meant he couldn't wear them on Imperial bases unless he wanted to be hassled. However, he wasn't on base. He was in the middle of a subcontinent that could very well be his grave. With that thought in mind, he looked through the armors and found one that could protect against 24 crystallized attacks with additional physical absorption. It was simple to find out about each piece of equipment, as everything had a barcode somewhere on the surface, which gave the name of the piece, its rank, the materials it was made from, and what the script work did. The armor he chose was the Expert Vestments of Moderate Absorption. It was leather-weaved, so it had the option of changing into pre-programmed styles. In actuality, it was a direct upgrade to what he was currently wearing, since his garments had no defensive capabilities whatsoever. Already, his fight with the moose was paying dividends. Next, he and Kirby categorized the alchemical ether potions and synthesized healing vials, though none of them were impressive. They were all journeyman-level stuff, meaning they'd only increase his sat rate or wound regeneration by 100 to 200% at the most, and they would leave some residue in his circuits. He wouldn't complain, though. He'd taken enough of the mediocre crap already in his time on the Mega Island. And he was sure that he would be desperate enough again to take some more. He wasn't thrilled by the idea, but he didn't throw them away. Moving on, next in line was a choker, which apparently had the same space as the largest of his storage devices. Jonx exclaimed, "Hot damn! Now this is something to write home about." Kettle immediately huffed in annoyance. His outburst seemed to have disturbed her beauty sleep. He tossed a small piece of meat, which she snapped out of the air, and she instantly dozed back off. Sending his senses inward, the choker held butchered ether beast parts, meats, scales, antlers, teeth, spikes, claws, and a cornucopia of other body parts that could be made into armors, potions, or pills. Whoever this once belonged to must have either been a crafter or planned to sell it all to crafters, because there weren't many reasons to fill a storage device with only monster trophies. Though he was disappointed at its contents, he was still ecstatic at doubling the amount of storage he had, which only meant one thing: he could hoard more. Finally, the last piece of interspatial jewelry was a braided bracelet with 3 intertwining layers. When he scanned it with his senses, his mouth dropped open. The space it held was absolutely astronomical as far as he was concerned. It measured more than 3,000 cubic feet, which made it the size of a medium-sized U-Haul truck. That was enough room to fit an entire 2-story house. Even better, the bracelet held rows of weapons, armors, and clothes, all of which were organized on racks. There were multiple cabinets filled with potions that practically glowed with power, while others contained various sized ether crystals from pebbles all the way up to large melons. That corner of the bracelet exuded a palpable ether density. Lastly, on the far wall was a bookshelf lined with data tablets. He couldn't wait to search those with a fine-tooth comb. Completely blown away by this single haul, he consolidated every one of his storage devices down to just 2, the triple-layered bracelet and the choker. The bracelet alone could hold everything, but he didn't want to rely on only one device, so he divided his loot equally. Beyond satisfied, he suddenly heard the telltale bubbling of the stew. It seemed he finished just in time to take it off the tripod. Quickly wrapping the pot in a layer of his kinetic cloud, Jonx didn't even move. He simply used his fine control over his circuit to float the pot onto the sandy stone floor of the cave. He eagerly grabbed 2 large bowls for him and Kettle and served up some heavenly-smelling stew. Kettle immediately shoved her snout into her bowl, slurping up her meal without nary a bite. She just gulped it all down, then asked for more. Jonx didn't begrudge her. ladling out 2 more bowls just for her. As they ate, he had Kirby project a hologram up on one of the cave walls so they could watch a movie. Predictably, the little doglin was snoozing even before the opening scene, her belly fat as a melon from her gluttony. And so, Jonx did the only thing that he could do. He swiftly scooped her up and laid her on his lap, while he rested his back against another wall and settled in for movie night. Over the next week, he spent his time giving his circuit pathways and his chambers a rest as he looked through the data tablets from the interspatial bracelet. It was pretty dry stuff. They were largely about the Protectorate's inner workings, major political powers, their rivals, details about their finances, descriptions of their powerful Etherforgers. The list went on. Whoever these tablets belonged to was a very well-connected and informed person. A couple other tablets had circuit manuals and general skills that revolved around espionage. There was information on how to better perform ether dampening, which was how forgers hid their energy signatures from one another. There was also a manual for a shadow cloak to avoid detection and instructions on how to completely shroud an ether aura. The last skill must have been how the Moose Elder hid his presence from his ether senses for so long, which meant that the beast had somehow read the tablet. It just added to the growing mystery of the moose. He couldn't do much with the shadow cloak, he already had his own, but learning how to optimize his dampening would make sneaking through the islandscape much easier. And though his stage wasn't advanced enough to develop an ether aura yet, since that would require him to be fully crystallized twice over, the skill would still be helpful in the future. The more he read through the tablets, the more he realized just how important this expedition was. The Imperium hadn't divulged why they wanted this planet beyond vague notions about nationalism, but the information from the Protectorate was much more forthcoming. According to the intel, the planet was spontaneously ether-forming due to a very specific reason. The Protectorate believed that a fabricated rift portal had been housed on this backwater world, one that was so ancient that it finally began to destabilize, resulting in large quantities of ether radiation spilling over onto the planet's surface and triggering a very gradual ether forming. But if the saturations were so uneven, ranging from Tier 4 and going as high as Tier 0, that implied that this theoretical ancient rift world had a far higher concentration. Tier 0 was simply its runoff. Courtesy of Elamists, he examined a detailed map of the planet. The rift portal in question must have had multiple entrances since there were several spots of high-tiered saturation. One was the main Protectorate base on the northwestern continent. Another was on the Imperium's southern continent, though not in the forest he'd first arrived in. And the last, like some sort of cosmic joke, was on this god-forsaken subcontinent. However, it seemed that neither celestial power had planned to encounter semi-sentient ether beasts who were smart and powerful enough to take their ether tech. He swore to everything that he ever held holy that he would not go anywhere near that rift portal. There was nothing that could convince him to even think about going near it. He didn't even want to see it, especially after everything he'd just read. It was one thing to be on this world for some power leveling and to pick up some treasures. It was a complete other thing to be messing around with ancient rift worlds that were strong enough to cause the breakdown of an entire goddamn planet. No, thank you. Even though he planned to stay on the subcontinent, he was going to keep plundering the periphery, and that was it. But the central area? Not on his life. With an annoyingly jovial chime, Kirby broke his monologue. You know you've just jinxed yourself, right? Slumping his shoulders in defeat, Jonx said with an exaggerated sigh. Yeah, I know. When he finally finished moping, he moved on to reviewing his fight with the Moose Elder. With his eidetic memory and his brain chambers, he could essentially replay and rewind the fight from his point of view like a video recording. So he spent days analyzing it, picking out his mistakes, what he could have done better, and where his weaknesses were. It was evident that he needed more potent offensive and defensive measures. That mutant moose was nearing low soul-forged, meaning it had crystallized its chambers at least thrice over, maybe even 4 times. And the beast was only the tip of the iceberg. The longer he stayed on the mega island, the more likely he was to run into a true soul-forged beast. So he had to be ready. While he didn't have access to a large list of circuit manuals, just the ones on the Protectorate AI, and those didn't really fit his ether concept, he could probably glean some new ways to use his dynamo force. Maybe adapt another circuit for his 4th slot. But he wasn't very confident in his success. So he switched his thinking and decided to, instead, re-examine his current circuitry. He'd already modified them once before, so he was more optimistic about his chances. Besides, his circuits were a part of him. Ether muscle memories that he'd honed through dozens of battles. The last 2 months on the subcontinent had improved the proficiency of all of his circuits to their peak. And as anyone knows, sometimes it takes a master to ad-lib. His original plan had been to rest and recover for a single week before he went back on the hunt. However, all these new revelations forced him to change his schedule. Why was he in a rush anyway? He'd only been on the Untamed World for 9 months, while the earliest projected completion of the expedition wasn't for another 1.5 years. He had time. Chapter 14. Alpha Hunter. Jonx compiled every little tidbit of useful knowledge from the data tablets of Septs, Glacio, and Ventus, as well as the data packages from the Protectorate AI. It turned out that it was actually fortunate that he decided to modify his circuits. To get to the next realm, he had to combine his first 2 sets into a more flexible collection of circuitry that complemented each other. A perfect example was Gar's clone. Though it was only 1 circuit, it had 3 iterations with varying degrees of power. The soul-forged realm was about further understanding his ether concept and the intricate underlying theories behind his circuits. Because of this more abstract requirement, the next realm was a bottleneck for many ether forgers. Keeping that in mind, he turned his attention to his main offensive circuit, decaying thrust. He'd originally chosen it for its entropic nature. It was simple but effective, just a forward pulse of pure chaos. As he'd learned, it was barely of any use with the Moose Men, especially with the Tier 0 saturation limiting its range, making it doubly ineffectual. He needed a higher concentration of entropy rather than a loose clump that he'd just shoved forward. Recalling how he first formed his gravity point, he experimented with focusing entropy, only to fail again and again. It wasn't until after a dozen or so attempts that he realized he was going about it the wrong way. He was trying to add order to disorder, which fundamentally defeated its purpose, its nature. Entropy was change. It was randomization. It was chaos. And chaos couldn't be focused. It could only be redirected, channeled. So, instead of a single point of entropy, he decided to make a container for the chaos energy. Jonx held his hands out, palms facing each other, then summoned a globe of ions just dense enough to create a semi-solid shell. He didn't think that he could have done this before his most recent advancements. Gaseous or aqueous ether wouldn't have had enough stability. Once he had a rough sphere, he began filling it with his decaying thrust, infusing more and more entropic energy until the globe was full. But as soon as the chaos touched his layer of ions, it tore a hole through, popping it like a balloon. Instantly, Jonx's face was blasted by an amorphous blob of decaying thrust. Fortunately, he'd layered himself with his friction cloak, so the energy easily sloughed off of him. He looked over at Kettle, sitting at the edge of the firelight, who was blatantly smiling in amusement at his experimenting. "Thank you for being so concerned with my safety, you mutt. I'll remember that at dinner time," he teased before turning his attention back to his tinkering. Jonx took a piece of dried meat out of his storage, just something to chew on to give him a boost in sat rate. He cycled the surplus ether into his brain chambers, hastening his thoughts and heightening his perception. Then he blinked once and suddenly his visual field zoomed in, a simple flex of his eye muscles that had been reinforced time and again by his forged body. If not for his brain chambers, he probably would not have been able to handle the overload of information, but Gar opened him up to the possibilities of his unorthodox choice of chambers. So he leaned into his mistakes, taking advantage of what he had at hand. He made another semi-solid shell of ions, but this time he didn't push his decaying thrust to its full capacity. Instead, he played with the density of energy within the sphere without having it touch the edges. His plan was to give Kirby some observational data. To that end, the next step was to start popping the shells, but in a controlled manner. Over and over, he added just enough decaying energy to poke a hole in his ion bubbles as Kirby dutifully collected his experimental results. After 30 or so trials, his AI stopped him. "All right, buddy, that should be plenty. I can take it from here." In the next instant, his vision filled with rapid-fire computations and 3D models simulating what he was trying to do. It was as if Jonx was fast-forwarding through a video at 10 times the speed. He made sure to keep pumping ether in a steady stream to his brain chambers to give him and Kirby enough juice to maintain the hectic processing speed. While it all felt like it was taking an incredibly long time, that was because of his heightened perception, speeding up the feeling of time, but only to him. In reality, the computations barely took 30 minutes. And by the end of it, a perfectly round sphere hovered in his upturned palm, brimming with dense, destructive power. Making his way to the front of their cave, he unceremoniously shoved the ball into a rock wall. Instantaneously, a tunnel vaporized into existence, letting him see straight through to the outside. This attack was only meant to be mid-ranged, but the residual chaos energy seemed to have a mind of its own, extending the attack's reach much farther than he anticipated. It was so potent that the chaos power didn't even leave any dust or debris from the stone, seemingly tearing apart the rock's molecular bonds at the atomic level. A small smile split his face at the raw power he'd been able to create. Eagerly, he rapidly summoned more and more chaos balls to play with. His next attack that needed updating was leeching sap. The original goal for his modification was to use it as a hit-and-run attack for prolonged battles, but his thinking had been too narrow-minded. In the world of Etherforging, he'd have to be able to get close enough to land a hit first, and then you'd have to be able to survive the counterattack before you could run. The Moose Elder was a prime example of the circuit's weakness. The beast had wind blades and tornadoes that easily kept him at bay, effectively mitigating any close encounters. He was left only relying on gravity point to tie the mutant up before he had a chance of getting near. On the flip side, leeching sap was pivotal for his progression. The sheer amount of ether he could pull from enemies was unbelievable. It had paid for itself throughout every stage. But it was something he could only really use towards the end of fights because of its range limitations. He needed to somehow modify it to get some range. Jonx closed his eyes and cycled his brain chambers once more for some extra thinking power. Successfully modifying decaying thrust had been relatively easy because he had a fair idea what he wanted to do. But in this case, he was starting completely from scratch. Jonx took out some more jerky to chew on, increasing his sat rate once more to keep his energy output steady. Closing his eyes, he sharpened his focus, bending his full concentration to the task at hand. His perception and thinking speed ramped up, and suddenly he was lost in a river of images. It was surreal, nothing like what he'd done for his previous circuit. Kirby flashed through possible iterations for leaching sap. He and his AI went back and forth with possibilities, their collaboration happening at the speed of thought. Finally, in a flash of inspiration, it came to him. If he was successful with making a semi-solid shell, maybe he could use his solid-state ether to make a sort of portable ether pump. He excitedly asked Kirby for the schematics of an old Earth ion pump, realizing that he would need two parts to the equation: the actual pump that would ionize the ether of his target, and a separate electrode that the energy would be attracted to, like a short-range receiver. He held his hands out, summoning a lump of solid ether crystal. As he willed his energy to coalesce, he infused it with his ether concept, dynamo force, willing the idea to ionize whatever it came into contact with. He placed a piece of ether-rich meat far away and rested the newly formed chunk of crystal directly on top. Next, he summoned a second crystal, filling it with the idea of attraction along the same wavelength as his makeshift pump. Immediately, he felt both of them resonate, then watched as the meat rapidly shriveled up, its ether swiftly draining away to the crystal in his palm. "Got it in one!" Jonx exclaimed. Unfortunately, his excitement was short-lived because now the question became, how was he supposed to get his pump into an opponent? Sighing, he went back to the drawing board, closing his eyes again and playing with different solid-state shapes with Kirby. A thumbtack, a nail, a spike, a stake. The list went on. His choices were limited because of his stage. He wasn't yet fully crystallized. Jonx was still in the compression stage, so he was only just learning how to manipulate solid-state ether. Thus, he kept his plan for this circuit as uncomplicated as possible. Keep it simple, stupid. And the most direct way to get the pump into an enemy was to throw it, which meant he needed to pick a shape that could easily penetrate and be able to hook in so it would actually stay inside an opponent's body. Kirby helped immensely with this by showing him more photos and diagrams of dozens of old Earth tools. After 50 or so examples, he finally settled on a variation of a very boring drywall anchor. Of course, he altered it, first elongating it, then sharpening the tip, and finally giving it a screw shape for the body. He also made sure to include two expandable wings that would open up once it was inside flesh, which would prevent it from being taken out easily. It was crude, but simple. Meanwhile, the ether antenna that the pump would transmit to was a much easier ordeal. He simply mimicked his triple-layered storage bracelet, adding a fourth wraparound and twinning it directly to the device so that it would be unobtrusive. Now that he had a prototype, he needed to do some field tests. Without giving it a second thought, Jonx left Kettle in the cave with a pile of meat and instructions to stay put, then went back out into the unknown. It was time to go hunting. Ether beast carcasses were strewn about, leaving a trail of slaughter as he spent hours and hours practicing with his two new modifications. For one, he had to fine-tune the shell around his chaos orb to hold the maximum amount of energy. Advanced ether beasts had a variety of skin and scale mutations, which protected them from the first few iterations of his circuit. That was why he needed real combat to get it just right. By the same token, his ether anchor needed a shape with enough penetrative power to overcome those same protective mutations. He ended up with a sharp and thick foot-long nail that had small barbed hooks at the tip, reminiscent of a grappling hook that could easily get stuck in flesh. And for the monsters with particularly tough scales, while the anchor wouldn't penetrate, the hooks would latch on, still serving its purpose. Satisfied with his experimenting, he happily made his way back to the cave, 2 new successful modifications in his repertoire. As soon as he set foot in the cave, he swiftly and furiously petted Kettle, her tail swishing back and forth uncontrollably. While he was playing with her, he pulled up his readout. Name: Cedrick Jonkheer. AI: Kirby. Class: Journeyman Veer. Professions: none. body preparation realm. Stage, Etherforged ×7. Specialized physique, potentiation body, modified ×1. Grade, peak. Anatomical systems reforged. 1. Musculoskeletal. Rank, 7th. 2. Circulatory, 7th. 3. Nervous, 7th. 4. Respiratory, 7th. 5. Digestive, 7th. Body circuits. 1. Ether anchor, modified ×2, peak grade. Proficiency, novice. 2. Friction cloak, modified ×1, high grade. Master. 3. Propulsion, modified ×1, high grade. Master. 4. Chaos orb, modified ×1, peak grade. Novice. Crystallized realm. Stage, compression. Ether concept, dynamo force. Dual chambers. 1. Brain. Anatomy transformed. Corpus callosum. Frontal lobe. Parietal lobe. Temporo-occipital lobe. 2. Heart. Ascending aorta. Left atrium. Left ventricle. Right ventricle. Crystal circuits. 1. Kinetic cloud, modified ×1, peak grade. Proficiency, peak. 2. Ram pressure, mid-grade. Peak. 3. Gravity point, high grade. Peak. 4. Blank. All in all, he'd spent 4 weeks in the cave and was satisfied with his progress. The Moose Men were in the southwestern tip of the continent near the abandoned Imperial base, and with them gone, it was time for him and Kettle to move on too. He intended to completely explore the exterior of the whole mega island before he decided on anything else. By then, he was hoping to have made some significant advancement. Kettle suddenly released her ether aura on a group of unsuspecting mutant toads the size of minivans. They had 3 eyes, with mouths leaking vapor, like liquid nitrogen, and a multitude of tongues that shot out of the spots covering their bodies. She hovered just above the frozen lake the toads had made their home, with her aura billowing out, now powerful enough to suppress a motley group of simple single crystallized beasts. While she kept them pinned, Jonx chain-fired chaos orbs, powered by ramjets, the modification to his ram pressure, all the while a slew of ether anchors sapped the beast's energy, splitting the ether stream between him and his pet. The orbs blew gaping holes through each of the toads' bellies, causing them to deflate like popped balloons. Once the final toad belched its last croak, he began to work his way around the carcasses, butchering them with practiced efficiency as Kettle played at the edge of the lake, digging for imagined treasures. While he worked, his anchors continued to drain the poor beasts that were waiting for his skilled hands. By the time he was done, both of their ether reserves were topped off, and they were ready to go to the next group. On and on, the pair continued to dwindle the amphibian population until they found the mama toad. The mutant matriarch was perched atop a rocky outcropping covered in snow, snoring so loud she sent the trees rustling in a mile-wide radius. And why shouldn't she be sleeping peacefully? She had no fear of predators this far north on the subcontinent. She was the apex, until Kettle whizzed through the air and straight into her flank, splattering a hole directly through her guts and exiting out the other side. The Toad Queen immediately bellowed her displeasure at being woken up in such a painful manner, instantly homing in on those that sought to dethrone her. Kettle skidded to a halt in midair, abruptly switching directions and flaring her armament cloak to morph her metal scales so she was more arrowhead than cannonball. Then, the Doggelin beelined straight for the toad once more, easily piercing through the giant amphibian over and over, poking holes until it started to look like a slimy hunk of Swiss cheese. For his part, Jonx just stood to the side, watching the little mutt finally earn her keep. The only assistance he provided were some anchors to keep her supplied with enough ether to continue powering her assault. In the time it took an incense stick to burn, the Toad Queen finally succumbed to being a bloody pincushion, releasing one last croak that shattered her rock throne in a cascade of rubble. Meanwhile, Kettle wasn't even panting heavily, as she happily slurped up one of the toad's tongues like it was a piece of spaghetti. That was Jonx's cue to come forward and reap the rewards. Fingers crossed, he began his grisly dissection of the beast matriarch. Over the last year, the pair had exterminated every single alpha ether beast they could find as they explored along the entire Mega Island's coastline. Each alpha's territory was gigantic, easily dominating hundreds of miles, supported by their respective tribes. Out of the 12 alphas they'd defeated thus far, 5 had stolen AIs along with an assortment of interspatial devices. He discovered that the AIs came from both celestial powers as Kirby cannibalized them and upgraded himself to peak Veer class. Technically, he had more processing power than even a standard peak-ranked AI, but the jump to Senix class was a vast chasm that wasn't so easily crossed. The Toad Queen would make their 13th alpha, and Jonx was hoping to get another AI out of the beast. He deftly peeled back slimy skin as thick as whale blubber to expose its brain stem where he could see bioelectric roots pervading the entire central nervous system. Letting out a breath he didn't know he was holding, he quickly began sifting through squelching brain matter with excitement, hunting for his prized AI ganglion. Once he held the black nugget of ether tech, Jonx unhesitatingly placed it in his ear canal for Kirby to absorb. The familiar flickering HUD followed as expected, while his AI focused on the task of assimilation. Jonx didn't have to wait long. Within only a scant few seconds, Kirby gave his report. Apparently, the AI was only a journeyman Veer class, which belonged to the Imperium. It didn't hold much in the way of secret intel, but it did add a little boost to Kirby's processing power. Here's something interesting. This AI actually belonged to a Sept Ventus disciple. Not a high-ranking one, mind you. They were only about your strength when we first came to this planet. It never occurred to me that your old rival Sept would be here, his AI said. Jonx shrugged, not really caring about them. To be honest, Kerbmeister, I actually forgot they existed. We've spent so much time on this godforsaken rock, I haven't really thought much of Horelli or Mob Kahet. At least we were able to get another small boon from that worthless school. Any little bit helps at this point. He chuckled as a thought occurred to him. You know, speaking of Horelli, I wonder how Nescord is doing. I bet I could give him a run for his money nowadays. He shook his head of his musings. It didn't matter on the untamed world. All that mattered to him was advancement, because it was the only way for him to keep surviving the dangers of the subcontinent. With that in mind, he turned his attention back to the carcass, rapidly finishing the rest of his butchering and sorting everything worthwhile across several U-Haul-sized storage devices. Though this alpha seemed to have no accessories, the other alphas did. He'd been lucky enough to find 2 more interspatial devices that matched the size of his tri-layered bracelet. Standing up from his work, he was fine without any new gadgets. After all, he was already pretty decked out. His left wrist held a storage watch, while his right housed his bracelet, along with the ether receiver for his anchors. And around his waist was yet another interspatial belt, which he used to keep his protective combat gi closed in the front. The barcode on his armor had named it Master Robe of Moderate Protection. It was a masterwork piece combining leather weaving, alloy welding, and script smithing. He opted to change its appearance to that of an old Earth martial arts gi, with hardened plates covering his major joints, colored a crimson red and edged in gold. The gi was a powerful item, boasting a shield that could negate 50% of the damage from a dozen low soul-forged attacks, both physical and ether-based, with an internal battery that could be replenished after each battle. Though, with his ether anchors, he could essentially run the shield non-stop when he was in combat. It was one of a rack full of armaments he'd found in the storage belt. Whoever the beasts had taken down had seemed to have quite the collection of items stashed away. Obviously, they hadn't helped them any, but they would definitely help Jonx. Finished with his grisly work, he looked around and found Kettle on her back atop a small rock, sunbathing her engorged belly while her tongue lolled out of her mouth. "Come on, you mutt, it's time to head home," he called to her. Maintaining her position on her back, she casually drifted belly up over to him, stopping directly in front of his chest in an obvious attempt to be carried home like the spoiled brat she was. Rolling his eyes, he, of course, gave in, and they lightly jogged back to their camp, located under a low, rocky overhang. Jonx set Kettle down and made a quick fire, then began chopping some ether meat and vegetables for their dinner. It had become something of a tradition for the two of them after a hard day's hunt, despite the fact that their forged bodies no longer needed nutrition beyond ether. He set a pan hovering above the flames, held aloft solely by his electromagnetism, and tossed in the ingredients, seasoning a dish liberally with ether spice, which was something that he recently learned he just could not live without. Jonx had lucked out in finding a barrel of the wonderfully intoxicating spice inside one of the rescued storage devices, and it had quickly become his new favorite addiction. It was like cosmic MSG, and he freaking loved MSG, especially now that it was literally impossible for him to get cancer. Just another perk of being an ether forger. When the food was done, he served up the stir-fry in 2 bowls, a regular human-sized portion and a massive extra-big kettle-sized portion. And as they ate, he decided to pull up his readout. Name: Cedrick Jonkheer. AI: Kirby. Class: Peak Veer. Professions: None. Body preparation realm: Stage: Etherforged ×7. Specialized physique: Potentiation body, modified ×1. Grade: Peak. Anatomical systems reforged: 1. Musculoskeletal. Rank: 7th. 2. Circulatory. 7th. 3. Nervous. 7th. 4. Respiratory. 7th. 5. Digestive. 7th. Body circuits: 1. Ether anchor, modified ×2, peak grade. Proficiency: Peak. 2. Electromagnetic cloak, modified ×2, peak grade. Journeyman. 3. Propulsion, modified ×1, high grade. Peak. 4. Chaos orb, modified ×1, peak grade. Peak. Crystallized realm: Stage: Crystallized ×2. Ether concept: Dynamo force. Dual chambers: 1. Brain. Anatomy transformed: corpus callosum, frontal lobe, parietal lobe, temporo-occipital lobe, brainstem. 2. Heart. Ascending aorta, left atrium, left ventricle, right atrium. Crystal circuits: 1. Kinetic cloud, modified ×1, peak grade. Proficiency: Peak. 2. Ramjets, modified ×1, high grade. Expert. 3. Gravity cage, modified ×1, peak grade. Journeyman. 4. Meteorite, high grade. Journeyman. Over the last year, Jonx had tested and tinkered with his circuits, modifying them until they were as good as he could make them. His friction cloak became his electromagnetic cloak once he learned that the idea of friction force was really the result of the electromagnetic attractions between charged particles. In his downtime not slaughtering the local wildlife population, Jonx spent a part of his time studying to better understand his ether concept and what he wanted out of his circuits. His new cloak was the culmination of his research. Ramjets, on the other hand, was a direct upgrade to his original ram pressure. What were once relatively diffuse projections of dense force energy were now concentrated beams wrapped in a translucent tube of his ether, giving his new circuit much-needed penetrating power. Unlike with his chaos orbs, which essentially disintegrated things that they came in contact with, his ramjets were more like invisible bullets that could blow holes through flesh by sheer force. His new gravity cage was similar in that it too was a direct upgrade. The modification came out of pure necessity. Many of the ether beasts, like the moose elder, were absolute giants, and he found himself using 2, 3, sometimes even 4 gravity points simultaneously. He got tired of that real quick, so it was only natural that he changed the circuit to fit his needs. The new cages helped immensely when fighting multiple enemies at once, having saved him more times than he could count. Lastly, Meteorite was the circuit he was proudest of. It was something Jonx cobbled together from several circuit manuals that were stuffed away in the many storage devices he picked up. Similar to his gravity point, it went one step further, hyper-focusing the ions in the air until they formed clumps of actual matter. His inspiration had been an old anime he loved when growing up. One of the most iconic villains in the series could conjure whole moons that could crush armies. Jonx wasn't even close to that level of power, but he was hopeful, and Meteorite was his starting point. All in all, the growth that he experienced on the subcontinent was absolutely mind-boggling at times. He was no longer the same man that had first come to an untamed planet in some backwater star system. With his current advancement, he could stand toe-to-toe with his old therapist, Nescord, or the knowledgeable Imperial trainer, Grass, without batting an eye. Although, his master would most definitely still trounce him sideways. Regardless, he sighed in satisfaction, knowing full well that all good power-leveling sessions must come to an end. After all, Jonx had already systematically obliterated the dominant ether beast tribes of the Mega Island's periphery, and now there were only 6 months left in this expedition. It was high time that he headed back to an Imperial base. He was pretty pleased with himself overall, especially since he was actually going to keep the vow he'd made. He wasn't going anywhere near the central subcontinent. Chapter 15. Vowbreaker. Jonx woke up a liar, a perjurer, a vowbreaker. His dual chambers were near empty, barely a trickle available for him to use. His head was fuzzy and his vision blurry as he looked around blearily, only to find himself slumped in the dirt, unable to move his hands, and at the center of what seemed to be a large encampment. Hundreds of aliens were similarly staked to the ground all around him, chains linking arms, wings, and tentacles alike. He recognized a few Mahines, several beastkin from Earth, and, sadly, a couple of his fellow Sept Glacio students. None were conscious aside from him, or at least none that he could sense. He'd been so sure he could get back to Imperial territory, so certain that it was his choice to stay on the subcontinent, but everyone lives blissfully in ignorance until they're exposed to the harsh truth of reality. He was never free to leave. The entire gigantic island was a prison. As soon as he and Kettle had made it a ways from the coast, patting themselves on the back for a successful promise kept, they'd been subdued by a wave of mental pressure so vast he didn't remember anything again until he was being manhandled and carried deeper into the tropical jungles of the island. He'd been slung over a shoulder, like a sack of potatoes, of a mutant ram that stood 7 feet tall and was covered in mineralized scales rather than fur. 2 pairs of curved horns crowned the beast's skull as a forked tongue flicked out of its muzzle. He remembered having just enough time to attach a small, indiscreet ether anchor into his scales before his mind instantly blanked out once more. It was evident to him that he hadn't been lucky enough to get a second chance at consciousness since he was now a captive like everyone else. As his mind cleared further, he panicked, quickly flicking to his HUD as he hung his head, feigning unconsciousness. He rapidly switched between tabs, searching desperately for Kettle's whereabouts since he didn't see her close to him in the camp. Fortunately, her collar's GPS was still working and showed her circling the perimeter of the encampment, high above, far out of reach of these monsters. Jonx let out a relieved sigh, but hastily held his breath again as he realized his fatal mistake. It was too late. The same soul-crushing mental wave came, and with it, his thoughts, washing away like grains of sand. Adrift in his limbo, Jonx had no idea how long it had been. All he knew was déjà vu as he blinked away his double vision until he could see his feet clearly in front of him. Despite his disorientation, Kirby was still thinking clearly. "Whatever you do not breathe," his AI urgently told him. Even though his head felt like it was stuffed with cotton balls, he had enough sense of self-preservation to listen to his constant companion. Very carefully, and without changing his breathing pattern, he checked his HUD to once more confirm Kettle's flight pattern. Blessedly, his pet hadn't changed what she was doing, still circling his position high above. Relieved to know that she was, once again, still with him, his head felt clear enough to make a coherent thought. "Kirby, can you send a signal to her collar? Just let her know we're safe?" Jonx asked. He was forced to wait a few breathless seconds before he finally saw the small dot on his map pause briefly. Cautiously, he looked up and estimated where he thought she would be, then gave a single imperceptible headshake. He knew she had telescopic vision and would be able to see him. Thankfully, after that, the dot continued to move, returning to its original path. As slow as he could manage, he panned his head left and right to take a closer look at the encampment. He immediately located his mutant ram captor, unique among the bevy of other evolved ether beasts. There were bears, yetis, crows, even things that looked like drakes. All of them changed irrevocably by ether, and all of them powerful. Ether auras abounded around the camp, wild and uncontrolled, taunting each other for a fight as if the ether beast's savage instincts were made incarnate. Their auras were palpable to him, sending shivers down his spine. If he was reading them right, many of the beasts were profoundly stronger than him. He thought being twice crystallized was an accomplishment, but these monsters? None of them felt weaker than 3 or 4 times crystallized. And then there was the big kahuna, the one that sent his balls shriveling up into his body. Reigning over the already monstrous ether beasts was a towering aura that could eclipse the sun. Jonx couldn't help but cast his gaze towards the center of the encampment. There, he found a pile of bleached bones, making for a macabre throne for a single massive half-lion, half-centaur creature that lounged atop it. Easily 10 feet tall, it had the body and head of a lion with the torso of a man. Its tail was split in 3, each one ending in a paw, their claws extended. Covering its entire body were hardened black needles, while its mane was made of larger and longer bodkins. The humanoid midsection sported rippling muscles connected to 2 arms, like pythons. And held in those arms was the limp form of an Aximilian, the race of the shadowy Etherforger he'd fought in the forest when he'd first landed. The lion-centaur hybrid languidly exhaled a fiery haze, like embers from hot coals. The miasma lazily drifted forward to corrode the skin on the face of the Aximilian, its once limp body suddenly convulsing, thrashing against the iron grip of its captor. Its melting face contorted in a rictus howl, but its scream was muffled by the hybrid's enormous hands clutching their throat. Excruciatingly, the haze moved on, passing through the skin and corroding the facial muscles underneath. Jonx's vision was too sharp for his own good. He couldn't tear his eyes away as he watched in abject horror as the muscles of the alien's jaw literally melted into globs of hot flesh. Inexorably, the corrosion moved on to the Aximillan's V-shaped skull, instantly bleaching the bones just before they were eroded. The victim's brain followed suit, quickly liquefying into a soupy mess, held only by the base of the skull. Jonx didn't want to, but he had to know. Squinting his eyes, his vision zoomed in to find a small, black mass floating in brain goop. A pit in his stomach formed as he knew it for what it was, an AI ganglion. And just like that, one mystery was solved. Though apparently the hybrid wasn't finished. Jonx continued to watch on as the lion dropped the remains of his forgotten victim and beckoned a waiting hawk mutant to come forward. The bird stepped up to the bone throne and deftly bent a knee in deference before tilting its head back to open a beak lined by shark teeth. There was something oddly ceremonial about this. It was as if he were watching some grotesque church mass and the lion was the beast's savior. The hybrid delicately placed the AI ganglion into the hawk's expectant beak, as if it were administering a sort of demonic sacrament, instantly causing it to collapse onto the hard, packed earth, writhing and convulsing uncontrollably. After several moments, the bird regained control over its body, then jumped up with renewed vigor, cawing a challenge loudly into the sky before launching itself on wings of steel, flying off into the surrounding jungle. The lion followed its form as it disappeared into the distance, then sauntered off the bone pile. Once on solid ground, the beast casually turned around and loudly clapped its hands together. With a brief pulse of his ether, it separated its palms as if willing an invisible door to open. The pile responded as bones clacked, sliding apart to reveal a small azure rift portal. The nominal Monster King then reached one of its massive hands to touch the portal, instantaneously winking out of existence and taking its suffocating aura with it. With the discovery of the rift, if Jonx wasn't knee-deep in shit before, he was now. Completely and utterly panicking, he let out a stream of anxiety. Shit! We are fucked, Kirby! Did you feel the goddamn ether aura coming off of that thing? How many times must that thing have been crystallized? 9 times? 10? I know it's not soul-forged, but it may as well be with that level of power. His AI didn't respond right away, taking a long moment before it decided to break the bad news. I know you may not want to hear this, buddy, but that rift portal might just be the only way out for us. Unsure if he heard his AI correctly, Jonx said incredulously, You're joking with me, right? Your solution is to jump into what is obviously the ancient rift that we were trying to avoid in the first place? And to top it all off, the rift in question is where the hyper-evolved ether beast calls home? Before Jonx could break down even further, Kirby sent a mental feeling of calm, then explained his reasoning. Look, the rift has multiple exits, remember? If we can make it to another exit portal, we could jump out on the other side with one of the celestial powers. Then, to drive the point home with more logic, his AI said, I mean, it's either that or we fight our way out of a camp with nearly 100 advanced ether beasts, all of whom probably have stolen AIs, which would make them more dangerous than they seem. Furthermore, these are the mutants that were strong enough to stay in the core region of this island, not the outcasts that we've been fighting for the last year. These are the elites. They all must have crystallized at least 3 times each, maybe even as high as 5 or 6. Kirby let what he said sink in for a minute. The AI knew his host. Jonx just needed some time to think it through. Hell, they'd shared the same mind for near a decade at this point. He could read Jonx like an open book. Finally, Kirby said, Jonx, sometimes you have to climb down deeper into a crevasse before you can climb out. Jonx couldn't deny his AI's warped logic. He hated to admit it, but it was a sound suggestion in the most sadistic way possible. What it came down to was fight against impossible odds or jump into the unknown and hope to hide like a rat. He knew which option he wanted to take, he just didn't like it. Resolving himself to the lesser of two evils, Jonx finally let out a sigh in defeat, then instantly froze again because of his infinitely dumbass mistake. Swiftly and without remorse, the mental pressure came bearing down on him, just as expected, and his consciousness shattered into oblivion. Once again, and this time with feeling, he awoke to blurred vision. Not wanting to make the same mistake a third time, he slowly and softly inhaled until his lungs were full, then promptly held his breath just as he used to when he dove to the bottoms of oceans. This way, there wouldn't be any outward cues for the annoying-as-hell ram mutant that kept knocking his freaking lights out. He hadn't tested his breath-holding skills in a while, but he estimated that he could probably keep this going for about 12 hours. Plenty of time to plan an escape. Over the course of the next several hours, Jonx sat motionless, watching the monster's movements within the encampment. In that whole time, none of the other prisoners stirred, though they still breathed. He didn't know how hundreds of people could be subdued for so long, but he had an inkling that his minor immunity had something to do with his brain chambers. In this situation, it was one of the few advantages that he had that most others didn't, and he planned to lean into it. His brain chambers warped his perception. 10 hours felt like 30, and with Kirby's increased processing power, the two were able to take full advantage of it. They worked their way through scenarios and researched old Earth media for ideas, looking for inspiration. When they finally accumulated as much as they could, it all diluted down to 3 simple steps. First, wait for the ram mutant to leave. It would venture into the jungle every 3 hours for 4 to 5 minutes at a time. For what, they had no idea, but they weren't going to look a gift horse in the mouth. Next, they needed to contact his master, sending a message to explain their situation and asking him to remotely activate the protection charms of the other 2 students of Sept Glacio. He was banking on them to cause some chaos in the camp. Third, have Kettle swoop in and break out as many prisoners as she could, causing even more chaos. And lastly, beeline for the rift. Fight or run from a powerful mutant, then return safely to any military base. He didn't care which at this point, though he had to admit this last step was still a work in progress. Jonx had no idea what the rift world would be like, so he would have to play it by ear. As he went over his meager checklist, Kirby helpfully reminded him, "You know, no plan survives first contact." Jonx grumbled as he rolled his eyes. "Ugh, you really are just a ray of sunshine, aren't you?" His AI gave a mental shrug before retorting, "Hey now, I am what you made me, Jonxy my boy." A high-pitched whistle pierced the air, followed by a series of clinks and clanks heard above the din of animalistic grunting from the menagerie of ether beasts in the camp. Kettle nearly broke the sound barrier, shaped like a 1.5-foot-long metallic arrowhead as she shot through more than half of the prisoners' shackles, freeing them from their stakes in the ground, immediately restoring their access to ether. No one had much energy, but at least they were free. Unfortunately, that was the only part of the plan that went without a hitch, because things went to shit real quick. Jonx's plan went foobar fast because, literally, no one woke up. He was the only conscious person, and all he had in his chambers was the bare trickle that was coming in from the mutant ram. While he was still shackled, he reduced the amount he was draining to practically nothing because he didn't want to remind the monster of his anchor. But now? Jonx pulled with the full force of his will, reaching through the connection to his anchor for more power. Even though this had the downside of alerting the ram to hurry back from wherever it went, he knew it was worth the trade-off. Now was the time to gamble. Blasting out an ether pulse that felt more like a shock wave, he urged as many people awake as possible. Much to his dismay, the results were abysmally slow. Way too slow to be of any use. And while the monsters in the cap were confused when their prisoners first collapsed limply onto the floor, as soon as those same prisoners began to stir, the beasts were quick to pounce on their helpless forms. The ether beasts savagely butchered nearly 24 people before any semblance of resistance could be mustered. Unable to watch the carnage unfold without doing anything, Jonx angrily triggered his electromagnetic cloak, quickly gliding across the grounds, shooting out force beam after force beam with his ramjets, accurately piercing necks, eyes, and crotches, spraying droplets of monster blood wherever he passed. As he unleashed his circuits, he began to see other prisoners fighting back with a piss-poor assortment of sputtering powers. The ones who tried to pull from their meager reserves found themselves brutally dispatched by beasts. Meanwhile, the other prisoners made sure to not make the same mistakes, instead relying on their enhanced physiques to fight back. The beasts were powerful, but groups of 6 or 7 prisoners banded together to dogpile on top of a single monster, throwing punches, elbows, knees, and headbutts with wild abandon. Then, out of the blue, the most beautiful sight he had ever seen greeted him on separate sides of the camp. A pair of water clones cast bright blue domes of protection, serving as beacons to the desperate prisoners fighting for their lives. As one, the prisoners had the exact same thought: run for cover. Jonx wasn't any better as he followed suit, dashing towards the replicas of his master. It was actually a part of the bargain he'd struck with Gar for the Maheen to activate the charms remotely. Kettle was the first to reach one of the Sept Glacio captives, who was a diminutive Sirawan. The Dogolin immediately picked the girl up with some sort of tractor beam, while Jonx raced to the other student, a Taxon, and unceremoniously slung him over his shoulder. With their baggage secured, the duo made a mad dash to the portal, and as they ran, nearby prisoners took notice. The pair soon became a veritable stampede of aliens. The ragtag group fiercely fought their way to the portal, spilling blood and sacrificing bodies for every inch. As the prisoners recovered some ether in their chambers, circuits flashed into existence in a violent rainbow of destruction. The monsters bellowed their rage, responding in kind with claws of steel, bone, wind, and flame. Their assault easily cut through the back line of prisoners, dropping tens of forgers in the first wave. Jonx, Kettle, and their passengers were the first